Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are going to see an amazing what-if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now, without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter Wielded Hade's power? The first thing Harry felt was Sirius slipping away. One moment his godfather was laughing in that wild way he always did during a fight, wand up, coat swirling as a curse flew past him. The next, a red light hit Sirius square in the chest and his body tipped backward toward the arch. The world narrowed. Harry saw the thin, tattered veil flutter, as if a wind blew only for Sirius. He saw the surprise on Sirius's face, the way his eyes met Harry's for a fraction of a second. Then Sirius fell through. The sound he made as he vanished was not a scream. It was a breath cut short. Harry's heart stopped. His wand slipped in his sweaty hand. No, he ran. The dais rose in front of him, stone steps blurred by tears. The air felt heavy, wrong, like the room was filling with cold water. Someone shouted his name behind him. Another curse cracked somewhere to his left. None of it mattered. He had to reach Sirius. His trainers hit the first step. His scar flared. He stumbled but kept going, lungs burning, legs shaking. The arch stood above him, old and silent. The curtain moved in a slow, lazy way that made his stomach twist. He could still get him back. He did not know how. He did not care. He just knew he had to try. A pair of arms clamped around his chest and jerked him off his feet. Harry, no. Remus's voice tore through the ringing in his ears. Harry thrashed, elbows digging into Remus's ribs. His wand scraped the stone. His throat shredded itself on a raw scream. Let go. Remus, let go. He is right there. I saw him. Let me go. Remus hauled him back from the edge and locked his arms tighter. Harry felt the man's chest hammering against his shoulder blade, every breath coming in short broken pulls. He is gone, Remus said. His voice cracked. Harry, he is gone. That is the veil. You cannot go after him. Harry flung his head back in blind fury. Pain burst along the back of his skull as he connected with Remus's jaw, but the grip held. Remus only tightened around him and forced them both down onto the stone. Harry clawed at the floor, nails scraping, trying to drag them both toward the arch. His scar burned like fire. He is not gone, Harry gasped. I can feel him. I can feel something. Let me go. I can pull him back. I can. The air changed. He did not see it. He felt it. The space around the arch thickened. Light from the candles along the walls dimmed, like someone had put hands over each flame. The whispers he had noticed before, soft mutters from behind the curtain, rose at once into a frantic crowd of voices. His scar exploded. Harry screamed. The pain blasted through his head and chest in one violent wave. His vision went white. Every muscle drew tight. He felt himself tear out of Remus's grasp and slam forward onto the stone at the base of the dais. His cheek hit cold rock. His body jerked and twisted on its own. He tasted blood. He heard someone shout, high and terrified, and realized a moment later it was Hermione. Harry. Harry, please. The veil rippled. Not from wind. From something deeper. The Horcrux in his scar. The piece of Voldemort that had always been there like a hot nail at the edge of his mind. Woke fully. Clawed and thrashed and screamed. Felt like someone had driven a hook through his soul. Something vast and old pulled on that hook from the other side of the arch. Harry felt his own magic surge up in panic. It did not feel like it had ever felt before. It was not a warm rush from his chest to his wand. It was cold and heavy, like a river of dark water pouring through his bones. He could not breathe. The voices from behind the veil climbed over each other. Men, women, children. Different languages. Some sobbing, some whispering, some chanting words he did not know. They pushed into his ears, his eyes, his teeth. They did not have bodies. They still pressed against him in a crushing crowd. Stop. The thought did not come from him. It rolled through the room like thunder, silent but impossible to ignore. The Horcrux shrieked. Harry felt it tear. It was like someone was peeling hot glass out of his skull. He thrashed. His hands clawed at his forehead. He felt skin split under his nails. The power on the other side of the veil did not care about his pain. It wrapped around the Horcrux like a fist and pulled. The splinter of Voldemort's soul writhed and clung to him and tried to burrow deeper. You do not belong here. The judgment had no voice. It was pressure, weight, decision. Old as stone. Harry felt himself caught between two forces. The Horcrux tried to cling to mortal life. The thing in the veil enforced a rule that could not be bent. He was the rope in the middle. He screamed until his throat tore. His body lifted off the ground and slammed back again. The stone under him shook. Cracks spidered out from his hands. Someone shouted a spell. A curse sizzled past overhead. Another flash of light burst near the benches. He heard glass shatter, heard a heavy body hit the wall. None of it mattered. Everything narrowed to the feel of that shard of soul ripping free. Then the rules changed. The pulling weight in the veil stopped dragging the Horcrux down. It changed direction. It flowed up, through the splinter, along whatever line tied it to Harry, and slammed into his own core. For one frozen instant, Harry felt the entire underworld open. He saw endless black stone. Not with his eyes, but with something else. He felt millions of souls pressed in ordered ranks, held in place by a will that did not bend. Rivers of dark water, thick with ghosts, cut through that endless cavern. The weight of earth sat above everything, heavy and solid. He felt chains of rules. This one goes here. That one stays there. Life above, death below. No crossing. The power that ruled that place did not ask his permission. Poured through him cold and absolute. It did not feel like a god stepping into his body. It felt like a set of laws that had existed before gods, moving into the only open space they could find. His scar burned one last time, a bright, blinding flare. Then it went out. The lightning bolt that had marked him for 15 years vanished. The skin drew tight and smooth. In its place something else settled. Not a mark he could see with his eyes. A weight. The voices shifted. They did not come only from behind the veil anymore. They came from everywhere. Harry lay on the stone, chest heaving, fingers dug into small cracks he did not remember making. He could feel people dying far away. A wizard in a cottage choking on smoke. A witch in a hospital bed, hand held by no one. A muggle boy hit by a car on a wet street. Each death brushed his mind like a cold fingertip. He gasped and rolled onto his side. His stomach lurched. He retched until he had nothing left, then kept dry heaving, muscles shaking. Harry, move! Remus again. His voice sounded distant, like it came through a wall. Hands grabbed Harry's shoulders and pulled him away from the arch. He slid, jeans scraping against the floor, vomit sour in his nose. Harry, look at me. Come on. Come back. Harry forced his eyes open. The world looked different. Colors were duller, edges sharper. Shadows thickened in the corners of the room, clinging to the stone. Each person glowed faintly in his sight, wrapped in threads of something pale and shimmering. Life. He could see where those threads thinned and where they held strong. Remus's thread frayed and shook. Sirius's thread was gone. Harry's breath hitched. Where is he? The question came out flat. No shout. No tremor. Just words. Remus flinched. Harry, he whispered. Sirius went through the veil. You saw it. He is dead. No. I mean now. Harry pushed himself up. His arms trembled. His palms left damp prints on the stone. His head pounded, not just from the seizure, but from the constant whisper of souls. He turned his head toward the arch. The curtain hung still, yet when he looked at it, he saw more than tattered cloth. He saw a threshold, a strict line between here and there. The other side pressed against his mind, full of gray shapes and endless patience. Sirius was there, not walking, not speaking, just present, like a bright ember among ash. Harry's fingers curled. He could reach. He knew it. On some instinctive level deep in his bones, he understood that he could step forward, extend his will, and call Sirius to him. The same way he knew he could call any of the souls now brushing against his mind. A rule rose up against that thought. No return. It was not a voice. It was not kind. It was simple and final. Harry's jaw clenched. Every part of him wanted to fight it. He had spent his whole life defying things bigger than himself. Dark lords, prophecies, adults who thought they knew best. This was different. He tried to push against the rule with his new power just to see. The resistance hit him like a wall of stone. His vision blurred. Blood rushed in his ears. His knees buckled. Remus grabbed him again. "Stop," Remus said, voice shaking. "You are hurting yourself." "Harry, stop." The voices of the dead quietened a little, as if waiting to see what he would do. Harry took a raw breath and pulled back. Sirius stayed behind the veil. The knowledge settled like lead in his chest. Not just grief. Responsibility. The sense that if he broke that law once, if he tore one soul out, every boundary would crumble. Every soul would try to claw back into life. The world above would fill with hungry ghosts and empty bodies. Harry's throat closed. He wanted to scream and throw curses and punch walls until his knuckles broke. Instead, he crossed his arms over his ribs, nails digging into his sleeves, and forced himself to breathe. "Harry!" Hermione crouched on his other side. Her face was streaked with tears, hair stuck to her cheeks. Her front was splashed with the remains of his stomach. She did not seem to care. Her hands hovered near his arms, not quite touching. "Can you hear me?" she asked. Her voice shook, but her eyes stayed sharp, wide and focused on him. "Do you know where you are?" He looked at her. For a second he saw two images overlapped. Hermione, his friend, who had once punched Draco Malfoy in the face and cried over house elves, and Hermione as someone fragile, glowing with a short, thin life thread that would end while he kept going. The difference punched the air out of him. "I hear you," he said. His own voice startled him. It was calm. Too calm. Ron skidded down the steps and dropped to his knees on Harry's other side. His face was red and blotchy. His eyes were wild. "What was that?" Ron shouted. "What did you do?" "You were on the ground, and then everything went dark, and those voices, and the arch and Sirius, and you were glowing, mate, you were actually glowing." Harry blinked. He had not seen that part. He had been busy being torn apart. "I did not do it on purpose," he said. Ron stared. "Brilliant. That makes everything feel so much better," Ron snapped. His laugh was short and hysterical. "Sirius falls through some nightmare curtain, you collapse, the entire room turns into a tomb, and now you are just sitting there like it is a normal Tuesday. What happened to your scar?" Hermione sucked in a breath. Harry touched his forehead with careful fingers. Smooth skin. No raised line, no familiar jagged shape that had been part of him longer than any memory. For 15 years that mark had burned when danger came. It had linked him to Voldemort, dragged him into visions, made him a target. Now it was gone. Something heavier sat in its place. Not visible but real. A weight that pulled at the air around him. He swallowed. "It is gone," he said. Ron leaned closer. His hand trembled as he reached out and pushed Harry's fringe aside. "Bloody hell," he whispered. "It is really gone." Hermione pressed her lips together. Fresh tears welled up. "That is impossible," she said. "Scars do not just vanish. Not like that. There would have to be, I do not know, regenerative magic, skin grafts, something. You were on the floor for maybe 30 seconds. That is not enough time. And the energy in the room, I could feel it. It was like standing on the edge of a cliff at night." "Harry, what did you feel?" Harry looked past them, up at the rows of benches where the Order fought. Kingsley had a Death Eater pinned to the stone with a spell. Moody stood over another body that did not move. Tonks limped along the edge of the room, hair a washed-out pink, face white. Dumbledore was here now, bright and furious, dueling with Voldemort in the glass hall beyond the doors. Harry could see them all, but over all of it, he saw flickers of gray drifting near the ceiling, drawn to the veil. Thin lines snapped up from the bodies on the floor and vanished through the arch. He shut his eyes. "I felt death," he said. The words dropped into the air and stayed there. No one spoke for a second. Ron swallowed. "Death how?" Ron asked, voice small for once. "Like, You thought you were going to die? Or you felt like you were dead? Or you heard something, or... I need you to be specific, mate, because I am trying very hard not to freak out and my brain is not helping. Harry took a slow breath. The whispers brushed his mind. Hundreds of souls, some curious, some afraid, some numb. They pressed closer when he focused on them. He kept his eyes closed. I can hear people who are gone, he said quietly. Not just Sirius. Everyone. Everywhere. They are not all talking to me. It is more like a constant murmur. Like a crowd at a Quidditch match. Only you are standing under the stands. Ron made a weak choking noise. That is not normal, he said. No, Harry agreed. It is not. Hermione's fingers finally settled on his sleeve. She squeezed once, hard. Can you make it stop? She asked. Harry tried. He reached for his magic the way he always had, the way he had in classrooms and during the Triwizard Tournament. It did not respond the same way. Instead of a warm rush, he felt that cold river again, deep and heavy. Instead of the familiar flicker of his own power, he felt a vast, ordered presence behind it. The underworld did not switch off. He could, however, turn down his attention. The whispers dimmed when he focused on the stone under his hands, on the roughness, on the tiny bits of dust sticking to his skin. They rose again when his thoughts slipped. It is like breathing, he said. You can control it for a bit, but you cannot hold it forever. Hermione nodded slowly. Her eyes moved over his face, restless and sharp, trying to catalog each change. Does it hurt? She asked. Less than it did a minute ago, Harry said. His throat felt raw. His muscles ached as if he had run for miles. His magic sat heavy in his chest, thick and slow. He felt clear and numb at the same time. Sirius is dead. The fact hung in his mind. He waited for the usual rush of hot rage, the dizzy panic, the wild need to throw himself at someone. Instead, he felt a cold settling weight. Sirius's soul was in its place. It was not right. It was not fair. It still was. Harry, another voice cut through the noise. Dumbledore. Harry opened his eyes again. The glass hall doors stood open now. Smoke drifted near the ceiling. Shattered glass glittered on the floor. Voldemort was gone. The remaining Death Eaters lay stunned or bound. The Order members clustered on the benches, bruised and bloodied, staring down at the dais. Dumbledore stood a few steps above Harry. His robes were torn. A small cut bled near his temple. His eyes, behind cracked spectacles, were fixed on Harry's face. Are you harmed? Dumbledore asked. Harry almost laughed. The sound that escaped him was short and rough. Yes, he said. No, I do not know. Dumbledore's brow creased. He glanced at Remus and Hermione and Ron, then back at the arch. I felt a surge, he said slowly. Very old magic. Not of our world. The air grew thick. The veil responded. For a moment, it felt as if the boundary between life and death shifted. It did, Harry said. Ron made a tiny protest, like he wanted to tell Harry to stop talking, but the words would not come out. Dumbledore stepped down, each move careful. The room watched him. Even the Aurors who were binding Death Eaters kept throwing glances back at the dais. Dumbledore stopped just in front of Harry. Up close, Harry could see the tired lines around his mouth, the weight in his shoulders, the faint tremor in his left hand. Harry, Dumbledore said softly, look at me. Harry already was. Only now he saw more. He saw a long bright line of life wrapped around Dumbledore, frayed at the very end. He saw the way shadows bent away from the headmaster, as if out of habit. He saw a handful of faint spirits huddled near him, clinging to the memory of someone they had loved. You reached for Sirius, Dumbledore said. Did you reach him? Yes. The word dropped between them. Dumbledore closed his eyes for a brief moment, then opened them again. Is he dead? Harry said. The word tasted like stone. He is on the other side. He is not coming back. Hermione's fingers dug into his arm. Dumbledore's shoulders slumped. I feared as much, he murmured. The veil grants no returns. It is a one-way passage. I am so very sorry, Harry. Harry felt the words pass over him and fade. They did not reach the part that hurt. The grief sat deep, buried under the ice of the new power. He tilted his head. "You are wrong," he said. Dumbledore blinked. "The veil can return someone," Harry said. "If I forced it, if I pulled hard enough, the laws would crack, the souls would swarm, the world above would drown in the dead. That is why it does not happen." Dumbledore's face went still. "How do you know that?" he asked. Harry looked at the arch. The souls pressed close to the boundary now. Shapes like smoke crowded behind the curtain. They surged and ebbed with a rhythm that had nothing to do with human time. "Because I am holding the rules," Harry said quietly. "They went through me. They settled. I can feel every place they anchor. It is like holding chains for an entire world." The room stayed silent. Kingsley swore under his breath. Tonks leaned against a pillar and slid down it until she sat on the floor. Moody gripped his staff so tightly his knuckles turned white. Dumbledore drew in a slow breath. "Harry," he said, "what exactly happened when you fell?" Harry thought back. Pain. The Horcrux screaming. The pull from the veil. The shock as those ancient laws slammed into him. The sense of rivers and stone and endless ranks of the dead. He did not have the words for all of it. He also did not trust himself to say everything. Not yet. "The piece of Voldemort that was in me tried to drag itself into the veil," he said. "Something on the other side refused to let it stay. It needed an anchor. It used me. Now it is part of me, or I am part of it. I am not sure which." Dumbledore's eyes widened. "The Horcrux is gone?" he asked. "Yes. How can you be certain?" Harry met his gaze. "Because I have the rest of him to compare." The temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees. Hermione's hand slipped off his sleeve. Ron's breath hitched. Dumbledore's fingers tightened on his wand. "What do you mean by that?" Dumbledore asked. Harry could feel Voldemort now like a wound in the world. Not just his presence. His soul. Fragmented, scattered, clinging to objects and places. Each piece strained against the rules of death, trying to cheat its way out. "He did not just make one Horcrux," Harry said. "You already know that." Dumbledore nodded once. "What you do not know," Harry went on, "is what they feel like from this side. He has bits of himself nailed to life where they should not be. It is wrong. It is loud. It hurts. The power that came through the veil does not like it." "You are saying," Dumbledore said slowly, "that you can sense his Horcruxes." Harry nodded. "Not clearly yet," he admitted. "They are distant, faint, but they are there. The rules want them corrected." Ron rubbed his face with both hands. "This is mad," he muttered. "This is completely mad. We came here to save your godfather, and now you are talking about rules of death like you wrote them. Harry, listen to yourself." "I am," Harry said. "I sound calm. That worries me more than anything." Ron let out a strange sound, half laugh, half sob. "Glad we agree on something." The shadows near the arch thickened. Harry felt his new magic respond to his mood. It rose like a tide, tugging on every dark corner of the room, pulling the blackness into a slow swirl around him. The floor beneath his palms vibrated. Fine cracks spread a little further. Hermione's eyes darted to the shadows. "Harry," she said carefully, "you are doing something." He looked down. The darkness had pooled around him in a rough circle. It was not the usual dimness from low light. It was thicker, almost solid, creeping over the stone like ink. He had not cast any spell. He had simply been angry. Harry took a breath and tried to pull it back. The shadows hesitated, then slid away from his hands and retreated, clinging to the edges of the dais. His stomach lurched again. "I did not use my wand," he said. Dumbledore watched him with a gaze that was no longer just worried, but wary. "There will be time to study this," Dumbledore said. "For now, we must leave. The Ministry will be here soon, and they will have questions. We need to get you all out of this room." Tonks pushed herself up. "Listen to him for once, Harry," she said weakly. "I do not fancy explaining that you rewrote the rules of death to the minister while Moody tries to hex his eyebrows off." A thin smile tugged at the corner of Moody's mouth. Harry planted his hands on the floor and forced his legs to move. They felt like lead. Every muscle shouted in protest. Even so, when he stood, he did not sway. The heaviness in him was too steady. Remus hovered near his elbow, ready to catch him. Harry felt the man's grief like a raw wound in the air. "I am not leaving Sirius," Harry said. Remus flinched. "He is gone," Remus said again, barely audible. "We cannot bring him back." "I know," Harry said. "I am not talking about bringing him back." He looked at the arch. The souls beyond it stirred as his attention settled. Sirius's presence flared slightly, like a coal when a gust of air hits it. Harry straightened his shoulders. "You are not leaving him alone," he said quietly, more to Sirius than to anyone alive in the room. "I cannot follow you. Not yet. Not for a long time. But I can make sure no one tears this place open and drags you out like a trophy. I can keep this boundary shut." The veil rustled without any wind. Hermione swallowed. "What are you doing?" she whispered. "Claiming what already attached itself to me," Harry said. He did not raise his wand. He simply reached. His magic flowed from his chest to his fingers, then out into the room. It felt like putting his hands into cold earth. He felt the stone of the dais, the steps, the foundations under the benches. He felt the archway older than any wand or school or ministry. He wrapped that stone in his will. The underworld rules rose in him, ready and eager. They recognized the threshold at once. The veil was not just a bit of ancient cloth. It was an opening into their domain. "Mine." The thought surged through him and down into the stone. The room groaned. Everyone flinched. A low rumble rolled through the floor, like distant thunder. Fine dust drifted down from the ceiling. The air grew heavier, pressing on lungs and hearts. Shadows crawled up the arch's sides. They slipped along the stone in slow lines, meeting at the top. For a moment, the doorway looked like the mouth of a tunnel in a deep cave. Harry locked it, not closed. That would break what it was. He tightened the rules around it instead, reinforcing the one-way passage. No soul would escape through here. No living body would walk through and return the same. No Horcrux would use this path to cheat what was due. The veil fluttered once and then hung still. The roar in Harry's head eased. He let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. Everyone stared. Moody's magical eye spun in its socket, trying to see something that refused to show itself. Kingsley's wand hand trembled. Tonks clutched her own wand so hard her knuckles showed through her skin. Ron stared at the arch, then at Harry. "Tell me you did not just claim death," Ron said. "Tell me that is me being dramatic." Harry met his gaze. "I did not claim death," Harry said. "It claimed me." The truth of it settled in the silence. Dumbledore looked older than Harry had ever seen him. "There will be consequences," Dumbledore said softly. "Powers of that scale do not come without cost." "They already charged it," Harry said. "They took my scar. They took the piece of Voldemort. They took any chance I had to stay just a normal wizard. I think the rest of the payment is how long I have to hold the chains." Hermione's breath hitched. "Harry," she whispered, "you are still you. You are still our friend. You do not have to talk like that. You do not have to accept anything yet. We can find a way to help you." Harry looked at her. Her hand shook where it hovered near his arm. In her eyes he saw the same girl who had dragged them to the library each year, who had brewed polyjuice in a toilet, who had taken stupid risks for him because she cared. He wanted to tell her she was right, that he would fight this, that they would find some clever spell or ritual to pry the rules of death out of him and put them back where they belonged. The whispers in his head rose in a cold tide. He felt a wizard in some distant land try to twist magic to live forever. He felt the strain against the rules. He felt the threat of a breach. He tightened his grip without thinking. The strain stopped. He had already started to do the job. "I cannot put it back," Harry said quietly. "If I drop it, everything cracks." Hermione swallowed hard. "So you are just going to carry it?" she said, almost angry. "You are going to decide that on your own, right here, right now?" "I do not think I get a choice," Harry said. "Not anymore." His heart hurt when he said it. His face did not show it. He pushed himself fully upright and took a step away from them. At once, everyone flinched. They did not mean to. Their bodies did it before their minds caught up. Even Dumbledore's feet shifted half a pace back. The aura of dread rolled out from Harry without his consent. It was not a spell. It was not even anger. It was simply presence. The sense that something stood there which did not belong among the living. Harry felt it press their chests, make their breaths short. He felt their life threads shiver. The whispers of the dead hushed, leaning close to listen. Ron paled. "Harry," he said, voice thin. "You are scaring everyone." "I know," Harry said. "Then stop. I am trying." He pulled his power in again, pulled his awareness back from the edges of the room, tried to tuck the dread inside himself. It went, but not completely. The Order members stayed tense, shoulders hunched, eyes wide. Harry looked up at them. "We are leaving," he said. His voice carried. It did not need to be loud. "We can argue later. For now, you will all walk out of this chamber and you will keep your wands down. The Ministry can hear what Dumbledore wants them to hear. They are not ready for this." Kingsley opened his mouth. Harry met his eyes. For a moment, Harry let the full weight of his new gaze rest on the oar. Kingsley's jaw snapped shut. His throat bobbed. Sweat broke on his forehead. Harry softened it at once and looked away. "Questions later," he said. "Right now we move." Tonks shifted. "And if someone does not like you giving orders?" she asked, forcing a shaky grin. "What then?" Harry let his eyes move slowly over the group. "If they speak," he said, "I will show them exactly why I can." The shadows at his feet stirred in response, eager. No one answered. For a heartbeat, the entire hall held its breath. Every living person in the room watched him. Fear and grief and confusion tangled in their eyes. The souls behind the veil watched too. Harry took another breath. "Go," he said. They obeyed. Kingsley turned and started up the steps, hauling a bound Death Eater with him. Tonks followed, limping. Moody grunted and dragged another unconscious body toward the exit. The other Order members moved in a loose group, glancing back at the dais every few steps. Dumbledore stayed where he was for a long second. "Harry," he said quietly, so only those close could hear, "whatever power has settled in you, you are not alone. Do not shut us out." Harry looked at him. "I do not know if I can let you in," he said. "Not anymore." Dumbledore's eyes clouded with deep sadness. "Then we will stand as near to the gate as you permit," he said. "That is all we can do." He turned and walked away, joining the others. Remus hesitated. "I have lost him twice tonight," Remus said, voice rough. "Once to the veil, once to whatever you just did. I am not ready to lose you as well." "You will not," Harry said. "I am still here." Remus nodded once, as if that was all he could manage, and followed Dumbledore up the steps. That left Ron and Hermione with him on the dais. Ron exhaled slowly. "You had to pick Hades," he muttered, voice trembling. "Could not have got the god of nice naps or something." It was a terrible joke. It still pulled a small, harsh sound out of Harry that might have been a laugh. Hermione wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. "We are not letting you do this alone," she said. "Whatever this turns into, we are staying." Harry looked at both of them, at their flushed faces and shaking hands, at the way they were trying so hard to stand steady in a place that now bent around him. He wanted to tell them to run. Instead, he nodded once. "Then you need to understand something," he said. He let a fraction of his aura unfurl. Not enough to crush them, just enough to show the scale. The air around him thickened. The light dimmed. The whispers of the dead rose in a low murmur that seemed to come from the stone itself. Ron shivered. Hermione's breath hitched. "You are my friends," Harry said. "I will never turn this on you. But everyone else in this world is going to learn to be very quiet around me." The shadows pulled in tighter, wrapping around his feet like a cloak. Ron swallowed. "Yeah," he said weakly. "I can see that." Hermione set her jaw. "Then we had better be the ones who can still talk," she said. Harry drew his power back in, clamping down hard. The air lightened a little. Normal sounds crept back into the edges of the moment. The scuff of boots on stone above, the groan of aching joints, the faint hiss of burning glass. He looked one last time at the veil. The souls on the other side settled. Sirius's presence dimmed a little, but did not vanish. Harry felt a flicker of familiar reckless amusement from that direction, like his godfather was laughing at how out of his depth he was again. Harry let out a slow breath. "Stay where you are," he whispered under his breath. "I will keep the door." Then he turned away from the arch. The path out of the chamber of death wound upward into shadows and smoke. Harry walked first. No one argued. Harry woke to whispers. They pressed against his ears before he opened his eyes. A low, constant murmur that had nothing to do with voices in the house. Hundreds of tones at once, stacked on top of each other. Some cried. Some begged. Some just talked in a steady, empty way. He sucked in a breath. Air scraped his throat. His chest hurt. The ceiling above him was dark. The familiar cracked plaster of Grimmauld Place floated into focus. The smell of dust and old smoke sat heavy in the room. A blanket weighed on his legs. His wand lay on the pillow beside him. He was in the smallest bedroom, the one they used when they had too many people in the house. The curtains were half closed. Thin stripes of pale light cut across the floorboards. The whispers did not match the room. He turned his head. Every muscle protested. His neck felt stiff. His arms ached. His stomach rolled with a leftover nausea that reminded him of the floor of the Department of Mysteries. The whispers rose when he moved. Harry shut his eyes. Stop. They did not stop. They thinned. They shifted from a loud crowd to something softer. A few voices pushed forward. Old, curious. Young, confused. One voice swore in a language he did not know and then faded again. His heart picked up. "Harry!" Hermione's voice came from his left. Close. He flinched. The blanket rustled. He turned his head again, slower this time. Hermione sat in a chair beside the bed. Her hair was tied back in a rough knot. Loose strands stuck to her face. Dark circles sat under her eyes. She had a book open on her lap, but her eyes were on him, not the page. "Hey!" she said softly. "You are awake. How long was I out?" His voice came out rough. "A few hours," Hermione said. "We got back from the ministry. Madame Pomfrey wanted you at St. Mungo's. Dumbledore insisted it would be worse to expose you there. So you got dragged here, dumped in this bed, and you have been half-conscious ever since." Harry swallowed. His throat burned. "Did I say anything?" he asked. Hermione hesitated. "You kept muttering," she said finally. "Most of it did not sound like English. Sometimes you said names. People we do not know. Once you said my name and Ron's. Once you said Sirius. The rest was just noise." The whispers surged when she said Sirius's name. Harry pressed his lips together. He felt his godfather at the edge of his awareness. Distant but steady. The knowledge hurt and calmed him at the same time. Ron shifted on the other side of the room. Harry turned his head again. Ron was slumped in another chair pressed near the door, arms folded across his chest, head tilted back. His mouth hung open. He snored very softly through a blocked nose. A thin line of dried blood streaked his temple where something had hit him at the ministry. Someone had cleaned most of it away and left a little by accident. Harry could see Ron's life thread, thin and bright, coiled close to his chest, pulsed in time with his heartbeat. He shut that sight down. "He insisted on staying," Hermione said quietly, following Harry's gaze. "Mrs. Weasley tried to drag him out. He nearly bit her head off. She is in the kitchen trying to convince herself you are still you." "Am I?" Harry asked. Hermione blinked. "That is not a funny question," she said. "I was not trying to be funny." His mouth felt dry. His tongue stuck to his teeth. He pushed himself up on his elbows. Pain flared in his arms and shoulders. His head throbbed. The whispers rose again as his pulse climbed, then dropped back when he forced himself to breathe slowly. Hermione moved at once, one hand reaching to steady his shoulder. "Careful," she said. "You had some kind of seizure. Madame Pomfrey said your magical core went out of control. She was very cross you were not in a proper ward where she could monitor you." Harry leaned back against the headboard. The wood dug into his spine. The pillow felt too soft. "How long was Dumbledore here?" he asked. "He left about an hour ago," Hermione said. "He has to deal with the ministry. Fudge is already spreading rumors. He did not say much to me. He just looked at you for a long time and asked if you were still breathing." Harry snorted. The sound hurt his throat. Nice to know he checked, Harry said. Hermione's lips twitched, then flattened. He is scared, she said. They all are. Harry, what happened down there? You scared everyone half to death. The room went dark. The arch sounded like it was groaning. You were on the floor, and then there was this thing in your hand. Harry stilled. He looked down at his own fingers. For a second he felt the weight of it again. Cold metal. Long haft. 2 sharp prongs at the end, the material darker than any normal steel. It had not felt like a wand or a simple weapon. It had felt right, like a missing limb sliding into place. I remember the weapon, he said slowly. It was only there for a moment. Hermione nodded. It was there long enough for Moody to swear loudly, she said. It vanished when you locked the veil. What was it? Harry drew in a breath. The whispers brushed along his nerves. Restless. Stygian iron, he said. Hermione frowned. What is that? Underworld metal, Harry said. Made for souls, not bodies. It should have sounded ridiculous. There was no reason he should know that. He had never studied Greek myths in that detail. He had not read any book that mentioned that kind of metal. Yet the word sat in his mind like it had always been there. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Harry, she said. You are talking like this is normal. It is not normal, he said. Then stop acting like it is, she snapped. Her voice broke on the last word. She flinched and looked away, jaw tight. Harry studied her face. Her hands shook where they gripped the book. The cover bent under her fingers. A few pages had folded corners now. Her eyes were a little wild, pupils wide. He felt her life thread too, warm and strong. He pushed that sense away at once. He did not want to see her like that. He wanted to see his friend, not another piece of fragile light that would burn out. I am trying to work out how to stay sane, he said. That is harder if I panic every time one of these things feels familiar. Hermione let out a shaky breath. What things? She asked. The whispers, Harry said. The souls. The rules. The domains. She stared at him. Explain, she said. Slowly, he rubbed at his temple with 2 fingers. Above the skin, nothing hurt. The old scar was gone. The weight under the skin pulsed, not with pain, but with awareness. The piece of Voldemort that was in me got ripped out and dragged toward the veil, he said. The place on the other side did not want it. It grabbed it and used me to hold it instead. When it did that, it shoved the rest of its rules into me too. The laws for death, for the under-earth, for wealth in the ground. It feels like I am carrying chains for all of that. Hermione's mouth parted. Chains, she repeated. Not real ones, Harry said, but close enough. Hades, Hermione whispered. Harry blinked. What? He asked. Hades, she said again. Greek god, ruler of the underworld. There are different stories, but the basic idea is the same. He keeps the dead where they belong. He is also connected to the riches in the earth. Gold, gems, that kind of thing. Harry stared at her for a moment. That fits a little too well, does it not? He said. Hermione gave a hysterical little laugh and clapped her hand over her mouth. Yes, she said through her fingers. It does. Ron snorted in his sleep and jerked. His chair scraped the floor. He blinked awake, eyes unfocused. What? He mumbled. Where? Did I miss breakfast? You missed Harry sounding terrifying, Hermione said. Ron rubbed his face and squinted at the bed. Still alive then, he said. Disappointed? Harry asked. Ron snorted again, more awake this time. Shut up, he said. You keep trying to die on us. It is irritating. He pushed himself up and shuffled over, chair scraping. He dropped back into the chair closer to the bed and slumped forward, elbows on his knees. Up close, the bruise on his temple looked worse. His freckled skin was a patchwork of pale and gray. His eyes looked bloodshot. You look like hell, Ron said. Harry almost smiled. So do you, he said. Fair, Ron said. He looked Harry up and down. So, Ron said slowly, are you possessed by a dead god? Or what is the deal? Hermione made a faint choking noise. Harry sighed. I am not possessed, he said. It is not like Voldemort in the back of my head. It is more like someone dumped a job on me and walked away. Terrible manager, Ron said. No handover at all. Harry huffed out a short breath that might have been a laugh. I keep hearing them, he said. The dead. All of them. Everywhere. If someone dies, I feel it. If someone tries to cheat death, I feel that too. The power that came with it wants me to fix that. Ron's eyes went wide. All of them, he repeated. At once. Unless I tell them to shut up, Harry said. Hermione leaned forward. You can do that? She asked. Sort of, Harry said. I can focus on less of them, or turn the volume down. But it is like breathing. I cannot stop it entirely. Ron ran both hands through his hair. That sounds awful, he said. Harry shrugged. It is loud, he said. It will be worse if I do nothing. Already there are people trying to use magic to cling on past their time. Old rituals, horcruxes, cursed portraits, that kind of thing. The rules do not like that. They want someone to enforce them. Ron frowned. And that someone is you, he said. Why? Because I was there, Harry said. Because my soul was tied up with a piece of Voldemort's. Because I grabbed the veil when I should have backed away. Pick one. He did not add the deeper reason pressing in the back of his mind. That some part of the underworld must have looked at him, at the boy who kept surviving and kept walking into danger, and decided this was as good a host as any. Harry did not like thinking about that part. He shifted his legs under the blanket. We need to talk about what happens now, he said. Hermione sat up straighter. Now? She asked. You should rest. Madame Pomfrey was very clear. Your magical core is unstable. You need time to adjust. Harry shook his head. I cannot rest, he said. People are moving. Death Eaters are regrouping. I can feel it. They lost tonight, but not enough of them died. They are going to find somewhere to lick their wounds and plan. Ron blinked. You can feel that, Ron said. Harry nodded. They killed someone on the way to their safe house, he said. A muggle who saw them apparate, I think. It was messy. They did not even aim properly. They just threw a curse over their shoulder and kept walking. The soul came through screaming, and then the trail pulled toward a spot in London. If I focus, I can trace that pull. Hermione stared at him. You tracked them from a death, she said. Yes, Harry said. Ron wiped his palms on his trousers. That is creepy, he said. Useful, but creepy. Harry pulled the blanket off his legs and swung them off the bed. Hermione grabbed his arm. What are you doing? She demanded. Standing up, he said. You can barely breathe without wincing, she said. You are not going anywhere. Harry looked at her hand on his arm. Her fingers were warm. Her grip was firm. The contact steadied him more than he wanted to admit. He still slid his arm out of her hold. I am going to find that cell, he said. If I reach them now, I can end them before they regroup and start another war. The longer we leave them, the more they will dig in. End them, Hermione repeated. You mean kill them? Yes, Harry said. Ron stared. You do not even sound upset about that, Ron said. Harry paused. He checked himself the way he might check a wound, prodding it to see how deep it went. I am upset they are alive, he said slowly. I am tired of watching them dodge consequences. I am tired of playing by rules that do not work. They were marked the moment they chose to cheat death for their master. The underworld wants them. I can feel that pressure. If I ignore it, it will push harder until something breaks. Hermione sucked in a breath. You are talking about them like they are numbers, she said. Harry, you are not an executioner. I am now, he said. The words sat in the air, heavy and flat. Ron shifted his weight. Can we slow down a bit? Ron said. This is a lot to take in. Sirius just died. You nearly died. Now you are talking about hunting Death Eaters like it is homework. Harry's stomach clenched at Sirius's name. The grief sat under everything, cold and heavy. That is why this has to be quick, he said. If I sit here and think about Sirius for too long, I will fall apart. I cannot afford that. Not when I can stop the next family losing someone the way I did. Hermione stood up. Then we go with you, she said. You do not go alone into a house full of Death Eaters right after nearly dying. That is idiotic. Absolutely, Ron said. We can be idiotic together. We have practice. Harry looked between them. In his mind's eye, he saw their life threads stretch away from here, soft and finite. He saw future scenes that had not happened yet. Ron laughing with a kid on his shoulders. Hermione bent over some big book in a quiet room. None of that would happen if they died now in a dirty London flat because he dragged them there. No, he said. Hermione's eyes flashed. You do not get to tell us no, she said. We have been with you through everything. We are not going to sit in this house and knit while you go and play God. I am not playing, he said. That is the point. This is not a fight we can solve with stunners and disarms. I am not going there to duel. I am going there to carry out a sentence. You are still a person, she said. You do not get to decide who lives and dies. Harry stared at her. The dead decided, he said. I am just the hand. She flinched like he had slapped her. Ron let out a shaky breath. This is messed up, Ron said. I am not saying you are wrong. I am just saying this is messed up. The door opened without a knock. Molly Weasley stuck her head in, then stepped fully into the room. Her face was pale and tight. Her hands shook where they clutched a mug. The smell of tea and honey drifted in with her. Harry, she said, you should be lying down. Madame Pomfrey said at least a day in bed. I do not have a day, Harry said. Molly's eyes flashed. You listen to me, young man, she said, voice rising. You almost died tonight. Sirius did die. I have had enough of you children being thrown at this war every year while the adults pick up the pieces. You are under my roof. You will do as you are told. You will stay in that bed and rest. Harry felt the whispers rise at the back of his mind, like a tide waiting for his signal. He also felt the Death Eaters moving farther away. Their trail pulled toward a side street now, closer to the edge of his reach. If he delayed much longer, tracking them would be harder. I cannot, he said. Molly stalked closer, putting the mug down hard on the bedside table. You can and you will, she said. You are a boy, Harry, not a soldier. Whatever happened to you in that awful place, Dumbledore will sort it. You are not going hunting anything tonight. Harry looked at her. He liked Molly. She had given him jumpers and food and hugs when no one else had. She had yelled at him when he deserved it and when he did not. She had treated him like another son. She was also under the impression that anything Dumbledore could not fix did not exist. I am not asking your permission, he said quietly. Molly's cheeks flushed. How dare you use that tone with me, she said. You will not speak to me like some Death Eater. You will behave. Ron shifted. Mom, he said quietly. Maybe ease up a bit. You did not see what he did down there. I saw enough, Molly snapped. I saw him carried in here like a corpse. I saw Madame Pomfrey pale as a sheet. I heard Albus say the word demigod in a way that scared him. That is not something I want near my children without rules. Harry's magic stirred. The shadows in the corners of the room thickened. They crawled along the skirting boards and up the walls, spreading in thin streaks. The light from the window dimmed. Molly did not notice at first. Hermione did. Her eyes flicked to the wall. Her hand tightened on the back of the chair. Harry, Hermione said quietly. You are doing it again. Molly followed her gaze. Her eyes widened as the darkness pooled behind Harry's headboard and along the floor. It was not normal dimness. It had weight. It sat on the wood like liquid. Molly reached for her wand. Harry lifted his hand. The shadows moved. They slipped under the bed and up the legs of Molly's chair. They twined around the wood and thinned toward her ankles. In a breath, they solidified. Molly froze. She jerked and tried to step back. The shadow around her legs held like iron. The room went very quiet. The mug on the table rattled. Ron shot to his feet. Harry, Ron said sharply. Let her go. Hermione took a step toward Molly, then stopped, torn between two panic points. Harry watched Molly. She was breathing fast now. Her eyes flicked from the shadows to his face. Sweat stood out on her forehead. This is me, Harry said calmly. Without a wand. Without a word. The Death Eaters I can feel right now will not listen if we ask nicely. They will not stop because someone sends them to bed. They will only stop when someone with more power than they do drains them of options. Molly swallowed. You are scaring me, she whispered. I am aware, Harry said. You are still safer with me than without me. The shadows tightened once, just enough to make the chair creak. Then they withdrew in a smooth slide, leaving the legs bare. Light crept back into the room. Molly staggered back a step and caught herself on the wall. Her wand hand shook. Harry swung his legs off the bed and stood up. His knees wobbled at first, but he locked them in place. The heavy weight in his chest steadied him better than his muscles did. Do not try to stop me, he said. Molly stared at him for a long second. You sound like him, she said. Harry frowned. Who? He asked. Voldemort, she said. Silence dropped over the room. Ron flinched. Hermione sucked in a breath. Harry's jaw tightened. No, he said. I sound like the thing that will end him. Molly closed her eyes briefly. Albus will not like this, she said. Albus is not the one hearing the people he failed, Harry said. I am. He stepped around her and walked toward the door. His legs felt like they were filled with sand. Sweat pricked his back. His head throbbed with every step. He did not let himself sway. Harry, Hermione said sharply. If you are going, you are not going without backup. You are not coming, he said. Then take someone else, she said. Kingsley, Tonks, Remus. You do not get to walk into a nest alone when you can barely stand. That is not strategy. That is suicide. He stopped in the doorway. The whispers pressed against his mind again, urging. The pull toward the Death Eaters tugged stronger now. They were sinking into their safe house, settling. He did not want to give them time to set wards. Fine, he said. Remus and Kingsley. No one else. Ron let out a breath. I wanted to argue, Ron said. But I also do not want to throw up from stress, so that sounds fair. Hermione nodded once. I will get them, she said. If you try to leave without them, I will hex you in the spine. That is fair, Harry said. Hermione slipped past him out into the corridor. Molly pressed her hand to her mouth and sat down hard on the chair she had just escaped. Arthur is going to have a fit, she muttered. Ron dragged his chair closer to the door. I will tell him you tried your best, Ron said. Harry stepped into the corridor. The air outside the room felt cooler. The wallpaper looked the same as ever, faded and ugly. The whispers did not care about the wallpaper. They only cared about the lines of souls and the bright wrong shape of a cluster of Death Eaters in a brick house by the river. He pulled his wand from his pocket, satisfied the familiarity of it in his hand, then started down the stairs. He did not make it past the landing before a tall shape stepped out of the shadows at the turn. Remus. His eyes were red. Deep lines cut into his face. His clothes looked rumpled. He held a mug of coffee in one hand. Already up, Remus said quietly. Harry shrugged. Apparently, he said. Remus studied him for a long moment. You look different, Remus said. Harry lifted a brow. My scar is gone, he said. Course I look different. Not just that, Remus said. It is in the way you stand. You are quieter, heavier. You always used to fidget. I am trying not to break the house by accident, Harry said. As hobbies go, that is a good one, Remus said. Hermione appeared at the bottom of the stairs. Remus, she called. We need you in the kitchen. Now. He looked between her and Harry. I have a feeling I am already in it, Remus said. In what? Harry asked. The middle, Remus said. He gestured with the mug. Come on then, he said. No point plotting in stairwells. The kitchen of Grimmauld Place was crowded. Molly stood near the stove, arms folded tight. Arthur sat at the table, his face pale. Kingsley leaned against the far wall, wand tucked behind his ear. Tonks sat on the near bench, one leg stretched out, ankle wrapped in fresh bandages. Her hair was a dull brown today. Moody stood near the door, stumping his staff against the floor every few seconds. The instant Harry crossed the threshold, the room fell quiet. He felt their eyes on him, felt the way their life threads tugged toward him for a second, as if his presence distorted the space. Right, he said. We have at least one Death Eater cell getting comfortable in London. I am going to clean it out. I need Kingsley and Remus. Tonks, you should be in bed. Flattered, Tonks said, but also offended. My leg is not that bad. You limp when you stand up, Harry said. I will not have you slowing down in a fight. Tonks blinked. Someone got bossy, she said. Someone got a job, Harry said. Kingsley straightened. How do you know where they are? He asked. Harry met his gaze. I felt them kill someone on the way, he said. The soul came through. His path pulled toward their hideout. The pull is still there. Arthur's throat worked. You tracked them through death, Arthur said. Yes, Harry said. Molly tightened her arms. This is what I meant, she said to the room at large. Does no one else see how wrong this is? Moody snorted. What I see, he said, is an advantage. If Potter can find them before they regroup, we take them out and cut down the next wave. I do not like how he did it. I like the result. Molly glared at him. You would, she said. Harry stepped around the table until he stood near Kingsley. Will you come? Harry asked him. Kingsley studied his face. Yes, he said finally. If only to make sure you do not lose control and collapse in the street. That too, Harry said. He looked at Remus. Remus set his mug down. You really are not going to rest, Remus said. No, Harry said. Remus sighed. Then of course I am coming, he said. Someone has to drag you home if you fall over. Harry nodded once. Fine, he said. We go now. Molly slapped her hand on the table. You will wait until Albus gets here, she said. He should decide this, not you. Harry turned his head. He is not the one with a direct line to the dead, he said. If he wants to argue, he can do it after. You arrogant child, Molly snapped. Enough, Moody barked. He stumped closer, magical eye whirling, normal eye fixed on Harry. Show me, Moody said. Harry frowned. Show you what? He asked. Your control, Moody said. You throw that shadow thing around again where it hits my people, I will knock you on your backside. Prove you can aim it. Harry considered him for a second. Fine, he said. He lifted his left hand. The shadows in the corners of the kitchen stirred. They pooled near the ceiling and along the floor, blacker than the ordinary dimness of the room. Harry focused on one patch behind Kingsley and pulled. The darkness slid along the wall and rose up behind Moody. Moody tensed. Warn a man, he growled. Stand still, Harry said. He did not push the shadows around Moody's legs this time. He shaped them into a narrow band and slid it around the staff instead. The wood darkened where the shadow wrapped it. The next time Moody tried to lift it, the staff stuck for a second to the stone floor as if glued. Moody grunted and yanked harder. The staff came free with a jerk. Harry let the shadows fall away. They can stick things, Harry said. Pin, trip, blind. They can also crush. I would rather not demonstrate that in here. Kingsley stared at the place where the staff had stuck. That was without a word, Kingsley said. Or a spell I recognize. Yes, Harry said. Hermione watched his face. Does it hurt when you do that? She asked. A little, he said. It gets easier as I practice. Molly shook her head. This is madness, she muttered. Arthur laid his hand over hers. Molly, he said quietly. He is going to do it with us or without us. At least this way he is not alone. She pressed her lips together. If he dies, she said. I am blaming all of you. Get in line, Harry said. Kingsley huffed a short breath. Well, he said. No one can say this is boring. They gathered near the back door. Moody checked Kingsley's wand, then Remus's, then Harry's, muttering under his breath. Tonks passed Kingsley a spare set of oar manacles. Hermione hovered near the table, hands twisted in her jumper. Come back, she said. Harry nodded. I will, he said. If you do anything stupid, she said, I will hex whatever part of you returns. That is comforting, he said. She rolled her eyes and wiped at them with her sleeve. Harry stepped out into the narrow yard with Kingsley and Remus. The night air hit his face, cool and damp. The sky above London was a flat gray. The walls around the yard loomed close. The smell of smoke and soot hung in the air. The whispers sharpened. He closed his eyes and reached inward, not toward his wand, but toward that heavy river that sat in his chest now. Show me. The pull toward the Death Eater cell tugged harder. He saw a brief flash in his mind. A dirty living room, a broken lamp on the floor, a marked wizard pacing near a boarded window, another man cleaning dried blood from his sleeve. They were not far. Got them? Kingsley asked. Yes, Harry said. Side street near the river. We can apparate to the alley behind it. Give me the name, Kingsley said. Harry frowned. It does not come with an address, he said. It is more of a tug. Remus stepped closer. Show me, he said. Harry hesitated. How? He asked. Remus reached up and rested his fingers lightly against Harry's temple. Like legilimency, Remus said. Only I am not going deep. Just surface impressions. You think about what you saw. I will look. Harry did not love the idea of anyone poking around in his head right now. His mind felt crowded enough already. Still, they did not have time to argue with apparition coordinates. Fine, he said. He focused on the image of the living room, on the way the cracked plaster looked, on the sound of muffled traffic through the walls, on the smell of cheap alcohol and blood. Remus inhaled sharply. Dockside, he said. I know that kind of mold. Kingsley. The row of cheap houses near the old warehouse district. Kingsley nodded. I know the one, he said. We use one of those alleys for practice sometimes. I can take us close. He gripped Harry's arm. Ready? He asked. Harry nodded. Remus caught his other arm. The world twisted. Apparition had always made Harry feel squeezed and sick. This time, the usual discomfort collided with something else. For a second, he felt the thin line of his own soul stretch through a dark tunnel full of watching shapes. The underworld recognized the movement. He snapped into the alley with his heart pounding and his hands clammy. He took a breath and pushed the sensation down. The alley smelled worse than Grimald's yard. Rotting rubbish. Stale beer. Something chemical. The street beyond was narrow and lined with houses that all looked the same. Gray brick. Dark windows. A single flicker of light behind one set of curtains. Harry pointed. There, he said. Kingsley peered around the corner. I see it, he murmured. We should call in backup. A few oars at least. No time, Harry said. Remus frowned. We could at least send word to Dumbledore, Remus said. And then he will send people to stand in front of me and ask me not to do what needs doing, Harry said. He will slow this down. They are in there now. They are talking. They are planning. I can hear them. Remus studied his face. What do you hear? He asked. Their souls, Harry said. The way they strain. They signed up for Voldemort's games. They carved their marks. The underworld is waiting. I can feel the pull on them like hooks. If I leave them, they will hurt more people before the rules catch up. Kingsley swallowed. You are very calm about this, he said. If I let myself not be calm, I will not be able to do it, Harry said. He stepped out of the alley and walked toward the house. Kingsley swore under his breath and fell into step on his left. Remus moved on his right. The pavement was cracked. A broken bottle lay near the curb. A cat darted away under a parked car as they passed. Harry stopped in front of the door with the thin line of light under it. He could feel the souls behind the wood and brick as clearly as he felt the handle under his palm. 3 marked wizards. 1 unmarked hanger-on. The hanger-on soul fluttered with panic. The others were steady. Remus lifted his wand. I can try to stun them before they draw, he said. Harry shook his head. No stunners, he said. Kingsley's jaw tightened. Harry, he warned. Harry closed his eyes for a second. He reached for the shadows in the cracks of the street, in the space under the door, in the corners of the narrow entry hall beyond. They rose at his call, thick and eager. He opened the door without knocking. The old lock clicked and slid back like it had been waiting. The hinges squealed. The smell of smoke and sweat rolled out. Who the hell? Someone inside started to say. Harry stepped over the threshold. The living room matched the glimpse in his mind. Torn sofa. Burn marks on the walls from careless spells. A chipped table with empty bottles. 3 men in dark robes, 1 in a stained shirt. They all grabbed for wands. Harry snapped his hand up. Shadows surged. They leapt from the corners and wrapped around the Death Eater's wrists and ankles. Wands jerked halfway up and stopped. The men swore and struggled. The hanger-on froze in his chair, eyes wide. Remus and Kingsley moved in behind Harry, wands raised. "Do not move," Kingsley said. One of the Death Eaters laughed, high and wild. "Oh, this is rich," he said. "The boy is playing grown-up. You will not kill us. Dumbledore will not let you." Harry looked at him. The mark on the man's arm pulsed faintly. His soul clung tight, straining against a hook already sunk deep. "You think I am Dumbledore," Harry said. The man sneered. "You are his golden boy," he said. "You do what he says." "Not anymore," Harry said. He lifted his other hand. The air in the room grew heavy. The temperature dropped. The hanger-on let out a thin whimper. Shadows crawled up the marked men's arms, over their faces, covering their eyes. Their struggles grew more frantic. "Harry," Remus said quietly, "we can take them in. They will talk under Veritaserum. We can get information." Harry did not look away. "They have already told me enough," he said. "They killed a muggle to hide themselves. They did not care who. That was enough for the underworld. The only reason they are still breathing is because I had not got here yet." Kingsley's jaw clenched. "You are not the Ministry," he said. "I am older than the Ministry," Harry said. "Or at least what is in me is. Their laws are a joke compared to this." One of the Death Eaters spat in his direction. "If you did anything to the Dark Lord in that Ministry pit," he snarled, "he will peel you apart and wear your skin." Harry felt Voldemort's soul shards twitch far away, torn and furious, bound in objects. "If he tries," Harry said, "I will end him at the roots." He let the shadows tighten. The three Death Eaters jerked as if strings pulled them straight. Their bodies stiffened. Their souls surged toward him, caught between the hooks in their marks and the deeper pull of the underworld. "You do not have to do this," Remus said. Harry turned his head enough to meet Remus's eyes. "Yes," he said, "I do." He brought his hand down. It was not Avada Kedavra. There was no flash of green. The shadows snapped shut. The three Death Eaters gasped as one, then went limp. Their bodies sagged in the shadow bonds, heads hanging. Their souls tore free in a rush, raw and bright and full of shock. Harry staggered. The influx hit his chest hard. Cold flooded his veins. For a second he felt their last thoughts. Fear, rage, a stubborn clinging to Voldemort's promises. Then the underworld took them. Their souls whipped past him, threw him down. He felt the chains catch them, pull them into their proper ranks. The noise in his head spiked and then settled into a new pattern. He took a breath. The hanger-on sat frozen in the chair, eyes fixed on the dead men. He had wet himself. Kingsley lowered his wand a fraction. "You killed them," he said. "Yes," Harry said. Remus's face had gone gray. "That fast," he said. Harry looked at the fourth man. "You were only along for the ride," he said. "You did not take the mark." The man shook so hard the chair creaked. "I did not," he babbled. "I did not. I just let them use the place. I did not want any trouble." "You got it anyway," Harry said. The man sobbed. "I have kids," he said. "They needed money. I will talk. I will tell you everything. Please, please." Harry felt his soul flutter, frantic but not yet hooked. He looked at Kingsley. "This one is yours," Harry said. "Do what the Ministry does. Lock him up. Question him. Whatever you want." Kingsley stared at him. "You just killed 3 men without a spell from any known book, and you are handing me one petty coward," Kingsley said. Harry shrugged. "He has a chance to change," Harry said. "They did not. The mark takes that the moment it burns in." Remus swallowed. "That is your line," Remus said. "The mark. For now," Harry said. Remus looked at the bodies again. "We will have to report this," he said quietly. "There will be questions." "They are cowards who died in a safe house after a murder," Harry said. "Tell them that. Oh, and tell them the King of the Dead took them when the Ministry failed to catch them the first time." Remus stared. "King of the what?" he asked. Harry blinked. The title had slipped out without his permission. It sat heavy in the air. "It fits," he said. Remus closed his eyes for a second. You are still Harry, he said, like he was reminding himself. Yes, Harry said. Harry with more work to do. He released the shadow bonds. The dead men's bodies dropped to the floor with dull thuds. The hanger-on flinched and tried to climb over the back of his chair. Kingsley stepped forward and snapped the manacles around the man's wrists. You are under arrest, Kingsley said. You will be taken to the ministry for questioning. Pray you are more useful alive than dead. The man sobbed and nodded. Harry stepped back. His legs shook. Sweat beaded on his forehead. His breath came short. Remus noticed. Out, Remus said. Now, before you pass out in a room full of corpses. Harry did not argue. They stepped back into the street. The door swung shut behind them with a soft click. The night air felt thicker now. His ears rang. The whispers in his head buzzed, restless from the fresh additions. He leaned against the wall for a second. Remus moved in at once, hand on his elbow. Easy, Remus said. Slow breaths. Harry obeyed. In. The noise in his head dulled a little. You all right? Kingsley asked. Fine, Harry said. Liar, Remus said. Harry gave him a sideways look. You are pale as chalk, Remus said. Your hands are shaking. You just took 3 souls in one go. Do not expect me to believe that does not affect you. Harry looked down. His fingers shook indeed. He flexed them and curled them into a fist. It hurts, he admitted. Not as much as it hurt when the first one went through me. It is a bit easier now. That scares me more. Remus let out a slow breath. We are going home, Remus said. Yes, Harry said. Kingsley glanced back at the house. I will call this in, he said. I will say the Death Eaters triggered some kind of unknown curse. They had plenty of experiments going. It will not be the strangest thing in the file. You will lie for me, Harry said. Kingsley met his eyes. I will buy us time, Kingsley said. There is a difference. Harry nodded once. They operated back to Grimald. The kitchen was quieter when they stepped in. Molly and Arthur had gone. Tonks sat with her head on the table, eyes closed. Hermione jumped to her feet the second she saw them. Ron, who sat beside her, snapped his head up. You are back, Hermione said. Obviously, Harry said. Alive, Ron added. Also obviously, Harry said. Hermione scanned his face. You did it, she said. Yes, he said. Did you enjoy it? She asked. No, he said. She searched his expression for a long second, then nodded, as if that answer mattered more than the act itself. Dumbledore chose that moment to arrive. He appeared in the doorway, tall and tired, robes singed at the hem. His eyes went at once to Harry. I heard, Dumbledore said. From Kingsley's call, Harry said. Or from the souls. Both, Dumbledore said. He stepped into the room, the others falling silent. Leave us, Dumbledore said quietly. Tonks pushed herself up with a wince. I am not sure that is a good idea, she muttered. Tonks, Kingsley said softly. She sighed and limped out. Remus followed after one last look at Harry. Kingsley went with them. Ron and Hermione stayed where they were. Dumbledore looked at them. I would speak to Harry alone, he said. No, Harry said. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Pardon? He asked. If you want to lecture me, you can do it in front of them, Harry said. They are already in this. They are not children you can send to bed when the conversation gets hard. Ron gave a small, surprised grin. Hermione set her jaw, backing him without words. Dumbledore studied all 3 of them, then inclined his head. Very well, he said. Sit. Harry stayed standing. Dumbledore sighed and took a seat at the table instead. The chair creaked under his weight. He folded his hands in front of him. You killed 3 men without trial, Dumbledore said. You executed them in a living room. Do you deny that? No, Harry said. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Why? He asked. Because they were already condemned, Harry said. They chose the mark. They killed tonight. They would have killed again. The underworld wanted them. I felt that strain. I eased it. Dumbledore's eyes clouded. You speak as though there is no other path, he said. as if the choice is between immediate execution and total chaos. The Ministry has prisons. We have Azkaban. Azkaban is a joke, Harry said. It breaks people, but it does not fix anything. Dementors chew at souls in random bites. They do not care who deserves what. They are out of your control. You do not decide who they kiss. That is why we removed them, Dumbledore said, a little sharp. And what replaced them? Harry asked. Cold walls. Long sentences. The promise that someday maybe someone will get around to dealing with the root problem. While they sit in cells, they still strain against the rules. They still cling to the idea that they cheated death. That is the part that breaks the most. Dumbledore's mouth tightened. You sound very certain, he said. I can feel it, Harry said. When someone dies, I feel the pull. When someone refuses to die correctly, I feel the strain. Voldemort has turned himself into a knot of those strains. Every Death Eater who carved that mark tied themselves to him and to the cheat. The underworld will not tolerate that forever. If I do not act, something worse will. What could be worse than you killing people in the street? Dumbledore asked, voice low. Harry thought of the moment in the Department of Mysteries when he had considered ripping Sirius back through the veil. He thought of the wall of rules that had stopped him. That wall cracking, he said. The dead climbing back into the world. Hungry, confused, angry. Bodies without souls stumbling around. Souls without bodies clinging to the living. That is worse. Hermione swallowed. Can that happen? She asked. Yes, Harry said. If someone with power pushes hard enough in the wrong place. If the rules that hold the dead break altogether. The thing in me exists to stop that. Dumbledore leaned back. I do not doubt that you believe what you are saying, he said. I also know that power has a way of convincing its holders that they alone see the full picture. Grindelwald believed that his greater vision justified terrible acts. So did Voldemort. So, at times, did I. The idea of the greater good is a seductive poison. I am not talking about ideas, Harry said. I am talking about structure. About laws that hold up reality. You studied magic your whole life. You know there are rules we do not make. Gravity, magical cores, blood connections. This is like that. Only bigger. And you think you are the only one who can enforce them, Dumbledore said. Harry hesitated. Yes, he said, because I am the only one with this connection. I did not ask for it. I would give it back if I could. I cannot. Dumbledore's eyes were very blue behind his cracked lenses. You have always had a choice, Harry, he said softly. Even when you felt you did not. You chose to face Voldemort in first year. You chose to fly after Quirrell in second. You chose to go after Sirius tonight. You are choosing now. Harry thought of Sirius falling through the veil. He thought of his own feet pounding up the steps. He thought of the moment he reached out instead of turning away. That choice already happened, he said. The consequences are here. Now I have smaller choices. How to use what I am stuck with. Who to aim it at. How hard. The big choice about whether to carry this is gone. And if I ask you to stop? Dumbledore asked. With what plan instead? Harry asked. Tell me. You know there are more Horcruxes. You know the Ministry is corrupt and slow. You know Death Eaters slip through trials. What is your alternative? Dumbledore looked down at his hands. In a perfect world, he said, we would gather evidence. We would prosecute. We would reform the system that allowed this terror to rise. We would teach the next generation better. In a perfect world, Voldemort would never have risen in the first place, Harry said. We are not in that world. Dumbledore's mouth twisted. You sound old, he said. I feel old, Harry said. Ron, who had been very quiet, spoke up. Professor, Ron said. You did not see what he did in that room. He made the shadows move. He made my mum freeze. He walked into that Death Eater nest and they just stopped. If you fight him on this, you will lose. Dumbledore looked at Ron with sad eyes. I am aware, he said. That scares you, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said simply. It terrifies me. Harry folded his arms. Good, he said. You should be scared. Everyone should. Not because I want them afraid for its own sake. Because fear will keep them from playing with death like it is a toy. Dumbledore sighed. And what of mercy? He asked. What of second chances? Harry thought of the hanger-on in the living room. He thought of the way the man had sobbed about his children. He got one, Harry said. He did not take the mark. He gets a cell and a trial. If he goes back to Voldemort after that, the chains will catch him next time. The others had their chance when they raised their wands and carved their arms. It is not mercy to let them go on hurting people because we are afraid to stain our hands. Dumbledore flinched. You are 15, Dumbledore said. You should be worried about exams, not about cosmic chains. I was 13 when you let me face Dementors on a lake, Harry said. I was 11 when a teacher tried to kill me for a stone you hid in a school. Do not pretend I ever had the luxury of being just a student. Silence settled over the kitchen. Hermione's hands twisted in her jumper again. Ron stared at the table. Dumbledore sat very still for a long time. When he finally spoke, his voice was low. I failed you, he said. Not only in this moment. In many before. I should have protected you from all of this. I told myself you could handle it. That it would make you stronger. That the prophecy demanded it. Now I see that in trying to prevent one horror, I allowed another. Harry watched him. I am not asking you to feel guilty, Harry said. Guilt does nothing. I am asking you not to stand in my way. Dumbledore looked up. And if I cannot agree? He asked. Harry met his gaze. Then I will step around you, Harry said. There was no threat in the words. Just simple fact. Dumbledore held his eyes for a long moment, then looked away. I do not know how to fight you, Dumbledore said quietly. More importantly, I do not know if I should. Every instinct in me screams that what you did tonight was wrong. Every calculation I make tells me that if you had not done it, many more would die in the long run. I stand in a place I never wished to stand. Harry waited. At last, Dumbledore stood. I will not help you kill, he said. I will not cheer you on. I will not design your targets. But I will not move to stop you either, as long as your blade falls only on those who have already chosen death in their hearts. That is a very pretty way of saying you will do nothing, Harry said. Dumbledore flinched again. Perhaps, he said. Perhaps paralysis is all I have left. Age brings caution. Sometimes that is wisdom. Sometimes it is cowardice. I am still deciding which this is. Harry considered him. That is your choice, he said. Dumbledore looked at him with something close to grief. You are not my weapon anymore, Dumbledore said. You are something far older than me. I cannot claim any right to direct you. You never had that right, Harry said. Dumbledore nodded. Then we understand each other, he said. He turned toward the door, then paused. The first time I saw you, Dumbledore said, you were a baby left on a doorstep. I thought placing you with your aunt would keep you safe. I thought I could manage the horrors of this world on your behalf. I was wrong. Now I must live in a world where you are the one managing them. That is my punishment. He walked out without another word. The kitchen felt emptier when he left. Ron let out a long breath. That was cheerful, Ron said. Hermione sank back onto the bench. How do you feel? She asked. Harry paused and actually checked. Tired. Bones heavy. Head buzzing. Chest full of cold weight. The grief for Sirius still burned under everything. The fresh memory of 3 men dying sat sharp in his mind. Like I just crossed a line I cannot cross back over, he said. Hermione met his eyes. We crossed it with you, she said. Ron nodded, though his hands shook. Yeah, he said. Someone has to keep you from going full Dark Lord. Harry snorted. I am not a Dark Lord, he said. You just called yourself King of the Dead, Ron said. Better title, still creepy. Harry looked down at his hand. The phantom feel of the bident lingered in his palm. The underworld hummed quietly at the edge of his senses. Waiting, he reached inward, to all the souls that had just joined, to the countless others already in their ranks. He sent a single, clear thought. You will stay where you belong. You will not answer calls from the living. No necromancer, no ritual, no Horcrux will pull you out. If something tries, you will tell me. The underworld accepted the command. The whispers shifted. They were still loud, still messy, but now there was a thread of order running through them, a new line of communication. The fresh dead from the London house trembled and then settled. Harry opened his eyes. "That was it," Hermione said quietly. "Was that you giving them an order?" "Yes," Harry said. "The first one?" she asked. "The first of many," he said. He sank into the chair Dumbledore had just left. For a moment he let his eyes close. The kitchen smelled of soup gone cold and burned toast. The table under his hands was scarred. Ron's breathing was loud. Hermione's knee bumped his under the table, a small, steady point of warmth. The dead still whispered in his head. The living still looked to him with fear and hope. Harry sat between those two worlds and tried to breathe. The stone at Harry's feet trembled when he breathed in. He stood just outside the main gate of Hogwarts, one hand resting on the cold iron, the other pressed lightly against the ground. The sky was dull and gray. The castle rose ahead, solid and familiar, and every stone in it thrummed under his palm like a quiet heart. The wards pressed against him, a soft resistance. Old magic, light aligned. Layer on layer of charms and protections sunk into the foundations by centuries of cautious heads of school. They did not like him. Harry let his fingers curl into the soil. The earth responded before he even formed a word. It recognized the claim that had settled into his bones at the Veil. Underworld authority. Domain. He did not push hard. He did not want a crack or a collapse. He only wanted to know how much it would take. The wards brightened for a moment, a faint pressure behind his eyes. They tried to hold the structure of the castle away from him, to keep the stone separate from the dead place that now lived inside his core. He brushed that aside. The tremor spread outward under the grass. He felt the bedrock under the grounds shift its attention. It stopped listening to the carved symbols on the boundary stones and listened to him instead. That was all it took. Harry exhaled and lifted his hand. The pressure eased. The wards sagged back into place with a tired sort of ache. Behind him, someone cleared their throat. McGonagall stood a few steps away on the path, cloak drawn tight around her shoulders. Her lips were pressed thin. She had watched him in silence, long enough to understand that the shake in the ground had not been an accident. "You did not use your wand," she said. Harry looked at his empty hand, then at the gate. "I do not need it for this. I gathered," she said. Her eyes flicked to the castle. The wards felt that. "They will hold," Harry said. "As long as I allow it." Her jaw clenched. "This is not a joke." "I am not joking." For a few seconds only the wind moved between them. Harry watched the distant walls. The stone still obeyed the ancient spells out of habit, but the connection to him sat under that like a deeper note. If he decided to strip the light from the base, the whole structure would shudder. He knew because the earth itself had told him. McGonagall looked older today. The lines around her mouth seemed deeper, her back a little straighter, as if she was holding herself in place by force. "Albus is in his office," she said. "He wanted to greet you here, but you arrived early." "I know. Of course you do," she muttered. He could feel Dumbledore's presence like a candle in the tower. Human magic, bright and fragile. The dead whispers around him curled away from that light. They did not fear it, but they did not care about it either. McGonagall took a step closer. "Harry," she said, "when you stand on this ground, you are not only a force. You are a teacher. Children are going to sit in front of you and trust that you will not tear their world apart. They will not be children forever," he said. "They will be targets, soldiers, or bodies in the ground. No one stopped that from happening before. I am only admitting it out loud. That is not how we guide them. It is the only way that works." "That is your opinion," she said sharply. "It is not a law." He looked at her. "It is a law now." Her nostrils flared. For a second he saw the urge to argue, to snap, to remind him that she had been teaching before he had even been born. Then she swallowed it. "Very well," she said. "You have a class with your year group before lunch. 6th years. Albus will make the announcement at breakfast." "I saw." "Stop that," she snapped. He blinked. "Stop what?" "The way you say that," she said. "Like the rest of us are walking through fog while you stand on a tower and look down at the map." Harry paused. "I did not mean it as insult. Intent does not always matter." she said. Impact does. He thought of the way the Death Eaters had stopped screaming as soon as he closed his hand. The way their souls had torn free and fell, obedient, into the dark below him. The weight of that still sat in his chest, steady and cold. It is a simple fact, he said. Facts can hurt, she said. Be careful where you throw them. Her eyes stayed on his for a moment more. Then she turned and walked toward the gate. The iron bars slid open on their own, with a creak that sounded smaller than it had last year. Come on, Potter, she said without looking back. It would not do for the new defense professor to be late to his first breakfast. The great hall was loud. Harry sat at the staff table, cloak pulled around his chair, the air around him a degree colder than the rest of the room. The ceiling showed low clouds. Candles floated overhead, flames steady. The 4 tables were full. Robes rustled. Cutlery clinked. Voices rose and dropped as students whispered behind hands and plates. They tried not to stare at him. They failed. He felt eyes on him from every direction. Some curious, some excited, some afraid in a way that had nothing to do with rumors and everything to do with the natural instinct to look away from a predator. Ron and Hermione sat at the far end of the Gryffindor table. Ron kept glancing up and away, like he was checking Harry was still there and hoping he was not. Hermione watched him directly, jaw set, quill ready beside her plate even though there was nothing to write yet. Dumbledore lifted his goblet and gave a small, gentle tap. The sound spread through the hall and settled the noise. Good morning, he said, voice warm. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The usual murmur of response rippled through the room, a mixture of groans and polite attention. Harry watched the headmaster without moving. The old man looked tired. His beard seemed whiter. His eyes met Harry's once, for a fraction of a second, and Harry felt the weight of regret move behind them. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Before we begin, I must speak on the events of this past summer. Many of you have heard stories about what took place at the Ministry. Some of them are true. Some of them are not. What you need to know is simple. Lord Voldemort is no longer hiding. Our world is in danger, and this school must be a place where you are prepared to face that danger. He paused, letting that sit. To that end, he went on, we have made a decision regarding defense against the dark arts. This year, and for as long as it is necessary, the position will be held by someone who has faced that darkness directly. The hall shifted. Whispers, quick and sharp. Dumbledore turned his head slightly. Professor Harry Potter. The words hung in the air. Every eye was on him now. Harry rose from his chair. The bench scraped softly. He could feel the way the dead pressed closer, curious. Human attention did not interest them. They were drawn to the moment where a living person stepped into a role that would deal with death. He looked down the hall from table to table, row to row. He saw familiar faces. Seamus, pale and wide-eyed. Neville, clutching his fork so tight his knuckles were white, but not looking away. Ginny, chin up, mouth a flat line. Slytherins watching with narrowed eyes. Malfoy in the middle, shoulders stiff, expression caught between outrage and nervous delight. Harry did not smile. I am here to teach you how not to die, he said, voice carrying without effort, and how to kill what cannot be killed. The whispers stopped. Even the candles seemed quieter. You already know spells, Harry went on. You know how to wave a wand and say a word and make something move. That is not enough. It has never been enough. You are children who have been told stories about bravery and love. Those stories did not stop people from falling through the veil. On the Gryffindor bench, Ron flinched. Hermione tightened her grip on the table. I will not lie to you, Harry said. I have seen what waits past death. I carry it with me. I am not here to comfort you. I am here to train you. Defense class will be about power. Real power. The sort that does not care about what people think is proper. If you are not ready for that, you should tell your head of house now and ask to be excused. You will still be sent into a world that wants you dead. That will not change. Silence spread out from him in rings. Down the Slytherin table a student snorted. Harry did not need to turn to know who it was. Some of you, he said, gaze sliding toward the blonde head, think you already understand power. You think it runs in your blood. You think your family name will protect you. You are wrong. Malfoy stiffened. Harry let the words hang there, then sat down again. Dumbledore's smile did not reach his eyes. "Thank you, Professor Potter," he said softly. The hall did not relax after that. Conversation picked up again in patches, but the tone was different, sharper. Every whisper seemed to circle back to the same point. Harry Potter is teaching us. Harry Potter is not the same. Harry reached for his goblet. The water inside had stopped rippling. His hand was steady. He drank without tasting. At the Gryffindor table, Hermione reached for her quill at last and started to write, eyes still on him. The sixth years filed into the defense classroom just before midday. Harry was already there. He stood in front of the blackboard with his back to it, cloak still on, Stygian iron staff resting upright beside him. It looked like a simple metal pole until you stared at it. Then you saw the faint twist in its shape, the suggestion of tines at the end, the way the light around it seemed slightly thinner. The room felt different. The air was cold without any visible source. Shadows clung to the corners even though the torches burned bright. The desks were in neat rows. The usual pile of jinxed books in the corner was gone. Ron and Hermione took seats in the front row, as if pulled there by habit. Ron looked like he wanted to be anywhere else. Hermione was breathing slowly, as if she was counting each breath. Malfoy walked in with Crabbe and Goyle close behind. He slowed when he saw Harry, his chin lifting a fraction, his expression sliding into something cool and superior. More students followed. Neville, Dean, Lavender, Ernie and Hannah from Hufflepuff. A knot of Ravenclaws near the middle, their eyes bright with interest and worry. The last bell rang. Harry watched the door swing shut. It locked with a quiet click. Several students jumped. "Sit," Harry said. They did. Silence settled again, heavier in the enclosed room. Harry let the weight of the underworld uncoil a little inside his chest. He did not summon any specters. He did not need to. The awareness of the dead flooded the spaces between the desks, pressing against the walls, watching the living. Most of the students could not see them, but their bodies recognized the change. He saw goosebumps rise on arms. He heard the slight hitch in breathing. He stepped away from the blackboard and closer to the first row. "Last year," he said, "you fought Death Eaters in this school." A few heads nodded, cautious. "You lost points," he said. "You spent nights in the hospital wing. Some of you gained scars. Some of you saw your friends on the floor. You passed your exams and were told you did well." He let that sit. "It was not good enough," he said. Hermione swallowed. "We were students," she said quietly. "We did what we could." "You did what you were trained to do," Harry said. "Which was not enough." Ron shifted in his seat. "What were we supposed to do then?" he muttered. "Turn into you overnight." Harry met his eyes. "You were supposed to live," he said. "That is the only success that matters." Ron looked away. Harry turned his attention to the whole class. Defense against the dark arts is now about one thing: survival. You will learn how to control fear, yours and other people's. You will learn how to use the environment. You will learn how to end a threat. Quickly, cleanly. "That sounds like dark magic," Ernie said. "It is," Harry said. Several people flinched at that simple answer. He walked toward the nearest wall. The stone under the plaster thrummed, aware of him. He laid his palm against it. "Magic is not moral," he said. "It is not light or dark by nature. People give it names because they are scared of what it can do. Power is just power. If you have it and you do not use it, someone else will. Someone who does not care who gets hurt." "So you care," Malfoy said suddenly. His tone was casual, but his eyes were sharp. "Is that what this is? A charity? St. Potter coming back to save the school from the very things he does in his spare time?" There were a few nervous laughs. Several students went very still. Harry did not look at him at first. He focused on the wall. He pushed. The stone answered. The floor under their feet gave a small, precise shudder. The torches flickered. The blocks inside the wall groaned in a low, grinding way, a sound that came from deep inside the castle and made stomachs clench. Every wand in the room was suddenly in a hand. Harry took his hand off the wall. The sound stopped. The floor settled. That was not a spell, he said. I did not say a word. I did not move my wand. Hermione was staring at his hand. You changed the structure, she whispered. You actually did. I felt the support shift. That is the foundations. Harry nodded once. The castle sits on stone. Stone sits on earth. The underworld sits under all of it. I claim that path. The wards cannot stop me. They were not built to. You cannot just pull the castle apart because you feel like making a point, Malfoy snapped. Harry finally turned fully to him. Do you think I am reckless? He asked. Malfoy opened his mouth, then stopped. The question was too calm. Harry took a few steps down the aisle until he stood beside Malfoy's desk. Crabbe and Goyle tensed. Wands shifted again. Stand up, Harry said. Malfoy hesitated. If you are so sure of your judgment, Harry said, stand. Look at me and decide whether I am a danger to this room or its shield. Malfoy pushed his chair back and stood. His chin was up, his grip on his wand tight. Go on, Ron muttered under his breath. Ask him what color his curtains are while you are at it. Malfoy ignored him. You are unstable, he said to Harry. Everyone can see it. Whatever you brought back from the ministry is not normal. You think being scary makes you safe, but the more you throw your weight around, the more people will push back. You think people will push back against me? Harry asked. I think they should, Malfoy said. There it was. Pride and fear, wrapped around each other. Harry let the shadows in the corners move. The light in the room did not dim. The torches burned as bright as before. Yet every shadow in the space stretched toward Malfoy. Under the desks, along the floor, up the walls. They reached for him like water flowing downhill, gathering under his feet, climbing his legs, rising up his back. Malfoy froze. He tried to move his wand. His arm refused to lift. His breathing sped up. His eyes widened, then darted around as if looking for where the darkness was coming from. But there was no clear source. It was not a trick of light. It was the absence of light itself answering a call. Students gasped. Chairs scraped. Hermione grabbed the edge of her desk. Ron half rose, then stopped, face pale. Do not cast, Harry said, without raising his voice. Every wand that had been ready now hovered uncertainly. No one wanted to test what would happen if they disobeyed someone who could do that without moving. Malfoy's knees shook. Sweat broke out on his forehead. His pupils were blown wide, but his eyes did not see the classroom anymore. Harry watched the change. The underworld whispered in his ear, offering images, memories, ways to shape terror. He chose a simple one. He pulled the awareness of every dead Malfoy that had ever crossed his path. Ancestors, followers, a line of pale faces in corridors of stone. He did not show them to the class. He folded them inside the darkness that wrapped around Draco alone. Malfoy jerked as if someone had grabbed his heart. Do you feel that? Harry asked quietly. Malfoy tried to speak. No sound came out. That is your bloodline, Harry said. They are watching you. They are judging you. They know everything you have said and done. They know where your loyalties sit. They know how you cried when you thought you were alone. They know every moment you chose safety over courage. Malfoy's lips trembled. He made a strangled sound. That is what your father fears, Harry went on. Not mudbloods. Not the ministry. He fears that when he dies, there will be nowhere to hide from himself. Harry, Hermione said softly. Enough. The rest of the class sat frozen. Some students looked ill. Others looked morbidly fascinated. No one moved. Harry held Malfoy's gaze. He did not raise the fear any further. He let it sit right where it was. Searing. Honest. This is dread, he said to the room. Not nerves before an exam. Not stage fright. True dread. The knowledge that there is no escape and no lie that can save you. Dark arts use it all the time. So do Dementors. So do Dark Lords. The difference is that they enjoy it. He let that hang for a second, then added, I do not. He snapped his fingers. The shadows peeled away from Malfoy and slid back to the corners. Malfoy collapsed onto his chair, chest heaving, eyes wet. His hands shook so hard he dropped his wand. It rolled across the floor, stopping near Neville's shoe. No one laughed. Pick up his wand, Harry said. Neville flinched. Me. Yes. Neville bent down slowly, keeping his eyes on Harry, and placed the wand back on Malfoy's desk. Thank you, Harry said. Neville swallowed. You are welcome. Harry turned away from Malfoy. That was a lesson, he said to the class. You will learn both sides of it. How to do that, and how to stand up under it without breaking. Is that even possible? Dean asked, voice thin. To stand under that. Yes, Harry said. You are doing it now. He looked at Malfoy, and so is he. Malfoy did not look at anyone. His hands were pressed flat on the desk as if he needed the wood to keep himself steady. Hermione raised her hand. What are we actually going to study? She asked. Practical. First unit. Harry nodded. Today you will not cast anything. You will observe. Then you will talk. And you will not give me the answers you think I want. You will tell me the truth. About what? Seamus asked. About what you feared in that moment, Harry said. About what you thought I would do next. About what you wanted to do and did not. If you cannot name your fear, it will own you. A few students shifted in their seats, uncomfortable. Others nodded, slow and serious. Then Harry said, I will show you how to move the shadows yourselves. In small ways, controlled. You will learn to shape dread without losing yourselves to it. If I see anyone enjoying it, if I see anyone using it on someone who is not in this room with consent, you will not like what happens next. Hermione frowned. You cannot just threaten the students with unspecified consequences, she said. There has to be structure, Harry. Rules. There are rules, he said. Mine. She stared at him. That is not reassuring. It is honest. Ron gave a short, humorless laugh. At least he is not pretending anymore. Harry walked back to the front of the room and leaned his staff against the wall. Page 1, he said. Fear. A few students glanced at their books, then realized he was not talking about the text at all. This will not be like your other classes, he said. There will not be a neat list of spells on the board by the end of each lesson. There will be things you remember when someone is trying to kill you. If you want tidy notes, you can make your own. Hermione already had parchment in front of her. Her quill hovered. Ready. Start, Harry said. Who wants to talk about what they felt? No one moved. He raised an eyebrow. Fine. Granger. Hermione glared at him. You could at least ask, she said. I did, he said. No one answered. She sighed. It was cold, she said, voice steady. Felt like Dementors but sharper. More personal. Less like a blanket and more like a knife. Direct, Harry said. Good. It made me think of my parents, she went on. Of what they would say if they saw me sit here and let this happen. Part of me wanted to stand up and tell you to stop. Part of me wanted to see how far you would go. That part scares me more. He nodded once. You are not alone in that. Her eyes flicked across the room. A few people looked away, guilty. Finnegan, Harry said. You laughed. Seamus flushed. I did not think you would hear that, he said. I hear dead people who are buried in other countries, Harry said. I heard you. A few students made soft, nervous noises at that. Seamus swallowed. I laughed because I did not know what else to do. It was not funny. It just felt easier than screaming. That, Harry said, is useful. Some of you will use humor to keep your minds intact. Do not be ashamed of it. Just do not let it distract you from the threat. Ron glanced at him. So my entire personality, he muttered under his breath. Lavender gave a thin, shaky smile despite herself. One by one, he pulled answers from them. Neville admitted he had wanted to run, but his legs would not move. Ginny said she had felt sick and angry at the same time. A Ravenclaw boy confessed that his first thought had been that this would make a good article for the school paper, and then hated himself for that impulse. Harry listened without judgment. He pointed out patterns. Avoidance, defiance, submission. He did not soften his words, but he did not mock. When he finally looked back at Malfoy, the boy was calmer. His breathing had settled. His hands still shook a little. Draco, Harry said. Several heads snapped toward Malfoy. He tensed. No, he said. This is not optional, Harry said. I already gave you enough entertainment, Malfoy bit out. Use someone else. It is not about entertainment, Harry said. It is about learning to name what happened. Malfoy's jaw worked. Felt like drowning, he said at last, voice low. Except the water was inside my skull. Felt like I was gonna die and then keep falling anyway. The room was so silent that even the scratch of Hermione's quill stopped. I saw my father, Malfoy said. I saw him in a place I do not want to talk about. He looked at me like I was a disappointment, like I was a mistake. And for a second I thought you were gonna make that permanent. That you were gonna drag me somewhere I could never crawl out of. He swallowed hard and stared down at his hands. Thank you, Harry said. Malfoy's head snapped up. Do not say that like I did you a favor. You did, Harry said. You named it. You gave other people words to compare their own fear with. That matters. Malfoy stared at him for a second more, then looked away. Harry straightened. That is enough talking, he said. You needed to feel it and you needed to say it. Now you will see it from the other side. He walked to the center of the room. The shadows shifted again, but this time they moved slower, calmer, like smoke drifting down instead of a wave. He raised his hands slightly. This is umbrokinesis at a simple level, he said. I am not going to touch your minds. I am not going to drag your ancestors into the room. I am just going to show you how the space can bend. The torches did not dim. The room stayed lit. Yet a column of shadow rose from the floor in front of him, reaching up until it nearly touched the ceiling. It twisted, then spread out in a thin sheet. He shaped it with small movements of his fingers, forming a wall between him and the class. Someone gasped. The wall was pure absence. No detail, no color, just a flat cut out of reality that made the eyes ache. Harry took a step into it. He vanished. Several students shouted. Chairs scraped back. Hermione half rose. Ron swore under his breath. Harry's voice came from somewhere inside the dark. I am standing exactly where I was, he said. The room is the same. I have not left. You just cannot see me. If I threw a curse at you now, most charms would not stop it because they would not know where to connect. That is horrible, Hannah whispered. That is survival, Harry said. If you can do this and stay aware of your surroundings, you can move without people marking your position. You can hide others. You can make the enemy waste their attacks on the wrong spot. The shadow wall rippled. Then it shrank, folding back into him until he stood there again, as if he had stepped out of a curtain. He looked at them one by one. Later this year, he said, I will teach you how to make a shield out of that. How to send a bolt of it through someone and freeze them where they stand. Not today. Not until you prove that you can understand what dread does without enjoying it. Hermione's hand was shaking as she wrote. She did not stop. Why would anyone enjoy it? Ginny asked quietly. Harry thought of Bellatrix, of Death Eaters laughing as they tortured people in the Department of Mysteries. You already know the answer, he said. Pain is control. Some people mistake that for meaning. And you, Ernie said. You do not. Harry looked at him. I already have more control than I ever wanted, he said. There is no pleasure in making the world smaller for someone else. For a moment the room felt less cold. Then the whispers of the dead brushed against his mind again, reminding him that they were still there, waiting. The bell rang. No one moved. Class is dismissed, Harry said. You will write one parchment for next time. Not about spell theory. About fear. Yours. Do not copy each other. I will know. The students began to gather their things. Their movements were slower than usual. A few chairs scraped loudly in the quiet. Conversations started in low voices, tense and rushed. Neville came up to the front, clutching his bag. Professor, he said. Harry looked at him. Neville. Neville swallowed. Are you going to do that thing to everyone, he asked. The shadow thing in their head. No, Harry said. Only when I have to. What counts as have to? Neville asked. When the alternative is death, Harry said. Or something worse. Neville considered that, then nodded once. All right, he said. I will come back next lesson. You were not planning to leave, Harry said. Neville gave him a small, surprised smile. Last year I would have, he admitted. Now I do not know if I can afford to. He turned and left, joining the stream of Hufflepuffs. Hermione lingered by his desk. Ron hovered near the door, torn between leaving and staying. You cannot keep treating them like soldiers, Hermione said. They are soldiers, Harry said. They are still kids, she said. So are you. He looked past her at the line of desks. No, he said. I am not. She flinched at that plain statement more than she had at any shadow. You are going to burn yourself out, she said. You cannot carry this much and pretend it does not crush you. I am not pretending, he said. I am simply not visible to you in that way anymore. That is not an answer, she said. It is the only one I have. Her shoulders slumped. You know, I am not just going to stand here and watch you turn into something no one can talk to. Right? You already are, he said gently. Her mouth trembled. She took a step back as if she wanted to slap him and hug him at the same time but could not do either. Come on, Hermione, Ron called from the door. We will be late for lunch. I am coming, she snapped automatically. She looked back at Harry one more time. You are still you, she said. Whether you like it or not. He did not answer. She turned and left. Ron gave Harry a quick, uneasy nod before following. Harry stood alone in the quiet classroom. The shadows settled back into normal corners. The staff against the wall hummed softly under his fingers when he picked it up. Through the floor, through the stone, through the deep earth under the castle, he felt movement. The building had noticed him. Wards ran like threads through the walls, checking for damage, adjusting around the places he had pressed. He could pull the whole thing down if he chose. He could empty it, leave a scar on the landscape that would never fully heal. He did not yet. From a window high in the castle, Severus Snape watched the courtyard outside the defense classroom. The stone around the window frame had shivered half an hour earlier. He had felt it through his bones. Old magic, jostled aside by something that did not recognize its authority. Now, as the 6th years spilled out into the courtyard, pale and shaken, Snape saw Harry step out last. The boy paused on the threshold, his hand briefly touching the doorframe. The stones under that touch flexed. Snape saw the ripple travel along the wall, subtle and wrong. The castle adjusted like a living body trying to accommodate a foreign organ. Snape's fingers tightened on the windowsill. He had seen Dark Lords rise. He had knelt before power. He had taught children who played at cruelty and thought they understood the stakes. This was none of those things. This was something that stood in his school and could make the foundations groan just by breathing. Snape watched Harry walk across the courtyard, students splitting around him without needing to be told. He watched the way shadows stretched toward him on their own. For the first time in a long time, Severus Snape did not know which side of the board he was standing on. He knew only one thing. If the boy who once hid behind his mother's eyes decided that Hogwarts was an obstacle instead of a home, no ancient spell in these walls would stop him from crushing it in his hand. The world was white fire and ringing sound. Harry stood in the middle of the training hall the god of magic had carved out of nothing. The floor was smooth stone. There were no walls, not really, just an endless curve of space that faded into a pale glow. Lines of light floated in the air around him, long threads of script that twisted and folded, each one tracing the shape of a spell he had cast in this place. His chest hurt, his lungs burned, his hands shook. Again, the god of magic said. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, deep and calm, old and tired. Harry still could not put a face to it. When he looked at the figure that stood a few steps ahead, his mind refused to keep any detail. It was like trying to remember a dream while he was still having it. Harry wiped sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. "You are enjoying this," he muttered. One of the threads near his head flared bright gold, then settled. His grumble had been caught and written into the air with the rest. Every word spoken in this place became script. The hall remembered everything. "This is not enjoyment," the god of magic said. "This is necessity." Again, Harry raised his wand. His arm felt heavy. Magical pressure pressed on him from all sides, like deep water. The hall never allowed him to forget that he was standing in something older than Hogwarts, older than wands, older than human magic. "Fine," Harry said through his teeth. "Shield." He did not speak the incantation. That had been the first rule here. No words, no fixed wand pattern, no safety of habit. He pulled magic up from the core of himself, that bright pool he had only discovered once he started coming here, and pushed it outward. He pictured a globe of force, not flat but layered like dragon scale. Each scale its own spell, its own intent. Protection against physical force. Protection against cutting magic. Protection against fire. Protection against mind work. Every layer a clear purpose. Magic poured through him. The floor hummed. Gold light flowed from the tip of his wand and curved inward, wrapping around him. The script around him moved, lines sliding into a new pattern. Good, the god of magic said. Hold, something slammed into the shield. Harry had no warning. One instant he stood in the glow, the next he saw a bolt of dark power break toward him, blur, impact. The sound was a thunderclap. His ears rang. The shield bent inward, gold light rippling like disturbed water. His knees buckled. Pain shot through his arm. He held on. The first layer of the shield took the raw force and spread it. The second caught the twist of cutting magic and ate it. The third flashed white as it burned away curse work tangled in the attack. The bolt broke apart and vanished. Harry gasped and dropped to one knee. The shield flickered and faded. The threads above him slid into a new pattern again, recording the way his magic had flowed, the tiny changes in his casting. That, the god of magic said, is closer. Harry pushed himself back to his feet. His legs shook. Closer is not enough if someone pulls that on me in a hallway. You could have warned me. You think a true enemy will warn you? The god of magic asked. You want power that keeps you alive. Then you need to show me how you react when you are angry, when you are tired, when you are blindsided. Calm lessons are only the beginning. Harry rolled his shoulder. I get it. I still reserve the right to complain. A few threads near the far side of the hall pulsed in answer, repeating his grumble as tiny lines of gold. He glared at them. The hall was far too smug for a room with no face. You have trained your control, the god of magic said. You have learned to weave layered effects. Now you must test it in a place where people bleed, where you feel fear, where the stakes are confusing and unfair. Harry tensed. Hogwarts already handles that part very well. This is different, the god of magic said. Today you will step into a duel in the open. You will not show the full shape of what you can do. You will still play their game, use their spells, but you will keep the deeper layers of your magic ready. You will see how mortals move when they try to hurt each other. That is the point of this lesson. Harry hesitated. You want me to go looking for a fight. I want you prepared for the ones that will come even if you hide in your tower, the god of magic answered. Voldemort is not the only threat in this world. Fear, panic, simple hatred. They can do as much damage as a killing curse. You carry a power that can pull whole systems apart. You are not ready to aim that power until you know how fragile people are up close. Harry swallowed. His throat felt dry. You do not kill, the god of magic said softer. That is not your path. You will disable. You will protect. You will adapt. I will watch. I will not interfere unless you lose yourself. Harry looked up at the floating script that held his words, his choices, his stumbles. Rows and rows of glowing lines circling the hall. His own record. He nodded. All right, a duel. I will handle it. The god of magic did not answer with words. The training hall folded in on itself. The white glow rushed inward. For a heartbeat, Harry felt as if he hung in a blank space with no up or down. Then stone solidified under his feet. The scent of food and candles rushed in. The sound of students talking, laughing, clinking plates. He was back at the Gryffindor table in the Great Hall. Only a few seconds had passed in the real world. His fork still rested in his hand. Ron talked with his mouth full. Hermione frowned at her book. No one seemed to notice that Harry had just spent what felt like an hour dodging bolts of raw power. Time did not move the same way in the hall. Ron leaned over the table, eyes bright. Did you hear McGonagall? She is serious. A dueling exhibition. Whole school. House against house. Hermione shot Ron a sharp look. Ron, do not talk with food in your mouth. He rolled his eyes and swallowed. Sorry. Still, a dueling thing. In the Great Hall. With staff watching. It is brilliant. Harry blinked, his mind catching up. Wait, what? Hermione turned the book around so he could see the notes she had been scribbling. Her handwriting slanted over the page, neat but crammed. Professor Flitwick made the announcement while you were staring at your potatoes, she said. The staff wants something to channel all the tension. A house dueling exhibition. Paired matches, then a short final round. Voluntary. They say it is to promote discipline. Ron grinned. Also to let everyone hit Malfoy with spells and not get detention. Across the hall, the Slytherin table rustled. Draco Malfoy stood, his chin high, arms folded. He spoke with his usual smug curl of a smile. A group of students around him laughed. A few glanced toward the Gryffindor table. Harry felt a tug in his chest. An echo of the hall and the god of magic. A duel. Public. Watched. Adrenaline, but contained. It was exactly what his teacher had just described. You are thinking about signing up, Hermione said quietly. He looked at her. Her gaze searched his face, sharp and worried. Her brown eyes were too clever for his secrets. Maybe, Harry said. I have been learning more spells. It would be a good way to see how they work against someone who is trying to break them. Ron thumped his fist softly against the table. You have to. You are the best dueler in the year. Or close. You were the only one in the defense club who could keep up with you-know-who when she went on about complex shield chains. Hermione flushed. Those were not that complex. Just layered effects. Harry hid a small smile. If she knew what he had just tried in the training hall, she would redefine her idea of complex. Harry, Hermione said, voice lower. If you do this, you need to be careful. Dumbledore has been watching you more. So has Snape. If you pull out magic that does not match what you should be able to do, they will notice. I know, Harry said. I will keep it normal. Mostly. That is the point, right? Hermione bit her lip. Mostly is not a word that gives me comfort. Ron leaned back. Scared he will explode the ceiling? Yes, Hermione snapped. Have you seen what happens when he gets angry near magic lately? The candles went out in an entire corridor last week. The suits of armor rattled for 10 minutes. Harry felt heat rise in his face. That was not my fault. Entirely. The quiet weight of the god of magic settled at the back of his thoughts. Faint presence. Not words, just awareness. This is the test. That voice finally said inside his mind. Do not overreach. You have nothing to prove. Harry took a breath. I will sign up, he said. I will be careful. I promise. Hermione looked unconvinced. Ron looked thrilled. Fine, Hermione said. Then we are practicing tonight in an empty classroom. If you are going to walk into a duel in front of the entire school, you will at least have a proper warm-up. Ron pointed his fork at her. You mean you want to hex him until he stops being dramatic? Hermione sniffed. If it works, I will call it a success. Harry laughed despite the knot in his stomach. The hall inside his mind whispered with gold script that only he could see. That evening, empty classroom, 4th floor. Dust drifted in the beams of candlelight. Desks had been pushed against the walls. Ron stood near the far end of the room, wand raised, freckled face set with fake determination. Hermione stood closer to Harry, her wand already in her hand, eyes watchful. All right, Hermione said. We will start with standard stuff. Basic stunners, shield charms, disarming. No new spells. No experiments. Agreed. Harry nodded. Agreed. Ron frowned. You two really think there will not be anyone using more than schoolbook spells tomorrow? The Slytherin lot will drag out every foul thing they can get from their parents. That may be true, Hermione said. And that is exactly why Harry cannot do the same. If he starts pulling magic out of nowhere, people will ask questions. Harry lifted his wand. He could feel the deep well of power inside him, that new awareness that training in the hall had given him. He could also feel the gentler flow he had grown up with, the line that flowed through his wand when he cast a normal charm. He kept his grip on the second. Go on, Ron said. Try to disarm me. Harry flicked his wand. Expelliarmus. A red flash shot toward Ron. Ron rolled sideways and fired a stunner back. Harry raised a shield. Blue light flashed in front of him, simple and thin. The stunner hit, spread, faded. Sloppy, Hermione called. Ron, you dropped your shoulder. Harry, your shield lagged. Again, they repeated the exchange. Spells snapped back and forth. Bells echoed faintly through the castle as curfew drew closer. Harry let himself fall into the rhythm. Cast, dodge, block. The old way, the human way. Under it he felt the deep magic. It moved with him, following his intent even when he did not call on it. When he shifted his weight to dodge, the air around his foot seemed to thicken for a moment, helping him push off the floor faster. When he drew his wand level, light flickered at the edge of his vision. The training hall left traces on him. "Stop," Hermione said after a while. "Harry, try something for me. Keep to normal spells, but imagine the way you build things in wherever you go when you disappear at dinner." Harry stiffened. "I do not disappear at dinner." Hermione raised her brows. "You go blank. Same thing. Just try it. Build your shield like you do when you think no one is watching." Ron looked between them. "What are you two talking about?" "Training," Harry said. "We can use that word." Ron groaned. "Of course. Secret training. Again. Fine. I will stand here and throw things at you while you two talk like mysterious book spirits." Harry shot him a quick grin. "You do that." He took a breath, raised his wand. This time, when he called for a shield, he opened both paths at once. One hand still on school spell work, the other on the deeper structure. He pictured the shield as layers again. Not as complex as in the hall, just two levels. One visible, one hidden. "Protego," he said. Blue light flared. A normal shield. Under it, Harry felt the thicker curve of true magic, almost clear, like hot air over a road. Ron's stunner hit the visible blue layer first. It splashed, then slid sideways, its path bent by the unseen second layer, and crackled harmlessly into the stones at Harry's left. Ron lowered his wand, eyes wide. "That looked different." Hermione leaned forward. "Did you change the wand movement?" "No," Harry said slowly. "I changed how I thought about the shield. The outer layer is still a spell from the book. The other one is mine." The quiet voice inside him hummed. "Better. This is what I meant. You can hide deeper work under simple magic. That is how you move in their world without breaking it." "Again," Hermione said eagerly. "Ron, stunner. Harry, shield. Let us see if it holds against a stronger hit." Ron groaned. "I am starting to feel like a bludger." Harry laughed and raised his wand again. By the time they stopped, Ron had produced a few good hits and one stunner that had knocked Harry flat when he let the inner layer drop by mistake. Hermione had filled 2 sheets of parchment with cramped notes on patterns she thought she saw. Harry's muscles ached in the normal way, not the crushing deep ache that came from the training hall. For once, he felt both kinds of magic sit quietly in him, balanced. When they stepped out into the corridor, the castle was quiet. The torches burned low. Somewhere far above, the wind rattled a window. Hermione walked close at his side. She hugged her books against her chest, then shifted them to one arm. "You all right?" she asked. "Fine," Harry said. Came out half reflex. He forced himself to add more. "My head is loud, but that is normal now. I will manage." She sighed. "You do not have to do everything alone." "I am not," he said. "I have you, and Ron, and—" He hesitated. He could not say the god of magic out loud in a corridor. The walls liked to listen. "And other help." She gave him a searching look. "If you get in over your head tomorrow, I am stepping in. I do not care if it is a duel or not. I am not letting you burn out in front of the entire school." Warmth twisted in his chest. "That is not very fair to whoever is on the other end." "They will survive," she said. Her mouth twitched. "Probably." They reached the place where the staircases split. Students had thinned out long ago. No one else stood nearby. Hermione stopped, then turned so she blocked his path for a moment. "Harry," she said quietly, "I know you need to learn. I know you want to be ready. I do not want to lose you to whatever you are reaching for." He met her eyes. They were tired but steady. "You will not," he said. "You keep dragging me back down to the ground too often." She huffed a small laugh. "Someone has to." He did not overthink it. That had been one of the god of magic's few bits of advice that sounded like normal life. Do not overthink every heartbeat. Some choices can just be taken. Harry leaned in and kissed her. It was quick and awkward. Her books dug into his ribs. Their noses bumped. For a second, her eyes went wide. Then she kissed him back, soft and sure, fingers curling in the front of his robe. They parted with a quiet breath. Hermione's cheeks were pink. Well, she said, that is one way to ground you. Harry smiled. Did it work? Yes, she said. For now, a faint thread of gold script appeared at the edge of his vision, recording the moment in the hall that watched his life. He ignored it. Some things were his. Good night, Harry, Hermione said, voice low. Night, he answered. She turned away and walked up the left staircase. Harry stayed there a moment longer, hand touching his lips, before heading toward Gryffindor Tower. The god of magic kept a respectful silence. For once, the next evening, the great hall did not feel like the same room. The tables had been pushed to the sides. The floor between them had been cleared and smoothed. Staff chairs had been shifted to a raised platform at the far end. A shimmering line marked the center of the dueling space. Torches burned brighter than usual. The ceiling showed a sky of deep blue streaked with thin clouds, as if the castle itself expected something sharp. Students packed the sides. Gryffindors in clusters near one side, Slytherins at the other, Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws filling the spaces between. House banners hung higher than normal, bright color and moving fabric. Harry stood near McGonagall, along with the other Gryffindor volunteers. She wore her usual stern expression, but he could see the tightness at the corners of her mouth. She did not like this idea. She had agreed because it was better than letting tension boil over in corridors and common rooms. Remember, she said, voice low. This is display, not war. Honorable spells. Clear hits. No one is here to injure classmates. Ron murmured. Tell that to Malfoy. McGonagall's eyes flicked to him. Ron shrank back. Harry scanned the other houses. Malfoy stood at the front of the Slytherin group, wand in hand, smooth smirk in place. Beside him were two older students who looked equally pleased with the chance to show off. On the platform, Snape sat with his arms folded, expression blank. Dumbledore sat in the center, hands folded, eyes bright. The god of magic stirred in Harry's mind. Remember the limits, the voice said. Outer layer only unless you must go deeper. You are here to learn how they move. Got it, Harry thought back. Dumbledore stood. The hall quieted. Students, the headmaster said, his voice carrying without effort. Thank you for joining us in this little exercise. Tonight we will hold simple duels. First to 3 clean hits, under staff supervision. Let us show that strength and discipline can live side by side. He smiled. There was a tiredness under it. Harry could feel it more clearly now that he had trained his sense for magic. The headmaster's power did not just sit in him. It wrapped the hall steady and wide. First match, Professor Flitwick called from the side, clutching a list. Ron Weasley versus Theodore Nott. Ron groaned under his breath, then squared his shoulders and stepped forward. Harry clapped him on the back. Hermione whispered a last bit of advice that sounded suspiciously like a lecture on footwork. The match went by in a blur of red and blue light. Ron took a hit early, recovered, then landed 2 sharp disarms in a row. The hall cheered when he won. Hufflepuffs cheered the loudest. Hermione shouted herself hoarse. More matches followed. Hufflepuff against Ravenclaw. Slytherin against Gryffindor. Simple spells, though a few hexes slipped through. Professors stepped in when anything too nasty appeared. A jinx that tried to twist a boy's arm at the wrong angle vanished under McGonagall's cutting look. Next, Flitwick called, Harry Potter versus Draco Malfoy. The room stirred. Whispers rushed around the edges. Of course, Ron muttered when Harry moved past him. Always comes down to you two. Harry walked into the center. His hand felt steady on his wand. His heart did not. His pulse beat fast and hard. The god of magic watched from the back of his skull. Malfoy stepped in from the other side. He dipped in a mocking little bow. Try not to trip over your own fame, Potter. Harry gave him a flat look. Try not to fall on your face. A few students snickered. Malfoy's cheeks flushed. Professor Flitwick placed himself near the edge of the marked space. 3 hits decides it, he squeaked. Only standard dueling spells. Bow, they bowed. Harry kept his eyes locked on Malfoy even as he inclined his head. Magic coiled at the edge of his awareness. Ready but leashed. Begin, Flitwick called. Malfoy struck first. Expelliarmus. The red bolt shot straight and sharp. Harry had already started moving. He stepped to the side, wand flicking. Protego, the shield sprang up. This one he kept simple. The bolt splashed off, leaving a faint shimmer. Too slow, Malfoy called, trying to cover his missed chance with smugness. Harry did not answer. He snapped his wand up. Stupefy. Malfoy twisted the spell away with a shield charm and sent a hex back in the same motion. The 2 spells grazed each other and exploded in a shower of sparks. The crowd roared. The duel settled into a rhythm similar to his practice with Ron. Stunners, shields, disarms. The difference was the intent. Malfoy wanted to hurt him. It sat in the line of his jaw, in the way he pushed his magic too hard through his wand. First hit went to Malfoy. A stunner caught Harry's side when he misjudged a dodge. It tore through his shield and knocked him to one knee. The crowd gasped. Point to Slytherin, Flitwick called. Hermione's voice cut through the noise from the side. Harry, stay calm. You are not in danger. You know this, the god of magic said. You felt how much force he put into that. Adjust your shield. You do not need to match his anger. You just need to redirect it. Harry stood. His shoulder throbbed. He rolled it, drew a breath, and let the deeper layer of magic slide closer to the surface. Begin, Flitwick said again. Malfoy smiled, sharp and mean. Incarcerus. Ropes burst from his wand, thick and fast. A binding spell was not technically against the rules, though Harry saw McGonagall's mouth tighten. Harry flicked his wand. Protego, the visible shield flared. Under it, he shaped the deeper layer with a quick thought, twisting it into a curve that did not just block but caught. The ropes hit, slid, and wrapped around the inner layer instead of him. For a moment they hung in the air, tangled around invisible force. The crowd murmured. Malfoy's eyes widened. Harry snapped his wand down. He did not speak a word. He pushed at the deeper shield. The invisible surface flexed and flung the ropes back. They shot toward Malfoy like a snapped line. Malfoy barely had time to yelp. The ropes slammed into him, wrapping around his arms and chest, pinning his wand hand to his side. He fell backward onto the polished floor with a very undignified yowl. Gryffindor exploded into cheers. Hufflepuff joined in. Hermione clapped a hand over her mouth, eyes shining. Point to Gryffindor, Flitwick announced, though he looked both impressed and slightly alarmed. Snape sat forward on the staff platform. His eyes locked on Harry, cold and searching. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. The god of magic's presence pulsed. Careful, the voice murmured. You flirt with the edge. Keep the next exchange simpler. Harry nodded once, barely moving his head. Flitwick waved his wand. The ropes vanished from around Malfoy. Final exchange, he called. Begin. Malfoy did not bother with a smirk now. His eyes were bright with anger. Confringo, he snapped. That was not a school spell they had been taught. Harry felt the weight of it in the air. A blasting curse. Even weakened for a school duel, it could break bone if it landed wrong. The staff moved. McGonagall half rose. Snape's hand tightened on his wand. Harry did not think. Magic roared up through him. The hall inside his mind unfolded in an instant. Script flashed, patterns lined up, power answered. He snapped his wand up. Protego, he said. But the word barely mattered. The shield that sprang up was not the thin blue curve of a classroom charm. It was a smooth dome of pale light that wrapped around him in a breath. Layers folded over each other, each line of force tied to a specific purpose. Redirection, dispersal, dampening. The blasting curse hit. The sound was a deep crack that shook the hall. Light flared white. For a moment Harry saw nothing. The shield held. The curse did not bounce. The outer layer softened its impact, turned the sharp burst into a broad push. The deeper layers spread that push across the entire dome and then down into the floor. The stones under Harry's feet trembled, but did not break. The shock wave rolled outward in a ring of air that ruffled hair and robes. A few candles went out along the walls. The hall fell silent. Harry let the shield fade slowly. His heart hammered. Sweat ran down his back. He felt the strain of the deeper magic in his bones. Malfoy stared at him, pale. His wand hand shook. Flitwick broke the quiet first. "Match to Gryffindor," he called, voice slightly high. Students erupted into noise. Gryffindors shouted. Some Hufflepuffs whistled. A few Ravenclaws argued in urgent whispers about what they had just seen. The Slytherin side buzzed with angry, frightened talk. Harry turned toward his house out of habit, ready for Ron to clap him on the shoulder and Hermione to start scolding him even while she smiled. He did not get that far. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore's voice cut through the sound without rising. Harry froze. The headmaster stood at the front of the staff platform. His eyes were not twinkling now. They were steady and too sharp. "Please step up here for a moment," Dumbledore said. Hermione caught Harry's sleeve as he passed. Her fingers closed tight for a second. "Do not let him make you feel guilty for not dying," she whispered. Harry gave her a quick, strained smile, then climbed the few steps to the platform. The god of magic watched in silence. Dumbledore waited until Harry stood in front of him. Up close, the old man looked tired, lines deep at the corners of his eyes, beard slightly out of place. His magic still filled the air, but now Harry could see the way it thinned at the edges, eaten by the strain of too many burdens. "That was impressive spell work," Dumbledore said. "I hope you know that I am very glad you did not choose to let that curse hit you clean on." Harry swallowed. "Thank you, sir. However," Dumbledore went on, "I find myself curious. That shield was not what we teach here." Snape stood a little behind Dumbledore, arms folded. His dark eyes were fixed on Harry with something like hunger. "Advanced defense practice," Harry said carefully. "I have been working on layering spells, putting one effect under another." "Self-taught?" Snape asked, voice soft and cutting. "Mostly," Harry said. It was not a lie. The god of magic did not tell him exactly what to cast. The hall offered structure. Harry made choices inside it. Dumbledore studied him in silence for a moment, then sighed very quietly. "I suspect there is more to it than that," he said. "But I will not ask you to lay every secret you have on this platform in front of the whole school. Not tonight. I will say this, Harry. Power attracts attention. You just saw that in your classmates. It also attracts fear. You must be careful with how you show it." "I know," Harry said. His fingers felt numb around his wand. "I am trying." Dumbledore nodded. "I believe you." Snape made a faint sound, half scoff, half breath. "We will speak another time," Dumbledore said, voice lowering so only the nearby staff and Harry could hear. "In my office, at your pace. For now, go back to your friends. Enjoy the rest of the exhibition. You did well." The god of magic's voice brushed Harry's mind. "He feels the shape of what you might become. That frightens him. It also makes him hope. This is the weight of being seen." Harry stepped back, nodded, and moved down from the platform. Ron met him halfway with a grin so wide it had to hurt his face. "Did you see his expression?" Ron shouted over the noise. Malfoy almost swallowed his wand. Hermione grabbed Harry's hand. Her fingers were warm and a little shaky. "You are all right?" she demanded. "Mostly," Harry said. He caught himself and added, "Yes, I am all right." She relaxed a fraction. "Good, because I am going to yell at you later about the part where you caught a blasting curse on your face." "It did not hit my face," he protested. "Details," she said. "You still scared me." He squeezed her hand. "Sorry." The rest of the exhibition blurred. Harry stayed out of the remaining matches. His head throbbed. His body felt heavy in that deep way that meant he had spent more than just normal magic. He could feel the training hall tugging at him at the edge of awareness, as if it wanted to pull him back in and show him what he had done wrong. "Not tonight," he told it silently. Back in the dorm later, with Ron snoring softly in the next bed and the dorm room dim, Harry lay awake and stared at the canopy above him. The events of the evening played back in his mind as if the hall itself had become his memory. The rush of the curse, the dome of light, Dumbledore's eyes, Hermione's hand. "Today you learned something," the god of magic said quietly. "You saw how little it takes for fear to twist into reckless choices. You saw how your power looks when it is half-leashed. How does it feel? Terrifying?" Harry whispered into the dark. "I almost overdid it. If I had pulled more, the whole floor might have cracked." "Yes," the voice said. "And you did not. You stopped. That matters." Harry rolled onto his side, pulling the curtain half shut. "You keep talking about bigger threats, about systems and balance. How am I supposed to hold all that when I can barely manage one duel without wanting to be sick afterward?" "There is time," the god of magic answered. "Training is not just about building force. It is about building the habits that keep force from eating you. Tonight was the first time you stood between destructive intent and the people around you and chose restraint. That is a victory." Harry let out a slow breath. "It still feels like I am walking on glass." "That feeling means you are paying attention," the old voice said. "Keep it. The moment you stop feeling that, you will be dangerous in the wrong way." Silence settled again. The castle creaked. Somewhere below, the fire in the common room burned low. Harry closed his eyes. The script of the training hall flowed behind his lids, lines of light writing out the night in calm strokes. One duel among many to come. One choice among all the ones he still feared to face. He held on to the memory of Hermione's hand, the sound of Ron's laughter, the way Dumbledore had said he believed him, even with doubt in his eyes. Small human anchors in a life that kept trying to turn into something too big. "Fine," Harry whispered into the quiet. "One step at a time." The god of magic did not argue. The letter waited on Dumbledore's desk like a quiet threat. Harry stood in front of the desk with his hands loose at his sides. Hermione and Ron stood to his left. McGonagall stood near the window, arms folded, mouth thin. The late afternoon light made pale lines across the floor of the office. Silver instruments clicked and muttered on the shelves behind Dumbledore, but even they seemed softer than usual, as if they sensed the mood. Dumbledore turned the parchment over once between his fingers before he spoke. "The Ministry has decided," he said, "to place a temporary hold on your vault at Gringotts, Harry." Ron made a sharp choking noise. "They did what?" Hermione's head snapped toward Dumbledore. "On what grounds?" Dumbledore slid the parchment forward so Harry could see it. Heavy red seal. Crisp handwriting that tried to sound calm and failed. "Concern regarding potential misuse of funds toward destabilizing action," Dumbledore read. "In the interest of public safety, the Ministry of Magic reserves the right to review the assets of any witch or wizard whose recent activity poses a systemic risk." Ron stared. "You have got to be joking." "I am not," Dumbledore said. Harry picked up the letter. The words did not surprise him. He had felt this coming, in the stiff looks from certain Aurors, in the way owls from the Ministry arrived more often now, asking for reports and explanations. "They think money is a leash," Harry said. McGonagall spoke for the first time. "They think it is the only leash left," she said. "After the duel last night, half the Ministry is in a panic. You caught a blasting curse on a shield that should not exist, Mr. Potter. They want something they can point at and say, 'Here, we are still in control.'" Hermione moved a little closer to him. "They cannot just take what is in your vault. Gringotts is not their toy." Dumbledore's eyes flicked to her. "They cannot take it outright," he said. "The goblins maintain their own law. However, they can try to interfere. They can threaten to close family accounts, impose new conditions. They can make things difficult for anyone tied to you. That is their intent." Harry listened in silence. The words hung in the room, but under them he heard something else. A deep, slow creak. Stone under earth. Metal in the dark. The sound of coins that had rested untouched for lifetimes, shifting because someone had spoken of them. Hades stirred. Wealth, the old presence said in the back of his mind. Not numbers on parchment. Not ink. Or under stone. Buried treasure. The roots of trade. All of it sits on my floor. Harry glanced down at his hands. They looked normal. Calloused knuckles. Ink on one finger from marking essays. No one else in the room heard the underworld move. He did. So they think if they turn off a tap I will stop, he said at last. That is the hope, Dumbledore said. Rufus has always preferred pressure to open conflict. Ron let out a harsh laugh. He just tried to break Harry's neck with a political letter. How is that not open enough? Language, Mr. Weasley, McGonagall said. But her voice was distant. Her eyes were on Harry. Hermione touched Harry's sleeve. How much is in your vault anyway? Ron looked offended. Hermione, that is not the point. It actually is, Harry said. The Ministry thinks in galleons and votes. If they believe they can choke one to influence the other, they will always try. They want to see if I will flinch. Will you? Dumbledore asked quietly. Harry met his eyes. No. Dumbledore's gaze held steady. There was no twinkle now, only tired attention. You could let this go, Dumbledore said. Money is not what you care about. You have never used your vault for anything more than school supplies. It may be wise to treat this as symbolic rather than pick yet another fight. Hermione looked between them, brows drawn. They cannot test limits without consequences, she said in a rush. If they do this to Harry, they can do it to anyone they call dangerous, which at the moment is half the order and most of your year, Ron muttered. Harry folded the letter and placed it back on the desk. His fingers were steady. This is not about the galleons, he said. You are right about that. It is about the ground under them. They are tampering with a part of the world that does not belong to them. They do not understand what they are touching. Hermione frowned. What do you mean? Harry exhaled slowly. Pluton, he said. That is one of his names. The wealthy one. Not because he sits on a pile of coins, but because every metal vein in the earth runs through his hall. Every payment, every debt, every pawned heirloom. They all press down there in the end. They are assuming I care about a vault when the whole floor is listening. Dumbledore's fingers tightened on the arm of his chair. Harry, that is not a side of your power you have shown before. I did not need to, Harry said. They have just made it necessary. McGonagall's voice was very calm. And what are you going to do? Harry turned toward her. I am going to Gringotts, he said. I am going to talk to the goblins. Then I am going to show the Ministry that they are arguing over crumbs on a table that is already claimed. Ron blinked. You sound like Percy arguing about some department, you know that? Harry almost smiled. Percy wishes he had an underworld. Hermione huffed. A soft, shocked sound that might have been a laugh if the room were less tense. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. You are set on this. Yes, Harry said. Will you listen if I ask you to show restraint? Yes, Harry said again. I am not going there to tear anything apart. I am going to set lines. They can keep their laws up here as long as they stop pretending they can reach below. Dumbledore watched him for a long moment, then nodded. At least take someone with you, he said. Goblin law is sharp. Ministry pride is brittle. I would prefer not to visit you in a holding cell under Diagon Alley. I am coming, Hermione said at once. Ron straightened. Me too. Harry shook his head once. Ron, this is going to be talking and pressure. No hexes. You will be bored. Ron frowned. I am good at being angry in a corner while you talk. McGonagall's mouth twitched despite herself. He is not wrong. Harry considered them. Hades rumbled, not pleased at the thought of more mortals in the place where vault doors led down and down. Yet another part of him, the part that remembered empty dorms and cold corridors, did not want to walk into that underworld entrance alone. Both of you then, he said. Stay behind me. Do not sign anything. Ron brightened. Hermione took a breath and squared her shoulders. Dumbledore picked up the letter again, turning it so the seal caught the light. Be careful, Harry, he said softly. The goblins respect strength, but they have long memories. The Ministry fears you, but fear is a dangerous kind of respect. There is only so far you can push before they decide to lash out for the sake of proving they still can. Harry nodded. I know. He turned and headed for the door. Hermione and Ron fell in beside him. Behind them, McGonagall's voice floated after them. If you end up in a holding cell, Mr. Potter, she said. I expect you to be back in time for your second years on Thursday. Ron sputtered. Hermione rolled her eyes. Harry did not look back, but he knew there was worry in her eyes under the dry tone. Diagon Alley felt smaller than it used to. The three of them stepped out of the leaky cauldron and into the alley under a pale sky. The shops were open, but there were more locks on the doors and more posters on the walls. Wanted notices with moving faces. Ministry slogans. Ron stuck close to the shop fronts. Hermione walked on Harry's other side, gaze flicking over everything. People noticed Harry almost at once. Conversations dipped when he passed. Some witches and wizards stared openly. Others looked away fast, as if eye contact might invite something they did not want. Harry could feel their fear. It brushed against him like cold air. The dead behind him were louder. Diagon Alley had known many deaths in the last war and more in this new one. Those echoes pressed around him, curious, drawn to the place where their coins had last changed hands. You all right? Hermione asked under her breath. I am fine, Harry said. They are just louder on market streets. Ron shivered. I forget you mean actual dead people when you say they. Harry did not answer. His focus settled on the white stone building at the far end. Gringotts. Tall pillars. Steps leading up. Goblins at the door with spears in their hands and sharp eyes that missed nothing. As they approached, the two goblins at the entrance crossed their weapons in front of the door. It was a clear gesture. Stop. The taller of the two tilted his head. Harry Potter, he said. His voice was dry. Harry inclined his head a little. Good afternoon. The goblin's eyes flicked to Hermione and Ron. You bring friends. They are my witnesses, Harry said. I have received notice that my vault is under review. I am here to speak to whoever signed the agreement with the ministry. The goblin's lips pulled back from pointed teeth in a way that was not quite a smile. The ministry does not sign agreements, he said. It sends demands. Harry's mouth twitched. Then I am here to speak to whoever tolerated the demand. A faint sound came from Hermione that might have been a smothered snort. The second goblin rapped his spear once on the stone floor. The doors behind them opened with a heavy sound. Griphook will take you, he said. Do not touch anything that does not belong to you, Ron muttered. Bit late to start being picky. Too quietly for them to hear. Inside, the bank was cool and high and full of gleaming metal. Goblins sat at tall desks, counting, weighing, scratching numbers on parchment. The floor was polished so well that Harry could see his reflection in it when he glanced down. Under that polished stone the underworld breathed. Iron veins, gold seams, deep vaults carved into rock ages ago. All of it pressed against his awareness. Hades sat beneath, patient and heavy, watching how mortals stacked their coins. A goblin with sharp features and quick eyes approached them. Harry recognized him from years ago. Griphook, Harry said. Griphook's gaze ran over Harry, then Hermione, then Ron. He looked older than Harry remembered, but that might have been the weight of the last few years. You are here about the hold, Griphook said without any greeting. Yes, Harry said. Griphook looked past him. Two men stood near one of the pillars, watching. One wore ore robes, broad shoulders, tight jaw. The other had thinner features and wore formal ministry black. Neither came closer yet. They wanted to see what happened without getting their hands on it first. Griphook's mouth twitched. Of course you are, he said. This way. He led them along the main hall and through a side door into a smaller chamber with a long stone table. The air in here felt different, older. Ward lines scratched into the walls glowed faintly. Harry stepped in first and waited until Hermione and Ron were inside. The two ministry men followed a moment later. The Auror closed the door. The sound echoed. Griphook climbed onto a high chair at the end of the table. Harry stayed on his feet. We have received a request, Griphook said, folding his hands. The Ministry of Magic has asked Gringotts to suspend all withdrawals from vault number 687 until their investigation is complete. He spoke the number slowly, watching Harry's face. Harry did not bother to hide his lack of reaction. And what did you answer? He asked. That it would be considered, Griphook said. That is why they are here. He jerked his chin toward the two men. The Auror's mouth tightened. The man in black smoothed the front of his robes. "I am Undersecretary Thickness," the man said. "By authority of the minister, and under Section 4 of the War Measures, we are authorized to request cooperation from all allied institutions." Ron muttered. "Nice of them to remember the word request after they send the letter." Thickness' eyes slid over him and away, as if he were furniture. They settled back on Harry. "We have no interest in confiscating your funds, Mr. Potter," Thickness said. "We only wish to ensure that certain activities are not being funded in ways that put the entire population at risk." Harry tilted his head. "By certain activities, you mean me refusing to die when your war schedules expect it?" Thickness' mouth twitched. "We mean unilateral action that may provoke more violence." Hermione stepped forward a little. "You froze the vault of the person who just saved half your aura core by catching a curse they could not have blocked," she said. "How is that not provoking more violence?" The aura shifted. His gaze moved toward her. There was a flicker of something like guilt in it. Griphook rapped his knuckles lightly on the table. "The goblins would like this conversation to focus on numbers," he said. "You can insult each other in the street. In here we discuss gold." Harry nodded once. "Fair enough." He drew in a slow breath and let his awareness sink. The bank faded. Not in sight. In weight. The neat desks and polished brass blurred at the edges of his mind. Under them, he felt the mass of metal piled in vaults. Galleons, sickles, nuts, nuggets and bars, family hoards, emergency funds, trust accounts, old goblin treasures, all of it resting on stone. It was like standing in a room where every brick in the wall had a voice. Quiet, but present. Hades spoke close to his ear. "This is mine." Harry did not argue. He reached not outward but down. The floor under his feet went cold. The air in the room shifted. Hermione sucked in a breath. Ron's hand twitched toward his wand, then stopped when he remembered where they were. The ward lines on the walls dimmed. Every coin in the building rang once. It was not loud. A faint clear tone, like faraway glass, but it came from everywhere at once. From under the desks. From deep halls. From the vaults far below where dragons slept and curses waited. The sound lasted only a second. Then the silence after felt different. Heavy. Griphook went very still. His eyes widened a fraction. Thickness swallowed. The aura's hand went to his chest as if he felt something there. Harry kept his voice level. "You are talking about freezing assets that sit on a floor that is not yours," he said. "You are arguing over rights to numbers while the substance those numbers pretend to measure answers to someone else." Thickness frowned. "What did you just do?" Harry looked at him. "I reminded the gold who owns the bed it sleeps on." Griphook's fingers tightened on the edge of his chair. "Gringotts was built on a promise," he said slowly. "Goblin law is older than your ministry. We protect what is put in our care." "I am not breaking that promise," Harry said. "I am clarifying jurisdiction. The ministry can pass all the war measures it likes. It cannot tell the underworld what to do with or in stone." Hermione's gaze was on him now, wide, half horrified and half analytical. Ron looked pale but did not move away. "Are you threatening to take what is in other vaults?" Griphook asked. His voice was calm. His eyes were not. Harry shook his head. "No, I have no interest in your clients' hoards. If I wanted to steal from them, I would not be standing at your desk. I am stating that any contract the ministry writes that claims power over what rests under this floor is empty ink. They can try to freeze as many parchments as they like. The gold already knows where its base lies." The aura found his voice at last. "You are claiming control over the entire bank," he said, incredulous. "I am claiming control over what Hades has always owned," Harry said. "You can call it Pluton if you like. That is the name old farmers used when they prayed their crops would sell. It means wealth, foundations, debt." Thickness' lips pressed together. "Do you intend to interfere with ministry funds?" Harry shrugged slightly. "Only if you force me. As long as you stop using money as a way to pretend you have a say in where I stand, your budgets and salaries are your problem." Griphook looked between Harry and the ministry men. A slow, sharp smile moved at the corners of his mouth. Gringotts will not honor a hold placed on Vault 687, he said. We do not accept orders from people who cannot hear when the gold speaks. Thickness stiffened. You are making a mistake, he said. No, Griphook said. You are. You walked into a vault he can open from the bedrock up and tried to tell us he must wait in line. The aura shifted from foot to foot. The minister will not like this. Griphook bared his teeth. He is welcome to open his own bank under the street and see how long his walls last. Ron made a strangled sound that might have been a laugh. Hermione shot him a look, but there was a ghost of a smile on her mouth. Harry stepped back from the deep sense. The cold at his feet eased. The ward lines on the walls brightened again. I am not your enemy, he said to Thickness. You keep acting like I have time to play at politics with you. I do not. There is a soul torn into pieces out there, and a war feeding off it. That matters more than your ledgers. Thickness looked at him with a mix of anger and unease. You talk as if you stand outside all this. I do, Harry said simply. Not by choice. You can hate that if it makes you feel better. It will not change the floor under your desk. Thickness drew himself up. We will take this up with the council, he said stiffly. Do that, Griphook said. Try to remember that banks can pick sides. The two ministry men left without another word. The door shut hard behind them. For a moment, only the tick of distant counting filled the air. Griphook studied Harry with sharp attention. You have walked below, he said. It was not a question. Yes, Harry said. Not many come back from there and still want to stand in a lobby, Griphook said. Most either stay or try to pretend it never happened. Harry's mouth twisted. Pretending does not work very well. No, Griphook said. It does not. He hopped down from his chair and walked toward a side passage. Come, he said. You wanted your vault. You can have it. The ministry will not touch your keys while they sit in our drawers. Ron let out a breath he had been holding. I thought he was going to throw you in a dragon pit for a second. Hermione shook her head slowly. He almost did the opposite, she said. I think he just decided you might be the better risk. Harry followed Griphook into the shadows of the passage, feeling the weight of the bank settle around him like a stone cloak. The cart ride down to the vaults rattled his bones. Harry sat in the front of the goblin cart with Griphook beside him. Hermione and Ron sat behind them, holding on to the sides as the cart sped along twisting tracks. Cold wind tore at their hair and robes as they passed vault doors. Hermione shouted something over the noise. Harry did not quite catch the words, but he caught the intent. She wanted to know if he was all right. He twisted just enough to nod. Her shoulders eased a little. The deeper they went, the stronger the underworld hummed. The walls here were not just carved stone. They were part of the boundary between realms. Thin places. Harry could feel dead eyes on him as they flew past side tunnels that went down rather than along. At last the cart jerked to a stop. Griphook hopped out and gestured. Vault 687, he said. Key. Harry handed it over. Griphook touched it to the lock. The door swung open with a heavy sound. Piles of gold gleamed in the dim light. Old trunks. A few bags. More money than Harry had ever really counted. When he had been 11, this room had seemed like proof that he might not have to fight for every scrap of his life. He had never thought much beyond that. Now he saw more. Every coin radiated a faint echo of the hands that had last held it. Laughter from a long-gone Potter summer. Fear from a hurried withdrawal during the last war. The weight of expectation from generations that had piled funds up for an heir that would die too soon. Hades warmed. Pleased. Pluton, the presence said. The wealth that sits in reach of my doors. It belongs here more than it belongs to them. Harry stepped into the vault. The coins did not ring this time. They settled as if relaxing. Ron whistled low from behind him. Every time I see this, it looks like more. Hermione bumped his shoulder. You say that every time, and I mean it every time, Ron said. Harry crouched by one of the piles. He let his fingers run through the coins. Cold metal. Solid weight. Take what you need, Griphook said from the door. No one will stop you. Harry looked up. I am not here to empty it, he said. I am here to listen. That is a strange way to act around money, Ron muttered. It is the right way, Hermione said softly. Money is just a measure. The forces under it are what make it matter. Harry glanced at her. She met his eyes. She had always understood things at that level. Now he stood on the other side of the measure itself. He closed his hand around a coin and squeezed. Path opened. Not a path through the bank. Path through debt. Through ties. Every galleon in the vault was linked by laws written in goblin ink and human hands. All those lines met here, then reached outward. He followed them. His mind stepped along chains of ownership. Old contracts. Potter business dealings. Order fund transfers. He saw where money had gone to buy supplies and bribes and brooms. He saw where some had been moved in secret to people who now worked at the ministry. He moved past that. Under the current noise of ordinary transactions, something else pulsed. A black knot in the flow. Money paid long ago for something wrong. A favor. Cursed object. A locket. Harry's breath caught. He dropped the coin back into the pile and stood. I have what I came for, he said. Ron frowned. You did not take anything. Harry stepped past him and out of the vault. Griphook narrowed his eyes. You followed the traces. Yes, Harry said. To where? Harry glanced down the corridor. The sensation of the knot tugged at him, not downward, but sideways, toward London streets and old houses. To a debt that is still open, he said. Thank you for your time, Griphook. The ministry will bother you about this. You can tell them the bank remained neutral. Griphook snorted. Neutral is never the right word when you share a building with a dragon, he said. But I will remember who made the floor ring. He climbed back into the cart. Harry followed, his mind already moving ahead to the dark tangle he had felt. Grimmauld Place smelled like dust and old anger. Harry, Hermione and Ron stepped into the hallway from the front door, the familiar weight of ancient black wards closing behind them. The curtains over Mrs. Black's portrait were drawn, but her voice still hissed faintly through the fabric, a constant stream of hateful muttering. Hermione wrinkled her nose. You would think someone would open a window in here once in a while. Ron looked around warily. Do you really think it is here? Yes, Harry said. The tug in his chest had led him straight from the bank to this house. The knot of wrongness in the underworld ledger sat under a roof he knew too well. Regulus Black. A locket. A broken promise. All of it pressed into the walls. Creature, Harry called. The house elf appeared with a crack at the end of the hall. His skin was gray. His bat-like ears drooped. His eyes flicked to Harry and widened. Master, Creature said. The young master came back. Harry ignored the twist in his stomach at that. Creature, I need to know about a locket, he said. Slytherin's locket. Creature flinched. His fingers pulled at the rag he wore. Creature does not know, he muttered. Creature does not remember. Hermione stepped forward. Creature, she said gently, you told us once that you went to a cave with Regulus, that you came back with something. We need that something. Creature made a thin whining sound. Mistress did not want. The filthy locket hurt Creature. The Dark Lord hurt Creature. Creature tried. The dead pressed closer. Shades lingered in this house. Old blacks who had sneered at Muggleborns and cursed portraits that had seen too much. Regulus among them, a quiet, watchful presence near the staircase. Harry felt him like a cold hand on his shoulder. You promised, that faint echo said. Finish what I started. Harry lifted his chin. Creature, he said. Look at me. Creature's eyes dragged up to his. Fear and stubbornness fought in them. You swore to serve the House of Black, Harry said. You swore to Regulus when he sent you back. He wanted the Dark Lord's work destroyed. He died for that. I carry the power that can finish it. Where is the locket? Creature trembled. Tears welled in his eyes. Master Regulus, he whispered. Master Regulus wanted the Dark Lord punished. And he will be, Harry said. But I need the locket. Now. The air in the hall cooled. Shadows thickened in the corners. Hermione shivered. Ron rubbed his arms. Creature stared at Harry for a long moment, then let out a low, broken sob. In the drawing room, he whispered. Creature hid it from the thieves. He kept it safe. He kept it safe for Master Regulus. Show me, Harry said. Creature turned and shuffled up the stairs. Harry followed. Hermione walked at his side, close enough that he could feel the warmth of her shoulder. Ron trailed a step behind, wand in hand. On the first landing, Mrs. Black's portrait curtains flew open. Filth, she screeched. Blood traitors, mudbloods, thieves in my house. Harry did not even look at her. The dead in the walls rose up, crowding her painted form. For once, she fell silent, mouth still open, eyes wide. The portrait curtains slammed shut on their own. Hermione glanced at him. You did that. Yes, Harry said. There was no pride in it. Only a sense of order being enforced. In the drawing room, Creature scuttled toward a tall, dusty cabinet in the corner. He reached up with shaking hands and pulled open the door. Inside, between cracked china and silver covered in grime, lay a heavy locket on a thin chain. It was ugly, the thick oval, a green stone at its center, an engraved letter on the front. Not a letter. A snake curled into that shape. Harry stepped closer. The hairs on his arms rose. The locket hummed with wrongness. It was like standing next to a small, furious heart. Hermione made a tight sound in her throat. That is it, she said. I can feel it. Ron swallowed. Now what? Now I take it, Harry said. He reached out and lifted the locket by the chain. It was heavier than it looked. Cold sank into his skin. As soon as his fingers closed around it, a voice hissed through his mind. Not words at first, just contempt, rage, fear buried under both. Harry Potter, not shouted. Spat. Harry held the locket away from his chest. You recognize me? He said softly. Hermione stared. Is it speaking to you? Yes, Harry said. Ron shifted uneasily. Is this where we back away and let you do your weird underworld thing? Harry did not answer. His attention was on the presence inside the locket. You are a piece, he said. Not the whole. You can see the rest, though. You can feel the cracks. The Horcrux seethed. Images flashed behind Harry's eyes. A cave filled with green light. Regulus's face, pale and determined. Burning pain. Drowning. I am not your container, Harry said. You were never meant to lodge in this place. You are a weight that does not belong on this floor. Hades leaned in around him. The room darkened a fraction. Creature whimpered and backed toward the door. Hermione's hand found Harry's arm, fingers tight. Where are you going to do it? She asked quietly. Not here, Harry said. This house has enough ghosts. He turned to Creature. Thank you, he said. You did what Regulus asked. I will finish the rest. Creature looked at the locket with a mix of hate and terror. Creature will clean, he mumbled. Creature will scrub the filthy dark lord out of the house. Harry nodded once. He led the way back downstairs. Mrs. Black's portrait stayed silent this time. The locket lay heavy and cold in his hand. The chain coiled around his fingers like a lazy snake. Outside, the square was quiet. The Muggle houses around Grimmauld Place sat in neat rows, windows dark. The sky had turned a thick gray. Hermione stepped in front of him on the doorstep. You are not doing this alone, she said. Harry looked at her. Hermione, he began. No, she said. You walked into that hall of white light alone. You walk into the underworld alone every time you drop out of a conversation. Not this. This thing is Voldemort. You are not letting him near your soul without someone here to pull you back if it goes wrong. Ron cleared his throat. I am not sure I am the best at soul pulling, but I can hit you with a stunner if you start screaming. Hermione shot him a look. That is not the point. Harry felt a knot loosen inside him that he had not known was there. All right, he said. You both can stand guard. But if I tell you to run, you run. Ron nodded. Hermione only set her jaw. Where? She asked again. Harry looked toward the distant outline of the castle in his mind. Under it, old tunnels, ancient crypts, places where the line between worlds was thin. There is a place below Hogwarts, he said. Not the chamber. Deeper than that. It will answer to this. He tightened his grip on the locket. Let us go. The crypt under the castle had no name. It was not on any map. It did not appear on Marauders' charts or staff lists. It existed in the memory of the stone and the underworld that brushed against it. Harry found the entrance in a forgotten hallway near the dungeons. A patch of wall that hummed differently under his hand. He pressed his palm flat. The stone softened like clay for a second and then parted. Behind it, a narrow stairway led down into dark. Ron stared. You know, one day I am going to say no to following you downstairs like this. But not today, Hermione said. Ron sighed. No, not today. They descended. The air grew colder with every step. Their breaths puffed white in front of them. The only light came from the tip of Harry's wand. The stair ended in a small chamber carved out of raw rock. There were no carvings, no altars, only a flat space with a floor worn smooth by water over years. The air here did not feel like Hogwarts. It felt like the bare edge of somewhere lower. Hermione hugged her arms around herself. This is worse than the chamber, she muttered. Ron rubbed his hands. At least there is no basilisk. Yet, Hermione said. Harry stepped to the center of the chamber. This is far enough, he said. He turned to them. Stay by the stairs. If anything starts to spread, go up and seal the door. Hermione flinched. Spread. His presence, Harry said. The thing in the locket. I am going to pull it out and take it in. There is a chance it will try to lash out before I bind it. I will keep it small, but I want you out of reach. Ron licked his lips. How do you keep something like that small? By remembering whose floor it landed on, Harry said. He sat on the cold stone, cross-legged, and placed the locket in front of him. Hermione hesitated, then crouched beside him. She touched his shoulder once. If you feel yourself slipping, she said softly, remember the common room. Remember the way Ron shouts when the cannons lose. Remember Dean's stupid posters. Remember me pulling homework out of your bag. Take that into whatever you see and use it to find the way back. Her voice shook, but her words were clear. Harry nodded. I will. Ron stood near the base of the stairs, wand drawn, eyes wide. I am serious about the stunner, he said. If it looks like you are not you, I am throwing it. Fine, Harry said. He drew in a slow breath and closed his eyes. Hades was there at once. This is dangerous, the old presence said. Even for you. I know, Harry thought back. Destroying them wastes the structure. I need what is inside. I cannot afford to leave it for someone else to use. There was a pause. Then Hades said, you understand the cost. Harry swallowed. If I let too much of him in, I tilt. If I fail, I carry his madness on top of what I already am. And if you succeed, Hades said, you gain his maps. His curses, his fear. I need his fear, Harry said. He has never been afraid of death. He should be. The underworld stirred, almost amused. Very well, the voice said. I will hold the edges. You must do the rest. Harry opened his eyes. He held his wand in one hand and the locket in the other. Open, he said quietly. The clasp clicked. The locket swung open like a mouth. Smoke rushed out, black and thick. It coiled in the air above the locket, forming a vague shape. A face without full features. Eyes like empty holes. A mouth set in a cruel line. Tom Riddle's voice hissed through the chamber. Foolish boy, it said. Do you think you can command what I am? Ron flinched. Hermione gripped Harry's shoulder harder. Harry looked up at the thing. His heart hammered, but his voice stayed steady. You are not what you were, he said. You are a leftover, a piece that broke off and crawled into this shell. You are nothing without a floor to stand on. The smoke writhed. I am eternal, it spat. I have split myself and hidden it. I have outlived death. Hades's presence wrapped around the chamber. The air went very still. Eternal, the old god said, is my word, boy. The smoke face jerked. For a second, there was a flash of something like panic in its empty eyes. Harry lifted his wand. He did not cast a spell from any book. He reached down into the underworld line and up into his own scar. His own core, where the first tear had been made when Voldemort's curse rebounded. He pulled both together and aimed them at the smoke. Come here, he said. The smoke resisted. Cold burned his hand. Pain lanced up his arm into his chest. He felt his heartbeat stagger, then pound hard. Images slammed into his mind. A boy in a cold orphanage, stealing trinkets and watching how people reacted. A young man in a shop, hand trembling when he touched a ring that smelled of old blood. A dark room where he whispered in Parseltongue to a diary. A ring, a cup. A cave where he forced a house elf to drink until the elf screamed and shook and still swallowed more. Regulus Black's face as the inferi grabbed him and dragged him down. Harry gritted his teeth. He did not push the memories away. He let them rush through him and then down into the floor. He was not a diary. He was not a cup. He was a conduit to a level Voldemort had never reached. "Come here," he repeated, voice raw. The smoke shuddered. It tried to lash outward, toward Hermione, toward Ron. Hades tightened, closing walls around it like stone. "She is mine," the underworld said. "He is mine. You do not touch what stands in my hall." The smoke recoiled. It had nowhere to go but in. Harry felt it pour into him like ice water. It hit his core and scraped along old cracks. For a second he could not breathe. His scar burned as if it were fresh. His hands shook. He tasted metal. He saw more. Voldemort standing in front of a mirror that showed him only himself. Voldemort laughing as he cast the killing curse again and again. Voldemort kneeling in front of a massive snake, hissing promises. Fear ran under all of it. Not of death, of losing control. Harry grabbed that fear. He wrapped it in his own. "You are not in charge," he said through gritted teeth. "You are a debt. I am the one who collects those now." The smoke shrieked. The sound was inside his head and all around him. Hermione gasped. Ron shouted something. The chamber shook. Dust drifted from the ceiling. Cracks spidered through the floor. Hades's presence slammed down like a heavy door. Enough! The shriek cut off. Harry's vision went black for a second, then cleared. He was lying on the floor. His chest hurt. His heart hammered. His throat felt raw, as if he had been screaming. Sweat ran into his eyes. The locket lay empty beside him, open. There was no sign of smoke. Hermione knelt over him, both hands on his shoulders. "Harry," she said. "Harry, say something." "I am still here," he croaked. Ron let out a hoarse laugh. "That was the worst thing I have ever seen," he said. "And I saw you jump off a broom in third year." Harry pushed himself up on his elbows. Every muscle shook. Inside him, something new sat next to the familiar cold of the underworld. It was sharp and coiled. A mass of knowledge. Spells he had never studied pressed against the inside of his skull. Old languages uncurled in his mind. He could see, as clearly as if he stood there. A cliff over a black lake. A ring in a carved stone. A diadem in a room full of junk. He sucked in a breath. "Do you know where the others are?" Hermione asked, eyes wide. "Yes," Harry said. His voice sounded strange to his own ears. "Not all of them. Enough." He could also feel another change. A hiss low in his throat that was not a word yet, but could be. "Harry," Hermione said softly. "Your eyes." He looked at her. "What about them?" "They went a little slitted for a second," Ron said. "They are back now." It was not a good look. Harry took a slow breath. He visualized the new presence inside him as lines on a ledger. Not a master. Not a voice above his own. A number. A weight. A tool. "You must keep him under you," Hades said. "Not beside you." "I know," Harry thought. "If I let him stand at my level, we both fall." Ron offered a hand and hauled him fully upright. Harry swayed. Hermione grabbed his arm. "You did it," she said. "The locket is empty. I can feel it. Whatever was in there is gone." "Not gone," Harry said quietly. "Moved." Hermione pressed her lips together. "I was hoping you would not confirm that." He looked down at the locket. This metal felt dull now. No more bitter hum. No more rage. "We can destroy the shell later," he said. "For now, it will not hurt anyone." He closed it and slipped it into his pocket. His scar throbbed once, then settled into a low ache. "Come on," Ron said. "This place gives me the creeps." They climbed back up the stairs. The stone door closed behind them with a dull thud, leaving the crypt sealed again. In the dim corridor, Hermione turned to Harry and grabbed the front of his robes, pulling him close. "Never do that without warning again," she said, voice shaking. "I warned you," he said. "I told you it would be dangerous." "You said it like you were talking about a tricky homework assignment," she snapped. "You let him into your head, Harry, into your soul. You took a piece of the man who ruined half your life and invited him to sit down." "Not to sit," Harry said. "To stand in a corner where I can see him. I need what he knows." Her eyes filled with tears. She blinked them away angrily. "Just promise me," she said. "Promise me you will not forget who you were before all this. Before halls and gods and vaults that ring when you breathe." He thought of 11-year-old him staring at his first wand, of third-year him flying with Sirius, of fifth-year him screaming as the archway swallowed the only adult who had chosen him without strings. "I cannot be him again," Harry said. "Too much sits on this floor now." Hermione's hands tightened on his robes. "Then promise me you will not become him," she said. "Tom, Voldemort, whatever we call him now that you carry part of him." Harry looked at her messy hair, her red-rimmed eyes, her stubborn chin, at Ron hovering a few steps away, face pale but jaw set, ready to back her up. "I promise," he said. He meant it. Hermione studied his face, then let out a shaky breath and leaned in, pressing her forehead against his. "You idiot," she whispered. He smiled without quite meaning to. "You kissed that idiot yesterday." She pulled back just enough to glare at him. "Do not push your luck." He kissed her anyway. It was not neat. His lips were cold. Hers were warm and a little salty with leftover tears. For a second he felt the new sharpness inside him perk up, curious at this human contact. He pushed it down. "You do not get this," he told the Horcrux fragment. "This is not yours." The presence recoiled, baffled. Hermione sighed against his mouth and kissed him back. Ron groaned. "Can we have this conversation somewhere that is not 5 steps from a cursed crypt?" Hermione broke away, cheeks flushed. "Fine," she said. "Common room. Now. And you are going to tell us everything you saw." Harry nodded. "All right." They started toward the stairs. As they walked, a small impulse tugged at him. The new knowledge inside him wanted out, wanted to test itself. He waited until they reached a quiet stretch of corridor where no portraits hung. He stopped. "Harry?" Hermione asked. He looked at the stone wall, at the faint traces of ward lines running through it. A hiss rolled up from his chest and into his throat, smooth and natural. It slid past his teeth before he could think. "Open for the king," he said. Not in English, in Parseltongue. The sound was low and clear. The wall did not move. It did not have to. The wards recognized the command anyway, rippling under the stone. Hermione went very still. Ron's eyes went wide. "That was more precise," Hermione said quietly. "Before you always sounded a bit like you were repeating something you did not fully understand. That sounded like you were giving an order in your first language." Harry's skin prickled. Inside, the fragment of Voldemort curled tighter, wary. Hades watched. "You carry his tongue," the old god said. "Use it to speak my law, not his." Harry nodded once. "All debts will be paid," he whispered in Parseltongue. The words slid through the corridor like a promise. The stones seemed to listen. That was enough. He turned back to his friends. "Come on," he said. "We have a lot to plan." They walked toward the stairs, 3 figures under a castle that now held one more piece of its future war inside the chest of the boy who had become the king of the dead. The owl came at dawn. Harry woke to the sound of wings against stone and a sharp tap at the dorm window. He lay still for a moment, listening. The voices in the back of his mind were already awake, a low, restless murmur of the dead that never really slept. Under them, something new coiled, the shard of Tom that he had dragged into himself the night before. He pushed himself up and crossed the dorm, bare feet cold on the boards. The sky outside was a pale gray sheet. A large tawny owl clung to the sill, eyes bright, legs stuck out with stiff impatience. Harry opened the window and untied the roll of parchment. The seal on the outside was ministry red, already cracked from the flight. The owl gave him a sharp look and took off without waiting for a treat. That was new. He unrolled the parchment. Harry Potter, by order of the Minister for Magic, you are requested to attend an emergency session of the full Wizengamot this morning. Matters of national security and magical stability relating to your recent activities require immediate structured discussion. You may bring up to 2 witnesses or advisors. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore has been invited in his separate capacity. We expect your presence in the atrium by 9. Rufus Scrimgeour, Minister for Magic. The script was crisp and careful. Harry could hear the strain under the polite phrases. Ron groaned from his bed. "Tell me that is breakfast," he muttered. "Ministry," Harry said. Ron rolled onto his back and squinted. "Already you just ripped a soul out of a necklace yesterday." "Seems they noticed," Harry said. He dressed in silence. His scar still ached from the Horcrux work. The new weight in his mind sat at the edge of his thoughts like a stone with sharp edges. He could feel Tom's methodical memory there when he brushed it, the map of hiding places and rituals, but he kept his distance. "You will not rush that," Hades murmured. "One piece at a time." "I know," Harry thought back. Ron pulled on his robes and sat on the edge of his bed, rubbing his face. "What do they even want from you now? They tried money. That did not work. They tried pressure. That did not work. Do they think a meeting will go better? They want a script," Harry said. "Something they can point at. A record that says they tried to contain me before it all gets worse." Ron made a face. Cheery. In the common room, Hermione waited near the fire, already in robes, bag over one shoulder. Her hair was pulled back in a loose knot, quill tucked through it by habit. She looked up as they came down the stairs. "Got one too," she said, holding up a second parchment. "Invitation to attend as an advisor. From Scrimgeour. I think he realized I am not going to stop turning up with you whether he writes my name on the list or not." Harry held up his letter. "Atrium. 9. Hermione's mouth tightened. "They want a spectacle." "They will get one," Harry said. He did not say from which side. They ate quickly. The hall was only half full. The younger years talked in low voices, glancing at Harry and then away. News of the duel and the Gringotts' move had spread faster than any owl. Dumbledore waited by the main doors when they finished. He looked as if he had not slept much. His beard was less neat than usual. His blue eyes studied Harry's face, flicked to Hermione and Ron, then back. "You have received the summons," he said. "Yes," Harry said. Dumbledore inclined his head. "The Ministry wishes to sit across a table and pretend that all players are equal. They are not, but it is often useful to let them believe their chairs matter." Ron snorted. "You mean let them think they can tell Harry what to do while he does what he was going to do anyway?" Dumbledore's mouth twitched. "There is a reason I liked you from the start, Mr. Weasley." He sobered. "You must be careful today, Harry. They are frightened. Frightened people have a talent for reaching for any weapon within sight, even if it kills their own hand." "I know," Harry said. "I am not going there to tear anything apart. Not unless they insist on pretending I am something I am not." "And what is that?" Dumbledore asked quietly. Harry met his gaze. "A weapon that can be put back in a cupboard when they are finished with it." Dumbledore held his eyes for a long moment, then nodded. "Very well. Let us go see how much of the world can be rearranged before lunch." The atrium of the Ministry had never been so full. When the green flames spat them out of the flue, Harry stepped onto polished floor and felt the pressure of hundreds of eyes at once. Every fireplace was active. Witches and wizards streamed in, shaking soot from their robes, forming clusters around the fountains and along the walls. The usual golden statue had been removed, its base bare and scuffed. In its place stood a raised platform with a wide table and chairs for the Wizengamot. Ministry officials in plum robes moved through the crowd, directing people toward the edges. Aurors lined the walls, wands visible on their belts, faces set. More than a few of them looked strained. Harry could see the signs of sleepless nights in the shadows under their eyes. Hermione stepped closer to him, her shoulder brushing his. "Do you feel it?" she asked under her breath. "Yes," Harry said. It was not just the weight of living bodies. The atrium had seen death, the fountain attack, Aurors who had fallen trying to keep order. A man dragged toward the lifts by Dementors, The ghosts of those moments clung to the high ceiling and the stone pillars. The dead watched from every shadow and reflection. They recognized him. A low ripple moved through the voices that only he could hear, like a wave moving through tall grass. A sense of attention turning, focus settling on the boy who was not just a boy. Hades was very close here. The floor underfoot was still normal stone, but Harry could feel where tunnels passed beneath it, where the wards thinned and the path downward widened. Dumbledore moved toward the front, calm in his purple robe. The witches and wizards near the platform shifted, giving him space. A row of rich chairs had been conjured in front of the raised table for senior members. Scrimgeour sat in the middle, mane of hair more ragged than usual, eyes yellow and tired. Umbridge sat a little to his right, pink cardigan crisp, smile tighter than ever. Harry's jaw clenched when he saw her. The dead around her muttered. There were students among those whispers and a centaur, and something that felt like the edge of a forest in pain. Hermione felt him tense. Her fingers brushed his hand. "Later," she whispered. "One target at a time." He nodded once. A voice boomed across the atrium. "All present take note. Emergency session convened. This gathering is under full Wizengamot authority." Madame Bones stood near the end of the table, her monocle glinting. Her gaze ran over the crowd and settled on Harry. She did not look afraid. She looked tired and angry. "Harry Potter," Scrimgeour called. "Please step forward." Harry walked to the clear space in the center. The crowd shifted to let him through. Some people flinched as he passed. Others leaned forward, hungry for drama. He stopped and looked up at the table. Hermione and Ron stayed just behind his shoulder. Dumbledore stood off to one side, between the Wizengamot and the crowd, like a bridge that had seen too many storms. Scrimgeour placed both hands on the table. "Mr. Potter," he said, voice carrying, "you have made it clear that the usual channels of influence no longer have purchase where you stand. Gringotts resists our requests because of you. The Goblin suggests that if we continue to pressure your assets, we will find ourselves without a bank." Murmurs rose from the crowd. Scrimgeour lifted a hand and the sound dipped. "You have also demonstrated that you wield a form of magic that does not fit in our training manuals," he went on. "Shields that no one else can cast. An aura that affects the entire room. Influence over entities we have long seen as allies or as weapons. That is one way to describe Dementors," Hermione muttered. Madame Bones glanced at her and gave the smallest nod. "The point is simple," Scrimgeour said. "The Ministry of Magic is the lawful authority in this country. It must remain so, but we cannot pretend that you are just another witch or wizard under our protection. You could ignore any warrant we write. You could do real damage if you chose to act without regard for law." Harry raised his brows. "This is where you ask me nicely not to." A few people in the crowd snorted. Someone hissed. Scrimgeour's jaw tightened. "This is where we ask you to formalize what you have already done in practice," he said. "You have taken responsibilities that were not yours by birthright. You have involved yourself in matters of life and death on a scale that concerns everyone here. That cannot stay unspoken." Madame Bones stepped forward. "We propose a charter," she said. "A binding agreement between you and the Ministry. We recognize certain domains as under your direct control. In return, you recognize the Ministry as the governing body for the living." Umbridge's smile sharpened. "With appropriate oversight, of course," she said, voice sweet and false. "No person, no matter how gifted, can place himself above rules. It would not be civilized." Harry looked at her. "You tortured children with a blood quill and called it discipline," he said. "You are not allowed to say the word civilized to me." Color flooded her face. A ripple of approval moved through the crowd. Harry heard a few quiet cheers from somewhere near the back, close to where some younger Aurors stood. Madame Bones cleared her throat, cutting off Umbridge's reply. "This is not about personal history," she said. "This is about setting limits so that there is something left to rebuild when the war is over." "You want me as a department," Harry said. "Something you can write memos to. An office with a plaque. A defined role," Scrimgeour said. "For now, that may be the only way to prevent panic. If people know you answer to law in some sense, They will be less likely to see every strange shadow and think it is you coming to take their soul. Harry glanced around the atrium. Faces stared back. Some hopeful. Some hard. Many simply confused. He could walk away. He could say no, vanish into the castle and the tunnels under it. He could let their fear fester and break into smaller battles in alleys and homes. Or he could step into their frame and nail it to the floor before they tried to turn it into a cage. The dead rustled at the edge of his sight. Hades watched without comment. "All right," Harry said. "Let us speak plainly then. You want a charter. Here is my counter-offer." He took a step forward. The underfloor of the atrium responded. The faint hum of the dead grew louder. Shadows along the walls thickened. The light from the fireplaces dimmed a little as if drawn into deeper places. Oars shifted. Wands lifted a fraction. Hermione's hand brushed his elbow. He did not look back, but he felt the point of contact and let it keep him steady. "I will not be a department," Harry said. "I will not be an Auror, and I will not be your weapon. I already have a title, whether any of you like it or not. The King of the Dead has walked through your bank and your vaults and your streets. That will not change because you print me on a list." The words settled like cold fog. "However," he went on, "I do care what happens to the living. I care what happens to children. I care that you keep trying to solve problems by throwing bodies at them until the pile is high enough to climb over. That ends." Madame Bones listened with sharp focus. Scrimgeour's eyes narrowed. Umbridge looked as if she had bitten into something sour. "You want a charter," Harry said. "Fine. Here are my terms. You keep your courts and your trials and your elections. You keep making laws about trade and broomstick safety and cauldron thickness. In return, you accept that anything that touches souls, death, or the creatures that feed on either falls under my authority." "The Dementors," Madame Bones said at once. "Yes," Harry said. "They are not your guards. They never were. They belong to the border between life and death, and they have been dragged into your politics for long enough. Every Dementor you keep at Azkaban is a breach waiting to tear. I call them home." A roar rose then, half outrage and half fear. "You cannot," someone shouted. "What about the prisoners? They should have been kept in cages with locks, not on a rock with nightmares and cloaks," Hermione said, voice sharp. Harry raised his wand. He did not cast anything. He simply let the motion pull the attention of the room. "Azkaban will not be emptied," he said. "The Dementors will leave. You will build real walls with guards who answer to human law and to me when they cross certain lines. No more soul-sucking near anyone under age. No more Dementors at Hogwarts. No more using them as a threat to keep people in line." Madame Bones gave a short nod. "I can work with that," she said. "We have been moving staff there slowly already. We feared what would happen when the Dementors decided their payroll was not enough." Umbridge looked horrified. "You cannot simply take ministry assets. They were never yours," Harry said. "That is one. 2. There will be rules for war. You do not get to raise a wand at a crowd and call it order. No more unforgivables cast at children, even if you think they will grow into Death Eaters. No more raids where collateral is a word for the people who were not in the way. I will be watching." Scrimgeour frowned. "You intend to judge every Auror who casts a spell?" "No," Harry said. "I intend to judge patterns. I hear the dead. I will know when a pattern of abuse starts. If your Aurors act in defense and grief, if they try to save more than they destroy, the dead are usually kind. If they enjoy it, if they cast curses because it makes them feel strong, the dead remember their names. So will I." One of the Aurors along the wall swallowed hard. Harry recognized him as the man from Gringotts, the one who had looked guilty in the small side room. He lowered his gaze. 3, Harry said. "Your laws about blood and magic end where my hall begins. No more werewolf hunts. No more bans that make people into the monsters you fear instead of treating them. If you push them into corners, the dead in those corners will have something to say." Madame Bones gave a slow breath. "You just put yourself in charge of every hard thing we have been ignoring for decades," she said. "Are you certain you understand what that means?" Harry thought of sleepless nights, of whispers in the dark, of faces in the corridor at 3 in the morning asking him why their death mattered less than someone else's. Yes, he said. Scrimgeour leaned forward. In return, he asked. In return, Harry said. I acknowledge that you get to run this building and the courts in it. I will not topple your minister because I do not like his haircut. I will not drag your counselors into the river for passing a stupid tax. I will not summon the dead in the atrium unless you give me no choice. Is this not you summoning them now? Umbridge snapped. Harry smiled, small and without warmth. No, he said. This is just me standing still. The shadows behind him moved. For a moment, they were not just patches of absence. Figures stepped out of them, vague and gray, more the memory of bodies than bodies themselves. Cloaks that were not cloth. Faces that were more suggestion than detail. They stood in a ring behind Harry, silent and still. Gasps broke from the crowd. Someone screamed. The Stygian court, Hades said inside his mind, quiet and proud. Harry did not repeat the name out loud, but it fit. These were not random spirits. They were the part of the dead that judged, that weighed, that remembered every oath and broken promise. They stood at his back now, visible to every person in the atrium. Oris lifted wands. Madame Bones raised a hand. Hold, she snapped. The court did not move. They did not need to. Their presence alone pressed against the room. The air grew heavy. The sound dropped. Scrimgeour swallowed. Is this how you mean to keep your side of the bargain? This is how I mean to make you understand the cost of breaking it, Harry said. Each of them remembers something you would rather forget. The front line of Oris shifted. One older man with a scar on his jaw began to raise his wand again, anger beating through his fear. Harry saw the movement, saw the way his stance tipped from wary to hostile. From somewhere behind Scrimgeour, a voice called, Now! It was quiet but sharp. A signal. 5 Oris near the left wall snapped into motion at once. Their wands came up as one. Red and orange light burst toward Harry in a tight spread. A volley of stunners and at least one curse that hummed wrong in his ears. For a split second, the atrium was chaos. People shouted. Someone knocked into Hermione, jolting her forward. Ron swore. Madame Bones reached for her wand. Harry moved. The court stepped with him. Shadows rose from the floor in a sheet. Thick, dense darkness that took shape as it rose, copying the curve of his arm, the line of his will. The bolts of light vanished into it as if into deep water. For a heartbeat, nothing came out. Then the shadow folded and snapped forward. The spells flew back, not as curses now, but as streaks of cold that wrapped around wrists and ankles. The 5 Aurors who had attacked froze where they stood, binds of darkness pinning their arms to their sides. Their wands clattered to the floor. Gasps broke out again. Someone cheered. Someone else fainted. Harry held the shadows in place with a thought. The court behind him watched the bound Aurors with blank faces. Scrimgeour slammed his hand on the table. Stand down, he shouted. Madame Bones rounded on the 5 men, fury sharp on her face. Who gave that order? She demanded. No one answered. One of the bound Aurors shook with effort, face flushed, but he could not move. Harry walked toward them. Hermione stayed close, eyes wide but steady. Ron hovered behind, wand in hand, ready to shield her if anything went wrong. The bound Aurors flinched as Harry approached. He did not lift his wand. He did not need to. You thought if you provoked me in front of everyone, he said, voice quiet but clear, you could show that I am just another dark wizard, that you would be heroes for trying to bring me down, or that I would lose control and give the ministry an excuse to call open war. The older man with the scar tried to spit at him. The shadow around his jaw tightened and his mouth closed with a click. Harry's eyes darkened. No, he said. You do not get to write that story today. He tapped the floor with his wand. The atrium went colder. The breath of everyone present misted in the air. The dead pressed close, a silent ring of faces in every reflective surface. Look, Harry said. The court moved. They did not touch the Aurors with hands. They reached with attention. Visions flashed in Harry's mind, fed to him through the underworld line. He saw one of the 5 Hex, a crying boy in a street just to shut him up during a raid. He saw another bend the rules for a pure-blood family while writing a harsh report for a Muggle-born girl. He saw a third look away when Dementors drifted too close to a group of frightened visitors at Azkaban. The dead whispered their names. They whispered the names of the people who had suffered because of their choices. Harry let one breath out slowly. "You have all done good work," he said. "You have also all treated lives as numbers on a form when it suited you. That stops." He raised his wand. "I will not take your souls," he said. "I am not here to empty this place. I will take something else." He reached again, not down this time but into the thin line between mind and soul, the place where patterns sat, the place where habit lived. Hades steadied his hand. Memory surfaced for each man. The moment when he first decided that convenience mattered more than principle. The first time he turned away. The first time he felt uneasy and ignored it. Harry took those moments and cut them loose. The Aurors gasped. Their eyes went wide and blank for a second. Then they sagged in the shadow binds, suddenly small. "What did you do?" Hermione asked, horrified and fascinated at once. "I took their excuses," Harry said. "They remember what they did, but not the little story they told themselves to make it feel better. They will feel the weight instead. They can live with that. They can try again without the lies. If they do not, the court will be less gentle next time." The bound men shuddered. One began to cry, silent tears rolling down his face. Madame Bones watched with a complex expression. "That is a hard sentence," she said, "but not an unfair one." Harry let the shadows slip away. The binds melted back into the floor. The 5 men staggered. Aurors near them grabbed their arms to keep them from falling. Scrimgeour looked shaken. "Can you do that to anyone?" he asked. "Yes," Harry said, "which is why I am being careful." "Are you?" The minister swallowed. "We will sign your terms," he said. "We will write them down and put all the proper seals on them if that makes you feel better. The ministry will stand as the face of law for the living. You will keep your dead and your court." "And when the war ends," someone called from the crowd. Harry turned his head. A witch near the back, middle-aged, hair streaked with gray, looked back at him with defiance. "What happens when there is no Dark Lord to chase?" she asked. "Do you stay? Do you go back wherever you came from?" The question hung in the cold air. Harry did not have a neat answer. The Horcrux shard inside him twisted, restless. The dead watched, waiting. "I do not know yet," he said, honest. "I know I will not leave before the debt that started all this is settled. After that, we will see. I do not want to sit on a throne forever. I want to be able to sleep without hearing people scream. If that day comes, I will take it. Until then, you have me and the court instead of Dementors and secrets." That was all he could offer. Madame Bones straightened. "You heard the boy," she said to the crowd. "We either work with what we have or we continue pretending that our old systems were not already breaking. I for one would rather have a king of the dead who cares about first years than another committee." A few people laughed, shaky but real. Scrimgeour rubbed his temple. "We will draw up the charter," he said. "Dumbledore, I will require your help with the language." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Of course," he said. "I have some experience with impossible agreements." His eyes met Harry's. There was relief there, and fear, and something else Harry could not yet name. The court behind Harry faded, sliding back into the walls and the floor and the water behind the fireplaces. The atrium seemed to exhale. The cold lifted a little. "Are we done?" Ron muttered at Harry's shoulder. "For now," Harry said. He turned away from the table and moved back through the crowd. People stepped aside, nervous, curious, some reaching out as if they wanted to touch his sleeve and then thinking better of it. Hermione stayed close. Her hand brushed his for a moment. He caught it and did not let go until they stepped into the green flame and let the castle pull them home. Hogwarts felt quieter after the ministry's noise. They returned in time for the tail end of lunch. Students stared openly when Harry walked into the Great Hall. The whispers were louder than usual, but they did not sound only frightened now. There was a sharper edge of interest, a sense that his fight was connected to something beyond distant prophecy. He ate without tasting much. His head throbbed from the court work. The Horcrux shard in him had gone oddly still, as if it were also watching and waiting. When the meal ended, he slipped away before anyone could corner him. Hermione caught up with him near the entrance to the defense classroom. "Office," she said. "Now." Ron started to follow, then hesitated. "I will give you 2 minutes," he said. "Also, I promised Ginny I would help her with something. If I break that, she will hex my eyebrows off." He waved and headed toward the stairs. Harry led Hermione into his office and shut the door. The room felt smaller than it had the first time he had seen it. The heavy desk, the shelves of defense texts, the faint smell of chalk and old spells. Hermione dropped her bag on one of the chairs and rounded on him. "You cannot just rewrite how punishment works in front of half the ministry and then walk away like you dropped a book," she said. "I did not walk away," Harry said. "I agreed to let them keep their jobs." "That is not the point," she said. "You took pieces out of their heads, Harry. You changed how they remember why they did things. That is huge." "I left the actions," he said. "I only removed the story that let them sleep after." "That story is part of who they are," she said. "You just cut it out." She was not shouting. That made it worse. Harry leaned against the edge of the desk and looked at his hands. "Would you rather I had ripped their souls out instead?" he asked quietly. "No," she said at once. Silence stretched between them for a moment. "I am trying," Harry said. "Do you understand that I am trying? This is not me enjoying the power. This is me standing in front of a choice where the options are awful and slightly less awful, and picking the one that does not end with bodies on the floor." Hermione stepped closer. The anger in her eyes softened, replaced by something more complicated. "I know," she said. "That is what scares me." He looked up. "You did not hesitate," she said. "You knew exactly where to reach and you did it. No wand movement, no incantation from a book. Just you and the dead and a decision. That is a lot of force to wield based on a feeling." "It was not a feeling," he said. "The court showed me what they had done. It showed me where the rot started. I cut there. It was surgery." She snorted softly. "You realize that is not actually less frightening." He gave a tired half-smile. "I do." She stepped between his knees, close enough that he could feel the warmth of her. Her hand came up and cupped his jaw, fingers resting along his cheek. "You scared me in that atrium," she said quietly. "Not just because spells were flying. Because I watched the entire ministry take a step back when your shadows moved, and you did not flinch." "I could not afford to," he said. "I know," she said. "That is what keeps happening. You keep not flinching when any normal person would run. You keep treating impossible choices as work." "Someone has to," he said. She gave a tired huff. "Spoken like a 90-year-old. One who is still doing homework," he said. She smiled, then leaned in and pressed her forehead to his. "I am glad it is you," she whispered. "I am glad the king of the dead is someone who still worries about second years and house elves and whether his friends eat breakfast. That is the only thing that makes this remotely bearable." He closed his eyes for a moment. The voices of the dead dimmed at the edges, as if they were giving him space. Even Hades stepped back a little. He lifted his hands and rested them on her waist. "Thank you," he said softly, "for coming with me, for not walking out when I did what I did." She let out a breath that was half laugh, half sigh. "You think I can walk out now? I have seen the inside of your crypts and your coin tricks and your court. I am in this, Harry. I will be here as long as you let me be." He pulled back enough to look at her. "And if I cross a line," he asked. "Then I will tell you," she said, loudly, possibly with a hex. "That is the arrangement." "Sounds fair," he said. She kissed him. It was not a frantic kiss this time. It was slow, steady, a quiet thing that matched the tired ache in his bones. Her fingers slid into his hair. His hands tightened briefly at her waist. For a moment the dead fell completely silent. The Horcrux shard shifted, curious. He pushed it down. "Not yours," he thought firmly. Settled back, sulking. They parted with a soft breath. Hermione did not step away at once. She rested her head on his shoulder, arms around his back. "You realize," she said into his robe, "that if any of the portraits sees this, McGonagall will have an opinion. Ministry charter on one side, head of house on the other," he said. Maybe I should have asked for a clause about kissing in peace. She snorted. Too late. They stood like that for another long moment, drawing quiet from each other. At last she pulled back and reached into her bag. All right, she said. Enough brooding. You mentioned something in the crypt yesterday. The dead whispered about Dumbledore, about debts in his past. That was not nothing. Harry straightened. The peace of the moment thinned, replaced by the familiar tension of work. They whisper names, he said slowly. Not very clear. Ariana, Kendra, Godric's Hollow, not just when my parents died. A boy who became a man with too many titles. They are careful around him. There is a debt there even Hades cannot see in full, because some of it was sealed by ancient magic. Hermione sank into the chair opposite his desk. Ancient magic, she repeated. Older than Hogwarts. Yes, Harry said. Older than this country. The kind of thing you do when you do not want even death to look too closely at your choices. She frowned. Dumbledore made that kind of oath. I do not know, Harry said. That is why I need help. She looked at him. What are you asking me to do? He sat on the edge of the desk again, hands clasped. You are the best researcher I know, he said. You can find patterns in half-burned letters and contradictory books. I need you to do that for him. For Dumbledore. I need you to look at his past, at the years he does not talk about. Grindelwald, his sister, his family, any old duels or treaties. I need to know what kind of debt he carries before this war drags it out on its own. Hermione's eyes widened. You want me to investigate Dumbledore? Yes, Harry said. That is not a small thing, she said softly. I know, he said. I also know I cannot ask anyone else. The Order either worships him or hates him. You can do both and neither. You are loyal, but you do not let loyalty blind you. Her mouth twisted. That is a very pretty way of saying I argue with authority. It is one of the reasons I love you, he said without thinking. She froze. He blinked. The words hung there between them. He had not planned to say them yet. They had slipped out as naturally as breathing. Hermione stared at him, then let out a shaky laugh. You cannot just drop that in the middle of assigning me homework, she said. It is not homework, he said. It is the first real job for the queen of the living half of this mess. She covered her face with one hand for a second, then dropped it. Her eyes were bright. We are going to talk about that sentence later, she said. For now, I am going to accept the duty and not have a complete panic. Good, he said. I already have one panic scheduled with the Horcrux voices. She sobered. You really think Dumbledore's past could affect this war that much? Yes, Harry said. Every big force leaves a trail. Death, Tom, me. Dumbledore is no exception. The dead whisper about some choice he made that cut deeper than even he admits. If that choice starts to crack now, we need to be ready. Hermione drew her notebook out of her bag. The sight of it was oddly comforting. Simple lines on paper, ink and logic. All right, she said. I will go to the library. I will start with old wizarding newspapers and biographies that got pulled from shelves when the war started. I will see what Grindelwald's supporters said at the time, not just what people say now. I will talk to Bathilda Bagshot if she will let me. I will drag every old secret I can find into light. Careful, Harry said. He is still your headmaster. He is also a man who left you with the Dursleys, she said coolly. I can love his brilliance and still question his judgment. He nodded slowly. That is exactly what I need. She stood. You should rest, she said. Even kings of the dead need to close their eyes once in a while. He smiled faintly. If the court lets me, tell them Hermione Granger says so, she said. If they argue, I will come down there and give them a timetable. He laughed, low and genuine. They will quake. They should, she said. She stepped close one last time and pressed a quick kiss to his mouth. I will be in the library, she said. Do not do anything world-changing without telling me first. No promises, he said. Harry, she warned. He lifted his hands in surrender. I will try. That is all I ever ask, she said. She picked up her bag and left. The door closed behind her with a quiet click. The room felt different without her. Quieter, colder. Harry moved to the window and looked out at the grounds. Students crossed the lawn in small groups, cloaks flapping in the wind. To them, the ministry charter meeting would be a story told in the common room. Another strange chapter in a year full of them. Inside his head, the dead shifted. The Horcrux shard stretched, testing the edges of its cage. He sat in his chair and let his head rest back. "You heard her," he said into the quiet. No more world changing for the rest of the afternoon. The court did not answer. Hades gave a rumble that might have been amusement. In the stacks of the library, Hermione Granger would already be pulling books and scrolls, following threads into the past of the man who had once been the only person Harry thought could carry the world. Now the King of the Dead had put that past on a list of debts to examine. Outside, the sky over the castle darkened toward evening. Inside the office, Harry closed his eyes and let himself drift for a few minutes, held between the restless murmur of the dead and the steady memory of Hermione's hand on his cheek, while somewhere in the shadows the shape of the coming reckoning slowly came into focus. Hermione came back from the library with ink on her fingers and that look in her eyes that meant Harry should probably sit down before she started talking. He was in his office again, half pretending to mark third-year essays and half listening to the dead murmur whenever someone walked past the door. The underworld had moods now. After the Wisengamot, it felt watchful, waiting to see whether this new charter turned into something real or exploded like everything else wizards built. The door opened without a knock. Only two people did that. One was McGonagall when she decided politeness was optional. The other was Hermione. It was Hermione. She dropped her bag into the nearest chair and paced once across the room before she even said hello. That was not a great sign. Harry set his quill down. "Do I need tea or fire whiskey for this?" "Tea," she said at once. "If you start on fire whiskey for Dumbledore-level problems, you will burn through the bottle in a week." "Right," Harry said. "So, problems. Complicated truths," she corrected, though her mouth was tight. She stopped pacing and faced him. "I started with the obvious. Old Prophet issues. A few journals nobody checks out anymore. Then I talked to Bathilda Bagshot through a fluke call. She is frail, but her mind is still sharp when she wants it to be." Harry's chest tightened. "And," Hermione sat, but she did not relax. Her hands twisted together in her lap. "You know the outline," she said. "You have heard bits. Percival Dumbledore attacking Muggle boys. Kendra Dumbledore dying suddenly. Ariana dying in some kind of three-way duel. Aberforth punching Albus at the funeral. Grindelwald. The greater good." Harry nodded. He had heard versions, whispers. Most people treated that time like a legend you did not quite look at straight on. "What nobody ever really spells out," Hermione said slowly, "is how deliberate some of it was. Dumbledore was brilliant even at 17. He wrote letters to Grindelwald, Harry. Long ones. Plans. Ideas. He believed wizards should have more control. He dressed it up in phrases about protection, but the roots are there. He wanted to reshape the world." Harry swallowed. "And Ariana," Hermione's gaze met his. "Bathilda would not tell me details," she said. "But she said the duel in Godric's Hollow was not an accident that came out of nowhere. There had been tension building for weeks. Two brilliant boys drunk on power and ideals, and a brother who saw what they were turning into. Ariana got caught in the spellfire. No one knows whose spell actually killed her. Or if they do, they never wrote it down." The dead stirred at that, a soft ripple in the back of Harry's skull. Ariana's name had been a whisper since Hades first leaned close. Now the whisper sharpened, like a breath being drawn through teeth. "Dumbledore walked away from that with blood on his hands," Hermione went on. "Bathilda says he changed after. Turned down the chance to become minister, took a job at Hogwarts, started preaching restraint and mercy. But before that, he wanted to build something that looks an awful lot like what Voldemort is trying to force through now, just with nicer words." Harry let out a slow breath. "So he tried to be what I am becoming," he said. "Someone who rearranges whole systems, just with politics instead of dead people." Hermione nodded. "And when it cost him, he pulled back. He has spent a century trying to balance the ledger." The underworld bristled. Hades's presence pressed closer. "He never quite did," the old voice said. Some debts are too old for the usual tricks. Harry rubbed his temple. The dead say there is something older around him, he told Hermione. Older than Hogwarts. Older than the Ministry. You see any hint of that? She frowned. There are hints, she said. Bathilda mentioned an old family rumor. Something about the Peveril line. The Dumbledores are not direct heirs. But there was talk that Albus became interested in the Hallows when he was young. The wand. The stone. The cloak. Harry's scar prickled. The Hallows. He had almost managed to forget the symbol scribbled in the margins of that book at the wedding, the triangle and circle and line. Bathilda would not say more, Hermione went on. But she did say one thing that stuck. She said Albus made a vow after Ariana died. Not just a promise. A vow he did not want on any record. One that might not have been entirely human in how it bound him. Hades hummed. That fits. A boy tries to call something that looks like me before he is ready. He bargains without understanding the cost. Harry's mouth went dry. He tried to bind death, he said. Hermione blinked. What? Harry looked at her. The Hallows story. The three brothers. The man who thinks he can master death with a wand, a stone and a cloak. What if he tried to make the story real? He had the wand, at least. Maybe the cloak. Maybe he found the stone later. Either way, he tried to make a deal with an idea that does not like being told what to do. Are you saying he talked to Hades? Hermione asked, eyes wide. Hades snorted in Harry's head. I am not the only one who answers to that name. Death has faces across cultures. But yes, he knocked on a door that should have stayed shut. Harry shook his head. Not Hades specifically, he said aloud, but something like him. An aspect, a personification. Whatever. He reached past the normal lines. He tried to bargain with the thing he thought he would control. And now the dead flinch when they whisper his name. Hermione sat back, absorbing that. That would explain why even the underworld cannot see all his debts, she said softly. He hid part of them in a place you are only just beginning to step into. Harry nodded. And if that sealed vow starts to crack now, it could bring things down on all of us. I need to know where the weak point is. Hermione pulled a notebook out of her bag. Pages were already full of messy notes, arrows, dates. There is another piece, she said. The ring. Harry stiffened. Images from the Horcrux locket flared in his mind. A gaunt shack, a stone wall, a family ring with a symbol carved into it. I saw it, he said. I thought so, she said. Dumbledore has been looking into old pure bloodlines for years. Bathilda says he was obsessed with the Peverils for a stretch after the war with Grindelwald. There are rumors he tracked down one of their artifacts, a ring that belonged to the Gaunt family, descendants of Slytherin. Harry's hand went to his chest, over the place where Tom's shard coiled. It pulsed in answer, recognizing the memory. The ring is a Horcrux, he said. Or it was. Tom used it, then left it in that shack as a trap. It also has the Deathly Hallow mark on it. The stone. Hermione's eyes went very round. So it is both, she whispered. A piece of Tom and a piece of the Hallows story. A double debt, Hades muttered. Greedy boy. Took from me and from the other one in a single move. Harry pushed away the echo of the god's irritation. Dumbledore will go after it soon, he said. If he has not already. In the original line, in the way things might have gone without all this, he almost died taking it. The curse destroyed his hand. It was going to kill him. Hermione stared. You saw that, from Tom's side, Harry said. The shard in the locket remembered building the curse. He wanted anyone who dared to touch his things to pay in full. She swallowed. Then we cannot let Dumbledore go alone. Harry nodded. We need to talk to him first. About the ring. About Ariana. About the vow. I cannot keep walking blind into his plans while he staggers under debts I cannot see. You sound like him, Hermione said softly. The way he used to talk about responsibility. Maybe he got the tone right, Harry said. Even if he botched the practice. She gave a small, tired smile. Come on then, she said, standing. If we are going to confront the most powerful wizard in Britain about his past sins and his potentially cursed jewelry, We should do it before supper. Keep saying things like that, Harry said, getting to his feet. And I am going to start applying for hazard pay. You already get paid in ghosts and trauma, she said. What more do you want? He reached for her hand as they left the office. He did not need to, but he did. Her fingers laced with his, warm and solid. The dead muttered approval in a distant way, as if even they understood that a king who walked alone went mad faster. Dumbledore waited in his office as if he had known they were coming. He sat behind his desk, hands folded around a mug of tea, eyes fixed on some unseen point beyond the far wall. When Harry and Hermione stepped out of the spiral staircase, he looked up, and for a moment the old twinkle tried to show itself. Faded quickly. Harry, he said. Miss Granger, to what do I owe the pleasure? We need to talk, Harry said. Hermione shut the door behind them and cast a quick privacy charm. Dumbledore's brows rose a fraction at the efficiency of her wand work, then smoothed. So I see, he said. Do sit down. They did not. Harry stepped closer to the desk. The room smelled of lemon drops and old parchment, but under it the air felt like a place where heavy decisions were made and rarely fully unpacked. Fawkes watched from his perch, feathers slightly ruffled, eyes sharp. How long have you known about the ring? Harry asked without preamble. Dumbledore's fingers tightened on his mug. Ah, he said softly. We are starting there. Yes, Harry said. We can circle back to Ariana and Grindelwald after, or we can flip the order. Either way, we are not leaving this room with the same half-truths. Hermione's jaw set. He means it, she added. Dumbledore looked between them. For once, there was no amusement in his eyes, only a bone-deep weariness and something like relief. I did not expect to have this conversation so soon, he said. But perhaps that is a blessing. Time is not a luxury I possess in excess these days. Harry's chest tightened again. Because of the ring, he said. Because of many choices, Dumbledore said. But yes, the ring is one of them. You saw it. In the locket, Harry said. Tom's memories. He showed me where he hid his other fragments. I saw the shack, the ring on the stone, the curse in the air. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. You took a Horcrux into yourself, he said quietly. Not just destroyed it. Yes, Harry said. Hermione stepped in. Not without help, she said. He did it in a controlled space with his patron, so to speak. He did not just tear it open on the common room floor. Your patron, Dumbledore repeated slowly. Hades. Fawkes gave a soft, uneasy chirp. Harry nodded. He prefers King of the Dead these days, or Pluton when he is in a mood. The name itself is flexible. The domain is not. Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, they were older. I met an aspect once, he said quietly. Long ago. I thought I could bargain. I told myself it was for the greater good. Hermione's breath caught. Harry stayed still. The dead in the walls leaned closer. I had the wand, Dumbledore went on. I had hints about the stone. The cloak was a rumor. I thought if I could gather them, if I could stand at that intersection, I might bend the very idea of death. Heal Ariana. Undo what had been done. Prevent future losses. His mouth twisted. It did not occur to me that the first mind I would try to fix was my own. Harry said nothing. There was nothing to say. I called something, Dumbledore said. Not in a graveyard or a ritual hall. In my own house. A boy who had broken his family and the world around him asking for a second chance. It answered. It did not give me what I wanted. It gave me a choice. Carry your guilt or let it harden into certainty and become someone worse than the boy who hurt his sister. He looked at Harry. I chose to carry it. I made a vow never to seek such power for myself again. To stand as a check instead of a builder of empires. That vow is woven into the Hallows and into something older. It is why the dead will not speak of certain days. I barred even them from that room. Hades's voice rumbled in Harry's mind. He learned. Late, but he learned. The vow held him back when the wand whispered of easy solutions. Harry drew a slow breath. And now, Dumbledore said. I am old. The vow phrase when I am tired. The wand is patient. The stone calls. I have too much blood on my hands to pretend I am a pure guardian, yet not enough time to untangle every thread. I thought the ring might be a tool to repair a few last things before I go. Harry stared. You were going to put it on, he said, knowing it was cursed, knowing it was a Horcrux. Dumbledore smiled, small and sad. I am not as careful as I once was, he said. Grief makes fools of us all. Hermione's eyes flashed. That is not an excuse, she said. You are the headmaster, the leader of the order. You do not get to decide your life is a tidy sacrifice in someone else's story. Dumbledore's gaze moved to her. I see why you are at his side, he murmured. And why that terrifies me. Harry stepped closer to the desk. You do not get to decide how and when you die, he said. Not anymore. That is not just about you. You walk away, you leave a vacuum. Tom fills it. So does the Ministry. So does anyone who wants to play at power without understanding the cost. You want to fix your mistakes, fine. Help me destroy the ring properly. Help me take apart the rest of the Horcruxes. Then, when the head that started this mess is off the board, we can talk about what you owe and what you want. Dumbledore's hands tightened again. You are asking me to trust you with more fragments, he said. After what you already carry. Yes, Harry said. Because I am the only one who can hold them without shattering outright. Because I have Hades behind me. Because the underworld knows how to handle dangerous souls. Because you already failed once. That last bit hung between them. Harsh. True. Dumbledore flinched. Just a little. Then he straightened. I hope to spare you this, he said. You hope to spare yourself some guilt by dying before you had to watch it, Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes closed again. Perhaps, he murmured. Silence settled. The tick of one of the strange instruments on the shelf filled the space for a moment. At last Dumbledore opened his eyes and nodded. Very well, he said. We will go together. Tonight, before I lose my nerve or Tom moves the ring. Tonight, Harry repeated. Hermione drew a breath. I am coming, she said at once. Dumbledore hesitated. Miss Granger. No, she said. I have been reading the history of his mistakes all day. I am not letting you two walk into a cursed shack together and hope your combined martyr complexes cancel out. You need a third person who will throw a shield when you both forget you have lungs. Fawkes let out a soft sound that might almost have been a chuckle. Dumbledore's mouth twitched. You make a persuasive argument, he said. Very well. You may accompany us, on the understanding that you will stay outside the central curse zone. Hermione lifted her chin. I will stand where I need to stand. Harry felt strong affection and dread twist together in his chest. Thank you, he told Dumbledore, for agreeing, for being honest. At last, Dumbledore's gaze softened. I owe you more truths than we have time to unspool, he said. But I will say this, Harry. You are not me. Do not make my mistakes in reverse. Do not refuse every tool out of fear of becoming what you hate. Harry thought of the Aurors in the atrium, of the way the court had bound them, of the clean cut he had made in their memories. I am trying, he said quietly. I know, Dumbledore said. It may yet save us all. They went after curfew. The castle was quiet, torches guttering low in the corridors. Outside, the sky was a thick black sheet. The grounds looked like a flat shadow. Hagrid's hut was a darker lump near the forest. Dumbledore waited at the front doors, cloak drawn close. He looked thinner at night, as if the light in the great hall did more for him than food. Ready? He asked. No, Harry said. But we are going anyway. Hermione tightened her grip on her wand. Where exactly are we going? Little Hangleton, Dumbledore said. To a house that was old and wretched even when Tom was a boy. The gaunt shack. He held out his arm. Take hold. Side along is the quickest way. Hermione took one sleeve. Harry took the other. Side along was never pleasant. With Dumbledore, it felt like being squeezed through magic itself rather than tight air. For an instant, Harry sensed layers of reality sliding around them, wards and lines of power bending to make room. The underworld adjusted too, grumbling at the sudden movement. They landed on brown grass. The air was cold and smelled of damp and rot. The gaunt shack squatted at the edge of a small copse of trees, half-collapsed, walls stained, roof sagging. It looked like the kind of place the world had tried to forget and almost managed. Hermione wrinkled her nose. "Charming," she murmured. Dumbledore lifted his wand. "The curse on the ring is woven through the property," he said. "Do not step past the threshold until we have taken its measure." Harry did not need telling. The very ground here felt twisted. The dead kept their distance. Even weeds at the edge of the yard seemed to grow wrong. "Tom used this place as a ritual sink," Harry said. "Blood, hate, old family madness. He poured it into the walls when he made the Horcrux. The curse draws on that." Dumbledore nodded. "You understand far more than I would like," he said softly. Hades stirred. "That is what happens when you let a child wander my halls for years without guidance. He learns where the cracks are." Harry stepped forward until his shoes touched the edge of the shack's shadow. The air here hummed. The ring sat inside like a heart, pumping cursed power through the rotten building. "Can you see it?" Hermione whispered. "Yes," Harry said. He did not mean with his eyes. With his other sense, the one tuned to death and soul weight, he could see the shape of the ring in the air. A knot of black and gray energy, wrapped in barbed lines. Magic had flow like water in pipes. This curse was a whirlpool. Anything that reached for the ring would be dragged in and torn apart. Dumbledore stepped up beside him. His own power rolled out, careful, testing the edges of the enchantment. Light magic, honed over decades, brushed against the curse and recoiled. "A masterwork of cruelty," he murmured. "He was always gifted with detail." "I can take the Horcrux out," Harry said, "like I did with the locket. But the curse will still be here. It is woven into the metal. You cannot break it by brute force." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Then we will not use brute force," he said. "We will use rules." Hermione glanced between them. "Rules. Magic obeys its own kind of law," Dumbledore said. "Curses of this magnitude always have conditions, even if the caster believes he has hidden them. Tom wanted to punish anyone who took what was his. He did not anticipate that someone who had a deeper claim to death might come calling." Hades hummed in approval. "That is at least half clever." Harry stepped into the yard. Hermione's breath hitched, but she did not call out. The ground under his feet felt slick, as if his soul might slide if he lost focus. He kept his steps light and even. He stopped at the door. The wood was swollen, the handle rusted. The curse pressed against his skin, prickling. He lifted his hand and knocked. The sound echoed in ways it should not have. The underworld line vibrated. Something in the shack shivered. "This is my land," Harry said quietly. "You built your little trap on a floor that you do not own. You have no right to claim souls here without filing with the proper office." Hermione made a tiny, strangled noise behind him. Dumbledore's shoulders shook once, very briefly. It might have been a smothered laugh. The curse did not care about jokes. It recognized something else. Ownership. Authority. A strand of the black energy lifted from the threshold and brushed against Harry's hand like a probing tongue. It recoiled at the feel of Hades's mark. Harry pushed his palm flat against the door. "Open," he said, in a tone that had nothing to do with wood and hinges. The door swung inward. The shack's interior smelled of mold and old smoke. A broken table. A few shattered chairs. A fireplace with cold ash. On a cracked stone in the center of the room sat the ring. Even without the underworld vision, it was ugly. Thick gold, darkened with age. The peveril symbol carved into the stone set in its face. The curse hung around it like oil in water. Harry took one step inside and stopped. Even that much made his heart stutter. The curse recognized movement closer than any other it had seen in years. Spiked, ready to snap. "Careful," Dumbledore warned. "One more step and it will trigger." "I know," Harry said. He did not move his feet. He did not reach with his hand. He reached with the same part of him he had used on the locket in the crypt. The place where his soul and Hades's domain met. Hades leaned in, not over him, but behind him like a hand on his back. "Remember, the old god said, you are not a container. You are a gate. You decide what passes through." Harry nodded, more in his mind than with his head. He focused on the ring, on the shard of Tom inside. It squirmed when his attention hit it, recognizing the presence that had taken its sibling. Hate flared. Fear flashed under it, bright and sharp. Gone too quickly. You again, Harry murmured. You lot are running out of corners to hide in. He held out his hand, palm up, fingers spread. Come here, he said. The curse lashed at once. It tried to reach up his arm, to pour into his veins and stop his heart. It had been shaped to do exactly that, to rush along the path of living magic and burn it out. But Harry was not just a living wizard anymore. His magic ran along two sets of tracks, one bright and wand-shaped, the other dark and deep, carved into a throne that sat nowhere and everywhere. The curse hit both. On the bright track it bit deep. Pain tore up his arm, a line of fire that made his vision blur. He heard Hermione cry out, felt Dumbledore's hand catch his shoulder. On the dark track it met Hades. Mine, the old god said calmly. You do not tell a king when he dies. The curse stuttered. Some of it tried to twist aside, to crawl into Harry's heart anyway. Hades caught that piece and ripped it out. The rest had nowhere to go but back toward its source. Harry seized the opening. The shard in the ring screamed inside his head. No words, just raw denial. It had been meant to sit here forever, smug and safe, certain that anyone who dared touch it would pay. Now someone had reversed the direction. Harry pulled. The Horcrux fragment came free with a wrenching sensation. It slammed into his chest. Clawing at the cracks, the locket piece had widened. Tom's memories flared again. A small village. A family in rags. A young man testing the ring on his finger and laughing when he felt the curse take shape. Harry gritted his teeth and shoved those images downward, into the underworld line. He did not absorb as much this time. He built a cage inside himself with Hades's help, a little pocket under his own core, and stuffed the new shard in there with its sibling. You do not get to mix, he told them. You sit in your own little cell until I decide what to do with you. The ring on the stone cracked. Physically, it barely moved. A fine line split the gold, running through the Peveril symbol. The stone dulled. The curse that had wrapped it like barbed wire snapped with a sound like ice breaking on a pond. Harry's knees gave out. He would have hit the floor if Dumbledore had not caught him under the arms. Hermione was there an instant later, hands fumbling for his wrist, checking his pulse, her breath coming fast. Harry, she said. Harry, say something, he tried. For a moment only a croak came out. Then he swallowed and forced a word through his raw throat. Ow! Hermione let out a choked laugh that sounded suspiciously like a sob. Idiot! She whispered. Dumbledore's grip steadied. His own face was pale. The hand that held Harry shook slightly. I felt that, the old man said quietly. The curse tried to take you and failed in a way I have never seen. Perk of the job, Harry muttered. His arm still burned. When he looked down, faint black lines crawled up from his wrist toward his elbow, like ink under the skin. They pulsed once, then began to fade as Hades pulled the last of the curse out. You are not allowed to collect these like trophies, the god said dryly. I am not, Harry thought back. Trust me. Hermione touched the dark lines with careful fingers. Does it hurt? Yes, Harry said. Less now. She exhaled and leaned her forehead against his shoulder for a second. I hate this, she muttered. I hate that this is our normal. Me too, he said. Dumbledore bent, picked up the cracked ring with his good hand, and slipped it into a small bag he had brought for the purpose. The Horcrux is removed, he said. The curse is broken or at least drained. We can dismantle the metal later at Hogwarts with less risk. For now, Tom has lost another anchor. Harry nodded. Inside him, the new shard twisted in its cage. Could feel its siblings. It could feel the missing gaps where others should be. He knows, Harry said. He will feel the break. 2 pieces gone. Yes, Dumbledore said. He will grow less stable. Good, Harry said. They stepped out of the shack together. The air outside felt almost clean by comparison. The dead crept a little closer again, curious, relieved. I need to ward this place anyway, Hermione said. looking back at the broken building with distaste. Last thing we need is someone wandering in and catching leftover curse fragments. Dumbledore nodded. An excellent idea, he said. Would you care to do the honors, Miss Granger? She blinked. Me, you are top in arithmancy and runes, he said. You understand structural patterns far better than most of our staff. Design something that warns away the curious and redirects the determined to your boyfriend's office instead of this ruin. Hermione flushed so fast it was almost funny. Headmaster, she said weakly. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, just for a moment. If you think the portraits do not gossip, my dear, you underestimate them, he said. Harry groaned. I knew it. Fawkes, who had followed in a burst of flame at some point without Harry noticing, gave a soft trill that sounded amused. Hermione squared her shoulders, pulled out her wand, and began to trace a complex pattern in the air. Runes glowed faintly for a second, then sank into the ground. The shack shivered. The sense of wrongness dulled further. There, she said finally. No one without a specific key and intent will even see the path now. It will look like overgrown scrub. Excellent work, Dumbledore said. You may have just prevented a dozen foolish future duels. She huffed. One less thing to worry about. Harry leaned on her arm a little as they walked back to where they had landed. His legs felt steadier by the time Dumbledore offered his arm for side along again, but his chest still ached. The ring shard had burrowed in deep. As they spun away, he caught one last glimpse of the shack. It looked smaller now, less important. A failed shrine to a boy who thought he could rewrite all the rules with blood. The underworld rumbled approval. Another debt removed from the ledger. Back in Dumbledore's office, the cracked ring sat on the desk under a glass paperweight. It looked almost mundane. I will keep this locked until we decide whether to destroy it or study it further, Dumbledore said. There may be value in understanding how the Hallows and the Horcrux curse intertwined. Study later, Hermione said firmly. Destroy first. You can write papers when we are not being hunted. Dumbledore's mouth twitched. Quite right, he said. Harry sank into one of the chairs. His body felt heavy. The dead murmured along his bones. Tom's shards curled and hissed in their little mental cell. You are taking on more weight with each piece, Dumbledore said quietly. At some point you may reach a limit. I know, Harry said. Hades has mentioned it once or twice, or 10 times. Hermione folded her arms. If it gets too much, we find another way, she said. Even if it means losing some of the information Tom carries. I would rather have you than an extra map. Harry looked at her. Her eyes were fierce. Her shoulders were straight. She meant every word. I will not let him take you, she said very softly. The underworld went very quiet at that. Even Hades listened. I will not let him take me either, Harry said. Dumbledore watched them for a long moment. You two are going to break the pattern, he said finally. What pattern? Harry asked. The one where people with too much power end up alone, Dumbledore said. Isolated. Wrapped in their own importance until they forget how to listen. He smiled a little, sad and real. I am glad of it. Harry did not quite know what to say to that. Dumbledore picked up the cracked ring again, turning it between his fingers, careful not to touch the stone. Tom will feel this, he repeated. He will strike sooner. He will push his followers harder. The war will tip into open flame. Good, Harry said again. Waiting has never helped us. Hermione shot him a quick worried look, but did not argue. Go and rest, Dumbledore said. Both of you. Your next classes can survive without you for one afternoon. I will speak to Minerva. Harry stood. His legs protested, but they held. Hermione moved to his side, ready to catch him if he stumbled. At the door, Dumbledore spoke again. Harry, he said. Harry looked back. Thank you, Dumbledore said simply, for saving my hand and my foolish heart. Harry swallowed. Do not make me regret it, he said. Dumbledore nodded once. I will do my best. They ended up on the shore of the Black Lake instead of in the common room. Hermione steered him there without quite asking, muttering something about fresh air and grounding. The late afternoon sky was streaked with dull colors, A few students sat in distant clusters under the trees. The water lapped softly against the stones. Harry sank down near the edge, stretching his legs out. Hermione sat beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched. For a long moment they just breathed. "How bad is it?" she asked eventually. He did not pretend not to know what she meant. "The new shard is sharp," he said. "The ring was thick with hate and old arrogance. It thinks about the Hallows in a way that makes my teeth hurt. But it is not as loud as the first one. I had more warning this time. Better walls." She nodded slowly. "Can you feel where the others are more clearly now?" "Yes," he said. "The cup, the diadem, the snake, the piece in me that has been there since I was a baby. It is like having a map drawn on the inside of my skull. Not exact, but close." She shivered. "We can use that," she said. "But not at the cost of losing you." He bumped his shoulder lightly against hers. "You are very stubborn, you know that." "Yes," she said. "It keeps you alive." The lake rippled. Somewhere out in the water, something large moved. The giant squid lifted a tentacle and slapped the surface lazily, sending a spray of droplets toward them. One hit Harry in the face. "Thanks," he muttered, wiping his cheek. Hermione laughed for real at that, the sound bright and almost normal. The dead near the lake, remnants of old drownings and quiet ends, watched them with a softer air. Harry could feel their curiosity. "King and consort," they whispered, "living hearts sitting on a shore between worlds." He reached down and picked up a flat stone. It was cool and smooth. He weighed it in his hand, then flicked his wrist and sent it skimming over the water. It bounced 3 times before sinking. "Impressive," Hermione said. "Underworld training," he said. "You would not believe the amount of time I have spent watching old shades throw nothing at nothing to prove some point about angles." She snorted. "I would, actually." He let the quiet settle again. The ache in his arm had faded to a dull throb. His skull still felt too full, but it was bearable. "Hermione," he said after a while. What you said earlier," he began. "In my office. About being in this as long as I let you. I am not sure I am very good at letting people stay." "That is because people kept leaving," she said calmly. "Or being taken. That is not on you." "It feels like it is," he said. She turned her head to look at him. "You told me you loved me in between assigning me an impossible research task and demanding I investigate Dumbledore," she said. "So your timing needs work. But your intent is clear." He felt his ears go hot. "About that," he said. "I did not exactly plan." "I know," she said. "That is why it counted." He blinked. "You are very confusing sometimes." "You love that about me," she said. He considered. "Yes," he admitted. She smiled, small and sure. "Good," she said. "Because I love you too. Even when you are being a stubborn, death-talking, self-sacrificing idiot." The words hit him with almost as much force as the curse had. Less pain, more breath stolen. He stared at her. "You do." "Yes," she said dryly. "I am not in the habit of following boys into crypts for fun." He laughed, choked, and then laughed properly. The dead murmured approval. Somewhere in the back of his mind, even Hades sounded faintly pleased. "Good to know," Harry said. She rolled her eyes fondly. "Honestly," she muttered. He turned fully toward her and reached for her hand. She let him take it without hesitation. He leaned in and kissed her. It was not a desperate kiss. It was steady, full of all the things they could not say in front of Dumbledore or the Ministry or anyone else. Her fingers curled in his hair. His other hand cupped the back of her neck. The lake breeze lifted her hair, bringing the scent of parchment and ink and lavender. For a moment, the underworld did not feel like a weight. It felt like a quiet backdrop. A kingdom waiting while its king took one small, selfish, necessary human moment. When they pulled apart, Hermione rested her forehead against his. "We are going to win," she said softly. "Not because of gods or courts or charters. Because we are going to be too stubborn to quit." He smiled. "Sounds like a plan. Also because we have more brains than they do," she added. "And better hair," he said. She snorted. "Speak for yourself." He nudged her shoulder. The sky over the lake darkened as the sun slipped lower. Somewhere in the castle, bells began to chime for supper. Students' voices drifted faintly across the grounds. Harry stood, pulling Hermione up with him. His body still ached, but his steps felt surer. The dead followed at a respectful distance. The shards inside him sulked in their cage. "Come on," he said. "We have a ring down, a charter half written, and a headmaster's pass to untangle. Might as well get food while we can." Hermione squeezed his hand. "And after supper," she said, "we start planning how to take a cup from a vault and a diadem from a room that eats things quietly, and a snake from a madman," Harry added. "And a piece from your scar," she said, voice softening. He touched his forehead instinctively. The lightning bolt throbbed once, as if in answer. "One debt at a time," he said. The underworld agreed. As they walked back toward the castle, king and witch and a chorus of silent witnesses, the path ahead looked full of sharp edges and shadows. But for the first time since Hades had whispered in his ear, Harry felt something solid under all the fear. Plan, partner, and a very clear idea of which debts he intended to call in next. Cold stone, metal groaning, goblin voices low and sharp. Harry came back to himself with the taste of vault air already in his mouth. Side along with goblins felt different than with wizards. Less squeeze, more slide, as if the world itself shifted to one side to let you pass. He stood now on a narrow ledge of rock deep under Gringotts. The air was chill and tasted of iron. Ahead, a heavy rail line cut through the cavern. The cart they had arrived in creaked as it slowed. On the far side of the track, a wall of silver doors glinted. Each one was carved with a crest. Lestrange burned at him from the nearest. Hermione stood at his left, wand out, breathing a little fast. Her hair was tied back tight. Bill Weasley stood at his right in curse-breaker leather, plated scar by his eye white against the torchlight. The goblin on the cart hopped down with an ease that said he had done this 1,000 times. His name was Ragnarok here, though Harry knew goblins often used more than one. His mail shirt rustled under his coat. Black eyes watched Harry with wary respect. "Vault 687, Lestrange," Ragnarok said. "Per your authority as client and as other thing." The pause around the last part carried a lot of weight. "This is as far as we escort you. The rest is on you." "The curse load is worse than last time," Bill said quietly. "I can feel it from here." Harry nodded. The air around the Lestrange door had a different weight. Darker, thicker. Tom had poured more into this than into the ring. Hades sat close at the back of Harry's mind, quiet and ready. "Remember the rule," the old god said. "You are not here as a thief. You are here as the one sent to collect unpaid debt." Harry stepped off the cart. His boots scraped on the rock. The rail line hummed faintly under the weight of distant carts. "How bad?" Hermione asked, voice low. "Very," Bill answered before Harry could. "This is not just a warded vault. This is a temper tantrum carved into stone. Traps, blood locks, fire. The usual tricks, only more of them." Ragnarok bared his teeth in something that was not quite a smile. "Lestrange's paid well to make this a tomb for anyone foolish," he said. "Then it is a good thing I am not quite anyone," Harry said. He moved toward the door. The air prickled against his skin. Every step felt like walking into a storm. Hermione stayed just behind his shoulder. He could feel the warmth of her there, a steady point in all the chill. Bill hung back nearer the cart, ready to throw shields if something went wrong. The goblin watched all of them, fingers resting lightly on the hilt of a short blade. The Lestrange crest on the door was a twisting thing. Knotted roots, snarling beasts, a stylized skull. Under it, in tiny goblin script, Harry could read the fee records. Payments, penalties, interest, debts that went both ways. "Helga Hufflepuff's cup is inside," Harry said. More for Hermione than for anyone else. Tom hid a piece of himself in it. He thought no one would ever get past the curses and the dragon. Hermione glanced at Ragnarok. "And yet we are here," Ragnarok snorted. "Pluton pushed a charter under our doors," he said. Then he walked into the main hall with spirits at his shoulder and told us what the future would look like. We prefer future where our tunnels do not rip open under too many dark artifacts. So we cooperate. Within limits. His gaze flicked to Harry. We do not like that the cup was stolen in the first place, he added. Hufflepuff made it. Wizards grabbed it. Dark Wizard fouled it. We want the foulness gone, and then we will discuss ownership. That is fair, Harry said. He touched the door. The metal was cold. Not normal cold. This was curse cold, the kind that sank past skin into nerves. For a moment he saw a dragon behind his eyes, chained and starving under stone. Magic set to roar at any thief. Then that vision slid away. That was how it had been. This path was different now. Back a bit, he said quietly. Hermione moved one step away but did not retreat far. Bill took 2 steps back. Ragnar did not move at all. Harry drew a breath and let his eyes close for a second. He reached down inside himself, past his own core, past the 2 existing shards of Tom in their cage. Down to the place that did not belong to Britain or the Ministry or Gringotts. The place where a throne of dark stone sat in a hall without walls. The underworld rose to meet him. He opened his eyes. For a moment the narrow tunnel and the door existed in 2 ways at once. There was the physical hall of Gringotts, rock and rail and metal. Through that, like a second image, he saw the same place as it looked from Hades' domain. The tunnel became a branch line of a far older road. The vault door became a gate in a wall of shadow. The dead were thin here. Few people died near these tunnels. But the things stored behind the doors had weight. Gold, artifacts, curses, promises. Harry laid his palm flat on the crest. In the name of the one who keeps the last ledger, he said, voice steady. I claim this cursed object as unpaid debt. The soul inside does not have permission to sit in this bank. The metal thrummed. Ragnar sucked in a breath. That is not goblin law, he said. It is older, Harry answered without looking back. The door fought him. He felt the curse lines lash at his hand, testing for living flesh to burn, for a heart to stop. It had been written to punish thieves, to chew them up and spit them out as warnings. But Harry was not here as a thief. This is collection, Hades reminded him. You are closer to a bailiff than a robber. Right, Harry muttered. He pushed. The gate in the shadow wall opened first. A crack, then wider. The lines of the curse bending around an authority they had not been taught to resist. On the physical side, the Lestrange door shuddered. Lock bolts ground. The carved crest flickered. Behind him, Hermione clutched her wand tighter. Bill murmured a grounding charm under his breath. The door sighed, with a reluctant groan that shook dust from the ceiling. It swung inward. A wave of stale air rolled over them, thick with old gold, dragon smoke, and the sharp bite of Horcrux magic. Harry staggered once, then caught himself. His hand burned, but his heart kept beating. Hermione was at his elbow at once. Arm, he showed her his palm. Black lines had crawled up from the center, like veins drawn in ink. They pulsed once and then steadied. Still attached, he said. Not funny, she snapped. But she did not let go of him. Ragnar peered past them into the vault, eyes wide despite himself. Inside, piles of treasure gleamed. Armor, cups, jewels, a false sword, cursed trinkets. High on one shelf, a small cup sat on a plinth. Goblin-crafted gold, wide handles, perfect balance. Helga's badger picked out along the side. It glowed wrong to Harry. There, he said. Bill swore softly. You were not joking. Stay at the edge, Harry said. If Tom built in any extra surprises, I would rather they hit me than you. Comforting, Hermione muttered. He stepped inside. The air pressed on his shoulders. Every item in the vault seemed to weigh more than it should. The curse that had sat around the door had cousins piled across the floor. Some of the gold shimmered with duplication spells, ready to multiply into a crushing wave if touched. Traps waited in simple shapes. The underworld view helped. In that layer, the false items were pale. The truly dangerous ones stood out as dark knots. He picked his way between them, careful, footsteps light. He reached the plinth. The cup sat there, small and neat, as if nothing were wrong. Up close, the Horcrux reeked. The shard inside pulsed like a rotten tooth. It recognized him. The pieces already in his chest twisted, eager and afraid. "That is it," Hermione whispered from the doorway. "Hufflepuff's cup." "Helga did not make it for this," Harry said. He did not pick it up with his hand. Not at first. He reached again with that inner grip, the one he had used on the locket and the ring. The shard snarled. It threw images at him, trying to distract. A brown-haired boy in a garden. A handsome young man charming shopkeepers. A seller of artifacts bowing low as he handed over the cup to a customer with cold eyes. Bellatrix Lestrange laughing as she watched Tom hide the cup in her vault. Harry pushed through the memories and closed his unseen hand around the fragment. "You are not a keepsake," he thought. "You are evidence." Hades agreed. "Bring it to the cell with the others." The shard fought. It stabbed at the edges of his mind, tried to spill down into his body. His hand shook. The black lines on his palm crawled higher. Hermione must have seen. "Harry, nearly," he ground out. He pulled. The fragment tore free with a jolt that made his knees buckle. Magic rushed up his arm, searing, then down into his chest. The shards already there screamed at the contact. For a moment Harry saw 3 Toms at once in his head. Young, smug, cruel, middle-aged and snake-eyed, eyeless and angry. He slammed a mental gate in their faces and shoved the new shard into the cage with the others. Locked, he thought. Sit. The cup on the plinth shuddered. The wrong glow went out. It became just gold and history again. Harry grabbed it with his physical hand before any duplication spells could wake and backed out of the ward tangle step by step. His heart hammered. Sweat ran down his spine. By the time he reached the vault door, Hermione was there, eyes wide, wand locked on his arm in case he fell. Bill had one hand raised, ready to throw a shield. He stumbled over the threshold, out of the worst of the curse field, and dropped to one knee. The cup clinked against the floor. Hermione crouched with him at once. "Talk to me," she said. "Still Harry," he said, breathing hard. "Still mostly in one piece. That makes 3. 3 pieces inside you," she said sharply. "That is not the victory you think it is." "Depends on the day," he muttered. Inside his chest, the cage rattled. The 3 shards were not separate anymore. They were not one either. Like inmates in adjoining cells, they had started to shout through the gaps. "Name," one of them hissed. Harry knew the voice. Not words, more intent. Tom as he had been in the orphanage. Tom in the castle. Tom whispering to frightened children through pages. King Hades said calmly, "This is where the next debt is collected." Harry dragged his awareness down into the dark hall in his mind. The throne loomed ahead. To one side, a small cage of shadow hung suspended in the air. Inside it, 3 human shapes pressed against invisible walls. They all had Tom Riddle's face. They all looked different. One still had normal eyes. One had the snake red. One was a blurred mess of damage. He walked up to the cage. "You are getting crowded," he said. "You are getting arrogant." One of the Toms sneered. Young Tom with the school tie and the prefect badge. "You are stuffing your enemies into your own chest and calling it strategy. How long before you crack?" "Not yet," Harry said. Red-eyed Tom laughed, cold and high. "You think holding us gives you control. You are wrong. Every piece you take makes the path between us stronger. Soon you will not know where you end and where I begin." "Nice try," Harry said. "You have never known where you end." The broken Tom said nothing. He just watched, eyes empty. Hades loomed at Harry's back, larger here than anywhere else. Not a man on a throne this time, more a presence that filled the dark. "You do not belong in my king's chest," the god said to the shards. "You are here on sufferance, a temporary holding cell. When the main debtor arrives, you will all be judged together." Tom laughed again. "You speak of debt as if you invented it. Wizards build empires, gods sulk in caves. That is the order of things. You built nothing that will last," Hades said. "Your name will be a warning, not a legacy. That is the judgment you have already earned. The only question now is how many others you drag with you before the last fragment falls." Harry stepped closer to the bars. The shards pressed back, wary but defiant. Listen carefully, Harry said. Every piece I take makes you weaker out there. In the real world, you can snap at me all you like from in here, but you cannot stop me from pulling your anchors. I will rip them out of banks and bones and walls. When nothing is left but the bit in my scar, then we talk about how this ends. Tom smiled, thin and nasty. You will not survive that far. We will see, Harry said. He stepped back from the mental cage and let the underworld hall fade. Vault air rushed back in. Hermione was still crouched in front of him, brows drawn tight. Harry, she said again. Here, he said hoarsely. Sorry. They are talkative. She made a face. That does not make me feel better. Ragnar had edged closer. His eyes were fixed on the cup. Is it done? Harry lifted it. The metal felt normal now. Heavy but only with gold. Yes, he said. The foul part is in custody. Ragnar stepped forward and took the cup with careful hands. For a moment his fingers traced Helga's crest. His expression shifted, complicated. This should never have been used for your Dark Lord's games, he said. Wizard deeds brought the taint. Wizard deeds have now removed it. That ledger looks better. Will you keep it here? Hermione asked. For now, Ragnar said. Under separate lock, under our law, not yours. When your war is done, we will invite the heirs of Hufflepuff, if any exist, to sit with us. We will settle ownership then. Harry nodded. Fair. Ragnar gave him a small, sharp smile. Pluton who respects the weight of goblin work is less trouble than the ones who did not, he said. Do not make us regret this cooperation. I will try not to, Harry said. Good, Ragnar said. Now get out of my tunnel before the curse echo catches up. Bill helped Harry up. Hermione stayed close enough that her shoulder touched his. Together they climbed back into the cart. As the cart rattled away, leaving the open Lestrange door behind, Harry leaned his head back for a moment and let the rhythm of the tracks press the pain in his arm into something distant. That is 3, Bill said quietly over the clatter. Journal, locket, ring, and now the cup. For, really, the diary melted in second year, Harry said. Different time, different life, same war, Bill said. Hermione gave a small nod. We are getting closer, she said. The diadem, the snake, and the scar piece. Harry rubbed at his forehead. The scar prickled as if it had heard. Collecting debts, he said. One ugly artifact at a time. They came back to Hogwarts exhausted. The castle took one look at them when they stepped out of the flue into the head's office and adjusted around it. Maybe that was in Harry's head. Maybe it was real. Halls seemed shorter, steps less steep. Dumbledore rose from behind his desk. His bandaged hand twitched as he saw the lines on Harry's arm. How bad? He asked. I am not dead, Harry said. So less bad than it could be. Hermione shot him a sharp look. He took the shard into himself again, she said. The curse tried to climb his veins. Hades pushed it back, but it left its mark. Dumbledore reached for Harry's wrist, then stopped, asking permission with his eyes. Harry held his arm out. The black veins were fading now, like bruises that had skipped a few hours ahead. 3 inside, Dumbledore murmured. That is a great burden to carry. I know, Harry said, but it keeps Tom from playing with them. Dumbledore's gaze lifted to his face. And what is he playing with instead? Me, Harry said simply. Hermione bristled. We are watching, she said. He is not fighting that war alone. Dumbledore's eyes softened for a moment. No, he said. He is not. That is the one advantage you have that Tom never understood. Harry pulled his arm back. We are going after the diadem next, he said. The map in my head is clearer now. It points to the castle. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Ravenclaw's lost treasure, he said. Helena, the Grey Lady, may be willing to speak now that you wear a different crown. I thought so, Harry said. Hermione is going to help. Obviously, Hermione said. Dumbledore smiled faintly at that. Try not to provoke too many portraits, he said. They have only just calmed down after the news of your ministry charter. Harry snorted. They started that gossip train, not me. Dumbledore did not deny it. Go eat, he said. Then rest. The dead will still be here in the morning. So will the diadem. Hermione opened her mouth to argue about resting, then closed it again. Fine, she said. But if you get up in the night to throw yourself into another cursed vault without me, I will hex you. Noted, Harry said. They left the office. The gargoyle slid back into place behind them with a soft scrape. In the corridor outside, Ron waited. He leaned against the wall near the moving staircase, hands jammed into his pockets. His hair looked like he had been dragging his fingers through it for an hour. When he saw them, he pushed away from the wall a bit too quickly. Back then, he said, you did not tell me you were running off to break into Gringotts again. Hermione frowned. We did not exactly have time to send invitations, Ron. You told Bill, he said. He is the curse breaker, she said. Also your brother. Exactly, Ron shot back. My brother. Which is why I am standing here hearing from Ginny that he had to sign some special form at the bank because my best friend is now officially some sort of death king with priority access to curses. Harry felt the tiredness settle heavier on his shoulders. This was not the first time Ron had looked at him with that uneasy mix of worry and resentment. It had been growing since the ministry. We did not leave you out to hurt you, Harry said. Yeah, well, it worked anyway, Ron said. You go to meetings with the minister. You go under the bank with goblins. You take pieces of you-know-who into your own skull. What am I supposed to do, stand here and clap? You were supposed to stay alive, Harry snapped. The words came out sharper than he meant. Ron flinched. Hermione winced. Harry took a breath. Look, he said, voice lower. I did not ask for this. If I could hand the crown of bones to someone else, I would. But I cannot. The Horcruxes are tied to me now. The more of them I take, the more the line between us and Tom tightens. That is not something I want you walking into without warning. I do not want you walking into it either, Ron said. His voice cracked on the last word. He looked away, jaw clenched. Hermione reached for his arm. Ron, he pulled back a step. Not far. Enough. I am going to supper, he said shortly. I guess you three will be planning the next world-saving errand in a broom cupboard somewhere. Let me know when you need comic relief. He turned and stalked away down the stairs. Hermione watched him go, eyes tight. That is getting worse, she said softly. I know, Harry said. Guilt sat under his ribs next to the shards. That was one debt he did not know how to collect yet. Later, Hermione said. Food first. Then we go talk to a ghost who hates being looked at. That is a normal sentence now, Harry muttered. She snorted. Welcome to our lives. They found the Grey Lady near the West Tower. Took 2 hours of searching. Hermione insisted on finishing supper first, then dragged Harry through 3 corridors and up 4 sets of stairs until they reached one of the quietest stretches of the castle. Old suits of armor stood along the walls, dusty and still. A pale figure hovered at the end of the hall, near a tall window. She wore the dress of another century, hair falling straight down her back, eyes fixed on something far beyond the stone. Hermione slowed. Lady Helena, she called softly. The ghost turned her head with that smooth, eerie motion only ghosts had. When her eyes fell on Hermione, they softened a fraction. When they slid to Harry, they sharpened. You are different, she said. Her voice was low and clear. The castle has been whispering that the boy with the scar now walks with a shadow crown. I see it. Harry met her gaze. I am not here to threaten you, he said. I am here to ask about something your mother made, and about the man who polluted it. Helena drifted closer. Cold seeped into the air around them. Hermione shivered. You speak to the dead as if they are rooms in your house, Helena said. I hear the way the walls respond to you. You are not just a wizard anymore. No, Harry said. I wish I were. But here we are. Her eyes flicked to his scar. Her expression shifted, complicated. You carry him, she said. Pieces, Harry said. I am trying to collect them before he kills more people. Helena was silent for a moment. The torches along the hall flickered. My mother loved her diadem, she said at last. She loved what it represented. Wisdom, clarity, a mind that could rise above anger. I hated it for a long time. I thought she loved it more than me. Hermione did not move or speak. She listened. Helena went on. I stole it. I ran away with it. I hid it in a far country. A man came for me. He wore my mother's colors. He wore his own hunger as a cloak. He killed me in a forest. I watched him take the diadem from my cooling hand. Her voice stayed calm, but Harry could hear old rage under the surface. The diadem came back to this castle long after my death, she said. Another boy found it. Charming, clever, full of contempt. He spoke to me with false respect. He asked about secrets. He wanted a place to hide something. I told myself it was just another wizard game. She looked at Harry, and for the first time there was shame in her eyes. I showed him the room, she said. The place that becomes what you need. I watched him place the diadem atop a pile of forgotten relics. I felt the stink of his magic seep into it. I have been trying to undo that mistake for decades and failing. Harry nodded slowly. You feel him through it, he said. Tom, yes, Helena said. And now I feel you. It is quieter. The diary and the ring and the cup are gone, Harry said. The piece in the diadem is next. That is why I am here. Not to blame you, not to judge you, to fix it. Helena laughed then. It was a short, bitter sound. You, king of the dead, coming to comfort a ghost about her bad choices. What a strange world this has become. Join the club, Harry said dryly. Hermione shot him a look but did not argue. Helena floated closer until she was directly in front of him. Her gaze seemed to look through his eyes into something beyond. You are not lying, she said. I hear the underworld at your back. I hear the murmurs of those who answer to you. You speak of debt and repair as if you mean it. I do, Harry said. For myself as well. I have plenty to answer for. She studied him for another long moment. Then she nodded once. I will take you, she said. But understand this. The room is fickle. It remembers what people put into it. It remembers boys who wanted to hide shame. It may not welcome another boy who comes to tear that shame out by the roots. I am getting used to rooms that do not like me, Harry said. Hermione huffed under her breath. Helena turned and drifted down the hall. Harry and Hermione followed. Their footsteps echoed softly. The castle watched. They stopped in front of a blank stretch of wall opposite a tapestry of a troll in ballet clothes. Helena hovered a little to the side. You know what to do, she said. Harry did. He had walked this passage in other times for other reasons. He paced past the wall 3 times, mind fixed on the same thought. I need the place where he hid what he took from you. On the 3rd pass a door appeared. Old wood. Iron handle. No crest. Hermione drew her wand. Together, she said. Harry nodded. They stepped inside. The room was a maze of junk. Piles of furniture, broken toys, chipped busts. Shelves crammed with books and bad ideas. This was where Hogwarts stored everything people wanted to forget. The wrongness hit Harry at once. Not everywhere. In sharp, local bursts. Pockets of taint. Some from dark artifacts. One from something else. He let his underworld sense open wider. The dead around the room were quiet. This place had seen few actual deaths. But it had stored echoes of 1,000 small betrayals. Stolen things. Hidden evidence. Forgotten promises. Do you see it? Hermione asked in a whisper. Not yet, Harry said. Helena drifted through a wall of old cabinets and reappeared on the other side. This way, she said. They followed. Harry kept his senses stretched, skimming over cursed objects like fingers over sharp glass. There, Hades murmured. High to the left. Harry turned. On top of a tall stack of broken wardrobes, a single bust sat. A crown sat on its head. The diadem, simple silver, set with blue stones. Ravenclaw's words engraved along the band. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. It glowed the same wrong color as the cup had, only colder. The shard inside was older. Stay here, Harry said. Not a chance, Hermione replied. I mean stay on the ground, he said. If the room throws a tantrum, I would rather only one of us was up there. She hesitated, then nodded. Fine. But I am keeping my wand on you the whole time. Comforting again, he said. He levitated himself rather than climbing. The room did not like it. The air thickened. A few loose objects slid on shelves as if caught by a breeze that was not there. He reached the bust and kept his eyes on the diadem. Up close, the Horcrux reek was almost as bad as the cup. Different flavor. More bookish. Less brute force. "You are not going to like this," he whispered to it. He reached out with that inner grip again. This shard felt different. It held more of Tom's school years. The diadem had sat on his head when he walked long corridors and dreamed of changing everything. As Harry touched it, he saw flashes. Young Tom pacing a common room, diadem gleaming. Arrogant certainty. Long lists of names. Plans to reshape Hogwarts first, then the world. He despised the Hallows tales. He wanted his own myths. Harry closed his unseen hand around the fragment. "Your cleverness did not save you," he said. "Your secrets did not keep you safe. This ends." The shard snapped and bit like a trapped thing. It slashed at his mind with images of endless corridors filled with trophies, all with his name. It tried to pour its sense of superiority into him. He remembered second year, standing in the chamber over Ginny's still body. He remembered Tom in that diary, sneering. "You are not special," Harry said aloud. "You are just scared." He pulled. Pain flared. Not just in his arm this time, in his scar. A hot line from forehead to spine. For a moment he could not see. He fell. The levitation charm broke. The bust and diadem tipped. The room reacted like it had been jerked awake. Objects rattled. A stack of chairs leaned. Hermione shouted his name. Before he hit, the air under him thickened. Hades' hand, unseen, caught some of the fall. He still hit the floor hard, shoulder first, but not full force. The bust shattered beside him, plaster dust puffing out. The diadem clanged off a trunk and slid. Hermione was on him an instant later, dropping to her knees, hands on his face. Harry, talk to me." His scar burned. Inside his head, the cage of shards shook. 3 shapes became 4. The new one was taller, smarter, less obviously cruel. He dragged in a breath. "Ow," he said. Again. Hermione let out a harsh breath that might have been a laugh. "You keep doing that," she said. He pushed himself onto his back. The diadem lay a few feet away. Its glow had changed. The wrong color had gone. Only silver and blue remained. Helena hovered over it, eyes wide. "It is clean," she whispered. Harry rolled onto one knee and reached for the diadem. His hand shook. He picked it up and held it out to her. "This is yours," he said. "Or your mother's. Either way, not his." She reached for it, then paused. Ghost fingers hovered over metal they could not fully touch. "I do not know what to do with it now," she said. "Then let it live," Hermione said softly. "Put it somewhere students can see it as what it is. A relic of wisdom, not a trophy of some dark experiment." Helena thought about that. "The tower," she said at last. "The common room. Let the eagles look up and remember that wit without kindness rots." "That sounds right," Harry said. He looked at Hermione. "You can help Professor Flitwick ward it later," he said. She nodded. "Gladly." Helena smiled for the first time. It was a thin, sad thing, but real. "You have paid a debt," she said. "For me. For my mother. For the castle. I cannot undo what I showed that boy. But I can choose better now." She reached out. Her fingers brushed the diadem. For a second, her hand seemed more solid. The metal glowed faintly. Then she lifted her head and looked at Harry. "The piece in your scar is angry," she said. "It howls when you pull the others. Be careful. It will not go quietly." "I know," he said. She inclined her head. "I will see you in the tower," she said to Hermione. Then she drifted away, fading into the stone. The room settled. The rattling stopped. The piles of junk went back to being just piles. Hermione sagged with relief. "That was worse than I thought," she said. "Same," Harry said. He sat on the cold floor and closed his eyes. Inside, the cage was crowded now. For Toms pressed against the bars. They hissed and shouted and whispered. "It was mine," one of them snarled. "The one from the diadem, all sharp angles and clever eyes. Knowledge. Memory. The crown of thought. You turned it into a storage bin for your fear," Harry said. That is not wisdom. Red Eyes glared at him. You think you are better? No, Harry said. I think I am trying harder. The broken shard said nothing. It just stared. Hades watched them all. Your cage will not hold forever if you keep adding, the god said in Harry's mind. I know, Harry said. How many left out there now? Just the snake and the piece in your scar, Hades said. And the main body that still walks. The next debt is the hardest. Harry opened his eyes. We did it, Hermione said quietly. That is what? 5 now total. Diary, locket, ring, cup, diadem, Harry said. 5 gone. 2 left that sit still. 1 main with a nose problem. Hermione huffed out a tired laugh. Do not make me laugh right now, she said. I might cry instead. He reached for her hand. She took it without hesitation. Let's get out of here, he said. I do not want to be in the room with his old junk longer than we have to. They left the diadem work for later. The Horcrux part was done. The rest could wait for a day when their bodies did not feel like they had been dragged through 3 curse fields. Night fell. Harry lay awake in his bed, curtains drawn, listening to the deep sounds of the castle, the slow breathing of other boys, the vague creaks of wood, the distant whisper of ghosts moving through stone. Inside his head, there was no quiet. The cage rattled. The 4 shards of Tom paced and muttered. Sometimes they argued with each other. Sometimes they all turned their attention to him at once. You are not built for this, one sneered. You will crack, another said. You will beg me to take it back. A third whispered. The 4th stayed mostly silent. It watched. Hades sat like a dark mountain on the other side of the hall. He did not intervene unless they pressed too close to the bars. When they did, he flicked a thought and they shrank back with a sound like distant thunder. After what felt like an hour, Harry sat up. He could not lie there and listen anymore. He pulled on a jumper and jeans, grabbed his wand, and slipped out of the dorm. The common room was mostly empty. A few embers glowed in the grate. The dead followed him down the stairs and out into the corridor. Not many, just a thin cluster of presences. Enough. He did not have a destination in mind at first. His feet took him toward the defense classroom out of habit. Then he turned aside before he reached it and headed instead for an unused storeroom halfway along the corridor. He stepped inside, shut the door, and leaned his head against the wood. All right, he said into the quiet. Talk. The shards stilled, surprised. You keep calling me weak, Harry said under his breath. You keep telling me I will break. Fine. Say it when I am listening. Say what you think happens next. There was a pause. Then the young Tom, the one from the diary and the diadem, laughed softly. You want honesty, he said. Here it is. Every time you pull one of us in, you widen the channel. You are building a bridge between you and me. You think you are the one walking across it. You are not. I am. Harry snorted. Big words from a chap who lives in a box. Boxes break, Tom said. You know that. You broke mine once in your 2nd year. You are building another out of your own mind and pretending it is different. The red-eyed Tom leaned against the mental bars. You feel it, he said softly. The way your thoughts shift. The way you understand my patterns more easily than before. That is not just information. That is bleed. Harry swallowed. That hit a little too close. He did understand Tom better now. He could see where certain moves came from, how he would place pieces on the board. It helped. It also worried him. You are not wrong, he said. I am changing. The question is whether that change makes me more like you or more able to stop you. You cannot have one without the other, Tom said. To defeat a Dark Lord, you must think like one. Maybe, Harry said. Or maybe you just lack imagination. The shards hissed. Hades finally spoke. Enough, he said. You mistake proximity for infection, Tom Riddle. You cling to the host and tell yourself you are the one with power. That story has teeth only if Harry believes it. And what do you believe? The red-eyed shard spat. I believe that every debt is collected in the end, Hades said. Harry is the one walking the path with open eyes. You are caught in the past you refuse to leave. The broken shard stirred. Its voice was quieter, more frayed. You should have let me have the child. it whispered. The night at Godric's Hollow. It would have been quick. Clean. No kings. No cages. Harry went very still. Hades' presence cooled further. You did not have that right, he said. That is the point, the shard said. Rights do not matter. Only power. You two sit here and argue about ledgers, while the main body prepares to wipe your little charter off the map. Harry closed his eyes. You are all wrong in different ways, he said. But you are right about one thing. There is a limit to how many of you I can hold. We are close to it. Then you lose, the diary shard said. No, Harry said quietly. Then we stop collecting and start removing in a different way. Hermione's words on the lake came back to him. I would rather have you than an extra map. The problem was he needed both. He needed to survive and he needed to know enough to win. Hades shifted. Say it, he told Harry. You already know where this path goes. Harry sat down on an old crate, elbows on knees, hands locked together. The last piece, he said. The one in my scar. We cannot treat it like the others. If we rip it free completely, it will take me with it. Yes, Hades said. The bond there is deeper. It is woven into your lifeline. When he tried to kill you, a little of him lodged and the spell bent around you. That thread runs through everything you are. So to pull it out clean, Harry said slowly, we have to break that line for a moment. Yes, Hades said again. You have to die. The words sat in the air, heavy and simple. The shards laughed, delighted. There it is, the red-eyed one crowed. The truth. To remove me, you must give up your own breath. All this time you thought you were clever with your shadows and your negotiations. It still comes down to the old rule. To kill me, you must lay down your own life. Harry let the laughter wash over him. It hurt. Not in his body. Somewhere deeper. Is there a way back? He asked Hades quietly. Silence stretched for a moment. If you walk into my hall as a soul with that intent, Hades said at last, I can catch you. I can hold you at the border. No guarantees. No neat bargains. The path would be thin. A wrong step and you stay with me. But it is possible. Possible, Harry repeated. The other option, Hades said, is to leave the scar piece and try to kill the main body with it still in place. That would leave your connection open. He could drag on your life like an anchor. Even if his body fell, the shard in you could try to rebuild. Not a real choice then, Harry said. No, Hades said. The shards clapped slowly. You see, the diary piece said, your war ends with your death one way or another. Better to surrender now and get it over with. Or, Harry said, I go in on my terms, at a time I choose, after I have put as much of you in boxes as I can. I make the last debt payment where I have the best chance of coming back for the people who are still here. Heroes and their drama, Tom sneered. Harry opened his eyes. The storeroom was just a storeroom again. Dust motes in the air, boxes stacked against the wall. He stood. His legs were steady. Fine, he said under his breath. Then that is the plan. I die. I come back. You do not. He turned and opened the door. Hermione stood there, fist raised as if she had been about to knock. Her eyes were wide and shiny. She had clearly heard at least the last bit. I was not spying, she blurted. I just woke up and you were not there, and I knew that look you get when you are about to do something stupid. And the dead were restless in the corridor, so I followed them, and then I heard you say you were going to die. Harry stared at her. That is a lot of words for not spying, he said weakly. She did not even smile. You are not doing this alone, she said. This part one have to, he said. Not the dying, she snapped. The planning. You do not get to decide that your death is the only option without telling me. Without telling Ron. Without telling the people who care about you. Ron can barely look at me, Harry said. You saw him. That does not mean he wants you dead, she said. It might on some days, Harry muttered. She glared. He shut up. You think I am happy about this? He said more quietly. I hate it. I hate that every path ends with me on the floor somewhere with no pulse. But I also hate the idea of him surviving because I was too scared to do the thing only I can do. Tears stood in her eyes now, bright and furious. Then we plan it together, she said. We pick the time and place where you have the best chance. We talk to Dumbledore, to Hades. We make sure that when you walk into that hall, everything out here is ready. And if you do not come back, we make sure your death actually buys something." Harry swallowed. "Do you hear yourself?" he asked. "You are helping me schedule my own killing." "Yes," she said, "because the alternative is you doing it alone in a corridor and hoping I get there in time. I would rather have a plan." He let out a breath that was half laugh, half sob. "You are terrifying," he said. "Good," she said. "Maybe that will scare you into staying alive." He reached for her. She stepped into his arms without hesitation. For a long moment they just stood there, holding on, breathing each other in. "I love you," he said into her hair. "I know," she said, voice muffled against his chest. "Which is why this is the worst idea you have ever had, and also the only one that makes sense." He snorted. "You cannot say that and expect me to argue." "Then do not argue," she said. They pulled back a little. Her hands stayed on his arms. "So," she went on, all business now through the shine in her eyes, "we have the cup and the diadem. The diary is gone. The ring is broken. That just leaves Nagini and your scar. The main body is not going to sit still while we hunt his pet." "He will move," Harry said. "Soon. Take the field. Hit the school. Hit the ministry. Both. He cannot let me keep collecting his debts without striking back." "Then we get ahead of him," she said. "We go to Dumbledore. We tell him the scar truth. We design the moment. Maybe at Hogwarts. Maybe somewhere else. Somewhere you can die and come back without a stray curse taking your head off in the middle." "You make it sound so tidy," Harry said. "It will not be," she said. "But it will be ours." He nodded slowly. "Tomorrow," he said. "We tell him tomorrow. I cannot keep this in my own skull any longer." She squeezed his arms. "Good," she said. "And Harry, yeah, you are not allowed to walk into any esoteric death rituals without kissing me first," she said. "New rule," he huffed. "I thought that was already the rule." "Then I am making it official," she said. He kissed her. It was not long. It did not need to be. It was enough to remind both of them what they were fighting for. When they parted, she wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. "Come on," she said. "We need at least 3 hours of sleep if we are going to bully the headmaster and a god before lunch." "Only 3, he said. "You can nap when you are back from being dead," she said. He made a face. She rolled her eyes. They left the storeroom together. The corridor was quiet. The dead watched from the walls, a little closer than usual, as if they knew something had shifted. Harry felt the weight of it. 5 artifacts cleansed. 1 ghost freed from old shame. A bank made safer. A ministry bound to a charter it barely understood. A friend drifting away under the strain. A girl at his side who refused to let him face the final bill alone. 2 pieces left. The snake and the scar. As they walked back toward the tower, hand in hand, the shards in his chest hissed and plodded. Hades watched. The underworld road stretched ahead, leading toward a moment where breath would stop and, if they were very careful, start again. Harry did not know if he would make it back. He did know this. When the time came, he would walk into that hall with his eyes open, not dragged. He would bring every debt he had collected and drop them at death's feet. And if he had any say in it, he would walk out again for Hermione, for Ron, for the kids in the castle who still passed notes under desks and wondered who they had a crush on, not who would live through the year. One last collection, one last payment, then maybe a world where he could sleep without hearing anyone scream. The castle felt wrong in the morning, too quiet. Harry stood at the window of the head's office and watched mist curl over the lake. The sky hung low and flat. No color, no promise, just wait. Behind him, the stone phoenix staircase ground into place. The door opened. Hermione stepped through first. Dumbledore followed, slower than usual. Fawkes sat on the rail, feathers dull with sleep. Hermione came straight to Harry's side. She did not say good morning. She slid her hand into his and squeezed once. Her palm was warm. His fingers were cold. Dumbledore moved to his chair but did not sit. He looked older than he had the night before. Lines cut deeper into his face. His bandaged hand trembled a little as he rested it on the desk. "You sent word," he said quietly. "You said it is ready." Harry turned away from the window. "It is not the sort of thing you keep putting off," he said. Hermione took a breath. "We know what the scar is now," she said. "We know what it will cost to remove it." Dumbledore's gaze fixed on the lightning mark. For a moment, regret flickered there, sharp and raw. "I suspected," he said. "For years. A shard of him lodged in you that night. A mistake on his part. A shield for you. A horror either way." "You could have told me," Harry said. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I could have. I chose not to. That choice is one of the debts I owe you." Hades' presence pressed at the back of Harry's mind, heavy and still. The god did not speak yet. "We are past blame," Harry said. "We need a plan." Dumbledore nodded once. "Tell me everything," he said. So they did. Harry spoke of the cage in his chest, of the shards pacing behind shadow bars, of the way the scar thread ran deeper than the others. Hermione filled in the gaps with details, her voice steady even when her fingers tightened around his. Dumbledore listened without interruption. When they reached the point where Hades had named the condition for a clean removal, his eyes closed for a heartbeat. "You must die," he said softly. Harry swallowed. "Yes, and there is a chance you can return," Dumbledore went on. "If Hades holds you at the border. If the conditions are right." "If I go there by choice," Harry said. "If I walk into it, not fall by accident. If the place itself is close enough to his domain that he can reach through." Dumbledore opened his eyes. "The threshold," he said. "The veil," Hermione said quietly. "Where it started," Harry added. Silence settled for a moment. They could all see that room in their minds. The stone arch, the tattered curtain, Sirius falling, Harry screaming. "It is a strong anchor," Hades said inside Harry's skull at last. His voice filled the air around the words, as if the office itself heard him. "It touches my hall already. The line between your world and mine is thin there. It is where your body first tasted my power." Dumbledore looked up, as if he could see the god in the rafters. "Lord Hades," he said, "thank you for joining us." "I have been here since the boy woke," Hades replied. "You are late to the council, Albus." Dumbledore gave a tired smile. "Age has slowed me," he said. "Death will fix that," Hades said dryly. Hermione made a faint strangled sound that might have been a laugh if it had not hurt. "Not helping," Harry muttered under his breath. "You asked for honesty," Hades said. "Not comfort." Dumbledore drew in a breath and straightened. "If the veil is the threshold," he said, "then that is where the final reckoning must happen. Voldemort will not walk willingly into the Department of Mysteries," Hermione said. "Not now. Not when the Ministry is half under our charter." "He will," Harry said. "If I call him." Both of them looked at him. "You said it last night," Hermione said slowly. "You are tired of rooms that do not like you." "Tom is tired of feeling me pull at his anchors," Harry said. "He is tired of waking up each time I cut another piece loose. I can use that. I can dare him to meet me where he thinks he wants one, where he thinks the prophecy bent in his favor. He will come to prove it still belongs to him." Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. "The prophecy," he murmured. "Neither can live while the other survives," Harry recited. "That line always sounded like one of us had to die. Now it sounds like something else." Hermione looked at him. "What does it sound like to you now?" "Nullification," Harry said quietly. "Not his life or mine, his existence or mine. I walk to the veil. He kills me. Hades catches me. I pull him through the same gap he made in me and end him where he is weakest. Then I walk back if I can. That fulfills the line. One of us survives as what we are now. The other does not." Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, they were clear. "That is awful," he said, "and elegant." He would appreciate the symmetry in his own way. "You understand," Hades said. "The boy thinks in ledgers now. He learned from the best," Dumbledore replied. Harry half smiled in spite of himself. "Is that a compliment or an insult?" "Yes," Dumbledore said. Hermione let out a breath. We need details, she said. Conditions. The exact shape of the moment. Harry must be alone in the circle when the curse hits, Hades said. No friend can stand between. No shield can take the blow. The offering must be clean. He must not fight it. His wand should be down. Hermione flinched. You want him to walk in unarmed. I want him to walk in unafraid, Hades said. The wand is symbolic. He may hold it. He must not raise it in that instant. Fear twists the path. Acceptance straightens it. Dumbledore nodded slowly. We can shape the battle around that, he said. Keep others out of the circle. Hold the Death Eaters at the edges. Harry's spectral host can help, Hades added. The dead answer to him. He can raise a ring of shades to keep the living at distance while he steps through. The army, Hermione said softly. The host, Harry said. They are not soldiers to me. They are people who are done and still stuck to places they should have left. This is a chance to use them cleanly. Dumbledore moved around his desk and came to stand in front of Harry. He put his good hand on Harry's shoulder. The grip was light but firm. You understand that you may not return, he said quietly. Yes, Harry said. You understand that, if you do return, you will not be the boy you were. Dumbledore went on. This will seal the path you are walking. There is no going back to simple school days. Harry gave a short laugh. Those went out the window when a god moved into my skull, he said. Hermione looked away for a second. He felt her fingers twitch in his. Dumbledore glanced at her. Miss Granger, he said. You know what this means for you as well. Yes, she said. Her voice shook once, then steadied. It means that if he does not come back, I help hold the world together after. It means that if he does come back, I argue with him when he thinks the only language people understand is fear. Dumbledore's eyes warmed. Good, he said. The king of the dead needs someone who will still tell him when he is being an idiot. Harry made a face. You say that like you are not planning to be around. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to Fawkes. The phoenix spread his wings and let out a low note. There will come a point where my story ends, Dumbledore said. I have delayed it as long as I can. The ring curse you helped me with bought time, but no more than that. I will stand with you at the ministry. After that, the world is yours more than mine. That is not fair, Harry said. No, Dumbledore agreed. But it is what we have. Fawkes launched from the rail and glided to Harry's shoulder. The phoenix settled there with surprising gentleness. Warmth flowed through the cloth of Harry's shirt, down into muscle and bone. Fawkes will go with you to the Vale, Dumbledore said. Song carries across more borders than spells. If there is any path back, his voice will find it. Thank you, Harry said. Do not thank me yet, Dumbledore replied. Not until we have settled the problem of a Dark Lord who will throw everything he has at us once he feels your summons. Hermione straightened. We have to talk to Ron, she said. Harry's throat tightened. Yes, he said. We do. They found Ron in an empty classroom near the Great Hall. He had dragged 2 desks together and was fiddling with a battered chessboard. The pieces stood in mid-game, frozen. His wand lay on the table. He looked up when they came in, eyes wary. Let me guess, he said. Another secret mission I am not allowed in on until it is over. Ron, Hermione began. He pushed back his chair. It scraped loud on the flagstones. No, I want to hear it, he said. King's orders. Grim Charter. Whatever you are calling it today. Harry closed the door behind them. He stood with his back to it for a second, then moved forward. This is about me dying, he said. That cut through Ron's anger. He stared. What? Sit, Harry said. Please. Something in his voice worked where reason might not have. Ron sank back into his chair, stiff. Hermione sat on the opposite desk. Harry leaned against the edge, hands on the wood, facing both of them. He told Ron the truth, about the scar, about the shard in his chest, about Hades' condition, about the veil, about the plan to let Voldemort kill him and the hope of coming back. Ron did not interrupt. His face went through a dozen shifts in the space of a minute. Shock, fear, fury, something like grief. When Harry finished, the silence in the room felt heavy. Dust hung in a line of light from the high window. The chess pieces waited. You were just going to do it, Ron said at last, voice flat. Walk off and let him kill you. Again. Without telling me. We were going to tell you, Hermione said quickly. We are telling you now. After you told Dumbledore, Ron shot back. He had to know, Harry said. And I did not, Ron demanded. Harry's shoulders hunched. I was scared you would try to stop me, he said. So you were going to sneak out to die where I could not reach you, Ron said. He laughed once, sharp. Great plan. I was going to ask you to hold the line, Harry said. Outside the circle. Keep people back. Make sure no one jumps in front of the curse because they love me and have bad instincts. Ron's mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. So I get to watch, he said. That is your idea of including me. Harry met his eyes. I trust you, he said. You more than anyone. To do the awful thing that needs doing. To stay where it hurts and not run in when you should not. Color rose in Ron's face. You trust me after what I tried with Hades, he said. Harry did not look away. You made a mistake, he said. You were scared. You tried to cut something out of me that you did not understand. You nearly broke us both. And then you stayed. You took the punishment. You let him strip the contaminated bits out of your head instead of running. You came back and you are still here. That matters more. Ron's jaw worked. It does not feel like it, he muttered. It does to me, Harry said. Hermione shifted on the desk. Ron, she said gently, we cannot do this without you. I cannot hold the Ministry shield wall and keep death rituals straight on my own. Dumbledore is already half in the grave. We need you in the living world while Harry walks into the other one. Ron scrubbed his hands over his face. You two are insane, he said. You know that, right? Yes, Hermione said. We know. He dropped his hands and looked at Harry again. His eyes were bright. If this goes wrong, he said slowly, if you do not come back, I have to live with the fact that I stood there and let it happen. I know, Harry said. His voice cracked. I am sorry, but if you stop it, he wins. Then everyone else pays instead. Ron's breath hitched. He stared at the chessboard as if it might offer a different answer. The White Knight leaned toward a bishop. A pawn waited to be taken. Plan it properly, he said at last. No last-second hero rubbish. No running into the forest alone. You let me see the map. You let me stand where I can actually help. Or I walk out of this room and I do not come back. Harry nodded, throat tight. Deal, he said. Ron looked at Hermione. And you, he said, do not let him turn into a statue if he survives. If he starts thinking in ledgers more than people, you hex him until he remembers he likes stupid jokes. Hermione gave a wet laugh. Already on the list, she said. He nodded once. Then, without warning, he stood. He stepped forward and pulled Harry into a rough hug that nearly knocked him back against the desk. Do not die, he said into Harry's shoulder. Or if you do not stay there. Harry hugged him back hard. I will do my best, he said. Your best has a habit of getting you killed, Ron muttered. Hermione joined them, arms wrapping around both. For a moment they were 13 again and none of this had happened yet. Just 3 kids on the wrong side of too many secrets. Then they let go. The moment stretched and broke. What now? Ron asked. Now we send a letter, Harry said. To a man who does not like mail. Voldemort felt the summons before he read it. He stood in a cold stone hall lit by blue fire. Death Eaters lined the walls, masks silver. Bellatrix at his right, restless. Nagini coiled at his feet, tongue tasting the air. He paced. The world had felt wrong for days. Bits of himself had winked out like lamps smothered under water. The ring, the cup, the diadem, the slow pull in his chest was not pain. It was worse. It was absence. Each time a fragment died, something in him shuddered. Not in his body, in his map, the one he carried of his own soul. Now there were only 3 bright points left. One in the snake that watched him with patient eyes. One in the scar on that cursed boy. One in his own chest, wrapped around his heart like a second spine. Someone would pay for this. My lord, Lucius said hesitantly from the shadows. The ministry is whispering of new charters again. The goblins, the werewolves, the vampires, they all speak of Pluton as if he were a new minister. Pluton, Bellatrix spat. King of filth, king of the dead, Voldemort said softly. The title tasted bitter. He had heard it in his dreams, in the edges of spells that would not obey, in the eyes of the dead he had pushed aside for decades. He is only a boy, Bellatrix said, a half-blood pretender. He has killed more of me than any wizard alive, Voldemort replied. That is more than pretense, Nagini hissed, a sound like question. Voldemort felt something tug at him then, a pressure behind the scar he did not have, a hand on the thread that ran from him to the boy. Harry Potter was calling. The summons was not in words at first. It was a pull, a direction, a sense of a place. Stone, a hanging curtain, the taste of the veil, then a voice, not spoken aloud, not in his ear, in the parts of him that still sat in that boy. Tom, it said. He snarled. Do not use that name. Bellatrix flinched. My lord, silence, he snapped. In his head, the voice continued. Calm. You have run a long time on stolen time, the voice said. You owe the dead a bill you have never paid. I owe no one, he hissed. You owe everyone you tore out of the story before their page was finished, Harry said. Every child you marked, every family you broke. You built yourself out of other people's missing. It is due. Voldemort bared his teeth. Come here and collect it then, he whispered. The pull sharpened. Picture formed. The Department of Mysteries. The circular room. The corridor. The veil chamber. Tonight, the voice said. Midnight. At the arch. No aura will stop you. No goblin will bar you. You and me. Bring your snake. Bring your followers if you like. The dead will keep them busy. Trick, Voldemort breathed. Trap, the voice did not deny it. The veil is a door, Harry said. You have been using me as one since you failed to kill me. Time to see what happens when the door swings the other way. Voldemort's hands clenched until his nails bit his palms. Fear coiled under his ribs. Real fear, not the old cold he would never have named. He had been losing pieces of himself for months now. He woke in the night and felt the cage closing. He could hide. He could gather what remained of his Horcruxes and flee. There were other continents, other wars, but the prophecy rang in his ears whenever he thought of running. Either must die at the hand of the other. He would not end as a shadow, hunted down in foreign fields by a boy who spoke to dead men. No, he whispered. Bellatrix leaned forward. My lord, we answer, he said. We show this king of corpses that the living still rule. He looked down at Nagini. The snake hissed, tongue tasting the air. Her eyes were flat and loyal, one of the last anchors. You will feed well tonight, he told her. Her coils tightened, slow. The decision settled in his bones. The pull from the scar line grew stronger, drawing him toward the heart of the ministry. At the other end of that thread, Harry Potter waited. So be it, Voldemort thought. One of us does not walk away. Midnight. The ministry atrium smelled of ash. Harry stood under the glass ceiling and watched smoke coil around the golden statues. The fountain had been altered since his 5th year. The noble wizard no longer towered over the witch, centaur, and house elf. The figures were all the same height now, hands joined. Death had his own place at the edge of the circle. A hooded shape carved in dark stone, scythe tipped with white. Names glowed on the walls in lines of light where there had once been posters. People the Aurors had lost. People the Death Eaters had killed. The list pulsed slowly, like a heartbeat. The atrium was full. Aurors lined the backs of the lifts. Kingsley stood at the front with Tonks at his side. Dumbledore waited near the center, robes simple, wand in hand. Members of the Order clustered in groups. McGonagall, Moody, Lupin. Ron's family stood together near one of the pillars. Molly clutched Ginny and the twins as if she could hold them in place by will alone. Arthur had both hands wrapped around his wand. Bill and Fleur near the front, faces set. Behind Harry, a thinner crowd of students. 7th years who had refused to stay in the castle. Ginny, eyes blazing. Neville jaw clenched. A few others. They were not supposed to be here, but they were. Hermione stood at Harry's right, Ron at his left. Fawkes perched on a brass rail above them, eyes bright. Hades sat just behind Harry's thoughts, a weight he had grown used to. The air hummed. The wards of the building had been bent to let the enemy in. That had been a hard argument, but it was the only way to set the stage. "They are close," Harry said quietly. "How can you tell?" Ron asked. "The dead in the tunnels are moving," Harry said. "They always stir before big fights, like birds before a storm." "Comforting," Ron muttered. Hermione touched the back of Harry's hand with her fingers. "Once more," she said. "Say it again." "The plan," he said. "Yes," she said. Out loud. "Voldemort appears in the atrium," Harry began. "He will not come alone. He never does. They spread out. We do not try to hold them here. We fall back in stages." He pointed toward the lifts. "Kingsley and the Aurors draw them into the corridors. Dumbledore and the Order hold the choke points. Ron, you take the students and the Weasleys. You keep them at the edges. No one chases down glory. No one runs after any fleeing mask. This is not that kind of battle." Ron nodded, face pale but set. Harry looked at Hermione. "You and I go down to the Department of Mysteries as soon as he shows. The dead will clear the path. We do not stop for duels." "And at the Veil," she said. "At the Veil," he agreed. "I raise the host. I set a ring. I walk in. He kills me." Hermione's throat worked. "And then you come back," she said. "I come back," he repeated. "Good," she said. Fawkes gave a low note. The glass overhead darkened as smoke thickened. "They are here," Dumbledore called. His voice carried without a spell. "Positions." The room shifted. Aurors moved into rows. The Order spread out. Students clustered where Ron pushed them. Harry stepped forward until he stood in the center of the atrium. The statue circle loomed a few paces behind him. The names on the walls glowed brighter. He closed his eyes for a heartbeat and reached down. The underworld rose like a tide. He did not call individual ghosts this time. He did not whisper to Lily or James or Sirius. He opened a gate under the floor and let the dead of London and the dead of a dozen other battles lean up against the world. They came as shadows first, dark patches on the marble, then as faint figures at the corners of sight. A man in old Auror robes, a woman in healer green, a goblin with a broken tusk, a centaur whose flanks still carried the marks of old spells. They did not speak. They did not need to. They took their places at the edges of the atrium, facing the lifts. Their presence pushed the air colder. "The host," Hades said with quiet satisfaction. "You wear the mantle well." Harry did not answer. His throat was too tight. The lifts chimed. Metal gates slid open. Dark figures poured out. Masks gleamed. Cloaks billowed. The dark mark burned green above the fountain, spreading across the ceiling like a poison cloud. At their head, slim and tall and inhuman, Voldemort stepped into the light. His eyes burned red. His smile was thin. Nagini curled at his feet, scales sliding over the floor. "Harry Potter," he said, voice soft but clear. "King of the dead. You have redecorated my ministry." "It was never yours," Harry said. His voice sounded steady to his own ears. That felt strange. Nothing inside him felt steady at all. Voldemort's gaze slid to the statue circle, to the hooded figure of death. His lip curled. "A joke," he said. "An idol to make the weak feel better about what waits for them." "Not an idol," Harry said. "An office. Someone has to keep the balance you have been trying to break." Voldemort's eyes narrowed. "You think you are that someone." "I do not think," Harry said. "I know." The dead at the edges of the room watched, silent. Living eyes flicked between the two of them. No one moved yet. "Enough chatter," Bellatrix hissed from behind her mask. "My lord, let me kill them." "Soon," Voldemort murmured. He raised his wand. The air tensed. "Now," Harry said under his breath. The floor under the Death Eater's feet turned dark. Not a color, an absence. Shadows rose around their legs like water. The spectral host flowed inward, forming a ring that kept the masked figures close to their master and away from the scattered civilians near the walls. Spells flew at once. Green, red, blue. The dead did not try to block them. They let the curses pass through their incorporeal forms, then reached for the casters instead. Hands of shadow closed around wands. Cold seeped into bones. Death Eaters gasped as their fingers went numb. Several dropped their wands with choked cries. Kingsley shouted orders. Oars used the confusion to slam shields into place, herding the enemy toward the lifts. The atrium became a swirl of chaotic duels at the edges and a still circle in the center. In that circle, Harry and Voldemort walked toward each other. Hermione moved with Harry until the line of shades stopped her. One of the dead, a witch with long plaited hair and a hit wizard badge on a faded cloak, raised a hand and shook her head once. "I am going with him," Hermione said. "You go as far as the corridor," Hades said through the dead woman's mouth. The voice was his, calm and implacable. "Not into the circle. That is the price." Hermione looked past the shade at Harry. "It is all right," he said. "You will be close enough to yell at me if I try to be clever." She tried to smile and failed. "You are not funny," she said. "Then come tell me that on the other side," he said. She swallowed and nodded. Ron grabbed her arm. "We move with the host," he said. "We keep the path clear. We do not get pulled into any side fights." "Understood." She squeezed his hand. "Understood." Harry turned his back on them and walked into the arc of dead that opened in front of him like a doorway. Voldemort did the same. Shades parted at his approach as if even they did not want to brush his robes. They met at the base of the statue circle. The carved, hooded figure of death loomed over them. The mark burned dimmer overhead now that the air was full of other power. Up close, Voldemort looked smaller than Harry remembered. Not in height, in scope. For years he had filled every dark corner in Harry's head. Now, with Hades sitting behind his ribs and a host at his back, Tom Riddle looked like what he had always been. A man who could not stand the idea that the world would go on without him. "You have gathered quite a crowd," Voldemort said softly. His eyes flicked to the spectral host. "Playing at gods." "Never wanted to," Harry said. "You pushed me into the job when you tried to kill me as a baby. You opened a door." Hades walked through. "Here we are." "You could have been useful," Voldemort said. "With that power. Together we could have rewritten the rules. No more old limits. No more old fears." "You mean no more limits for you," Harry said. Voldemort's lip curled. "You speak of debt," he said. "As if killing me balances anything. As if any of those people ever mattered." "Every name on these walls mattered," Harry said. "Even if you never learned them." He raised his wand. The Stygian bident flickered at the edge of his senses. Still more idea than metal, resting somewhere between the hall in his mind and the weight of his hand. "Last chance, Tom," he said. "Surrender. Let Hades judge you without a fight." For a heartbeat, something passed across Voldemort's face. Then he laughed. It was a sound Harry had heard in nightmares. "Never," he said. He snapped his wand up. Green light burst from the tip. Harry moved. The duel, when it began, felt almost simple. They had fought before. In graveyards. In the ministry. In school corridors. Harry knew the rhythm of Tom's spells now. The way he liked to chain them. The way he used surprise. Bolts of red and gold lanced between them. Harry used umberkinesis the way he had trained for months. He dismissed curses into pockets of darkness and sent them back twisted. He drove shards of shadow up from the floor to catch Voldemort's ankles and break his stance. Voldemort answered with raw power. Walls cracked. The statue circle shook. Names on the walls flickered. The dead kept everyone else away. No one could get closer than the ring. Spells that strayed toward the center slowed as if hitting thick water. Nagini coiled at the edges of Harry's vision, striking at any Auror who came near. Her eyes were bright and cold. The shard in her glowed like a hot coal in the map in his chest. "Not yet," Hades said. Harry pushed Tom further from the lifts, toward the corridor that led down to the Department of Mysteries. Voldemort moved with him, snarling, unwilling to be hurted but too focused on the duel to see the pattern. At last they reached the circular room with its many doors. The walls spun once, twice, then stilled under a command from Harry that echoed down from the Hall of the Dead. One door glowed, the veil. "Running to the scene of your godfather's death," Voldemort taunted. "Do you hope he will cheer you from beyond?" "Something like that," Harry said. He flicked his wand. A lash of shadow cracked across the floor and slammed the door open. Cold air washed over them. The sound of whispers slid out, thin and endless. They stepped into the veil chamber. The stone arch rose from the dais. The curtain hanging from it did not move in the non-existent wind. It shifted all the same, as if something breathed on the other side. The dead in the room were thicker. The veil attracted them. They stood in rows along the walls, hollow-eyed, waiting. Hermione and Ron came to the threshold and stopped. Shades closed ranks in front of them. Hermione gripped the door frame until her knuckles went white. Harry and Voldemort climbed the dais. "This is fitting," Voldemort said softly. "You die where your last protector fell. The boy who lived ends at a curtain." Harry looked up at the arch. "I am tired of running from this," he said. He turned his head and met Hermione's eyes across the room. She mouthed 3 words, "Come back alive." He nodded once. "Harry," Hades said in his mind. "I know," Harry replied silently. He lowered his wand. Voldemort blinked. "Have you finally learned sense?" he asked. "You give up." Harry's heart pounded so hard it hurt. Sweat ran down his spine. His legs felt like they might give way. He forced his shoulders to stay level. "I collect debt," he said, "including my own. You took my life once. I bounced. Now I pay it forward." "You are babbling," Voldemort sneered. "Listen for once," Harry said quietly. He took 1 step closer. The space between them shrank to a few paces. The veil whispered behind them. The dead watched. Fawkes shifted on a stone ledge above, claws scraping. Harry let his wand slip from his fingers. Clattered onto the dais. He spread his hands, empty. Hermione made a choking sound. Ron cursed under his breath. Voldemort stared. "What are you doing?" "Giving you what you have always wanted," Harry said. A clean shot. Suspicion flickered in the red eyes. "Trick." "No trick," Harry said. "You cast. I do not block. That is the deal." "Why?" Voldemort demanded. "Because this is the only way to cut you fully out of me," Harry said. "You put a piece of yourself in my scar. You tied your life to mine. To end you, I have to follow that thread through and pull you out from the other side." Voldemort's face twisted. "You think you can kill me from beyond," he said. "I think I can end you from where Hades works," Harry said. At the god's name, the air shuddered. The veil rippled. Voldemort hesitated. For the first time, Harry saw genuine fear in him, stripped of rage and show. Then he forced it down. "Very well," he said. "Die then, boy." Harry drew in a breath. It tasted of stone, dust, and the faint smoke of the torches. "Hermione," he said without turning. "Yes," she managed. "I love you," he said. "I know," she choked. "Ron," he said. "Yeah," Ron rasped. "Take care of each other," Harry said. Silence answered. He did not risk looking back. If he saw their faces now, he would falter. He looked at Voldemort instead. At the man who had turned his childhood into a list of funerals. "This is collected," he said. Voldemort raised his wand. Green light gathered at the tip. The words came out smooth, practiced. Avada Kedavra. The curse hit Harry square in the chest. He did not move. For an instant the world slowed. He felt his heart stop. He felt the thread in his scar catch fire. He felt his body tip backward. The veil grew huge in his vision, curtains stretching wide. Then everything snapped. He stood in the Hall of the Dead. No fall. No landing. One breath, then another. The transition was so clean it made his stomach twist. The hall stretched in every direction. Columns of dark stone marched away into dimness. The air was still and cold. The throne stood where it always did, a simple seat of black rock. Hades sat on it, eyes bright as coals. In front of Harry, the cage that had held the shards of Tom Riddle glowed. It was full. The 4 partial figures he had seen before had grown. They no longer looked like fragments. They had fused into one shape. One man. Tom Riddle stood inside the cage. He wore the face from the old photograph in the orphanage file. Handsome. Dark hair. Cool eyes. Under that, the red gleam of the thing he had become flickered like fire behind glass. He smiled at Harry. "You made it," he said. "I wondered." Harry looked down at himself. He wore the same clothes as in the veil chamber. Same jumper. Same jeans. No hole in his chest. "So did I," he said. "You died well," Tom said. "I will give you that. No screaming. No begging. You walked into it with your eyes open. There is something to respect there." "Save it," Harry said. He stepped closer to the cage. The bars were not made of stone or metal. They were lines of force, woven from his own will and Hades' authority. They hummed under his skin. "You brought him with you," Hades said from the throne. "All of him now. No anchors left in the world but the one that walks there without a soul." "They will deal with the body," Harry said. "My part is here." Tom laughed. "You think killing this body does anything," he said. "Bodies are tools. My real work has always been in the soul." "Exactly," Harry said. He raised his hand. The Stygian bident appeared in his grip. Not as a full staff at first, more as a shape cut out of the air. Then it gained weight and texture. 2 dark prongs, edges dull to the eye but sharp to every sense. The shaft sat solid in his palm. The metal was colder than the hall. Tom watched it with narrow eyes. "You have grown into it," he said. "At the ministry, it was still half-dream." "It is enough," Harry said. He stepped closer. The cage did not block the bident. Parted for the prongs like water. This was his mind. His prison. His weapon. "Last words," he asked. Tom smiled. It was thin and empty. "You will never be human again," he said. "Whatever you do to me, you have already paid for with your own soul. You will stand in halls like this while your friends grow old and die. You will feel every death in the world. You will never rest." "I know," Harry said. "I can live with that. That is the difference between us. You could not live with the idea that the world went on without you. I can live with the idea that it goes on because I stayed." Tom sneered. "You are playing the martyr," he said. "You enjoy it." "Sometimes," Harry said. "Mostly I am tired." He drove the bident forward. The prongs punched through the shape of Tom's chest. There was no blood. There was a rip, a sound like tearing cloth that had been woven from screams. Tom screamed, not with pain at first, with rage, with the insult of being treated like any other soul. He clawed at the shaft, but his fingers passed through. The bident was not in his hands. It was in his concept. The hall shook. Columns shuddered. Shadows raced along the ceiling. The force that had been Tom Riddle tried to burst out of the cage, explode across the hall, reform into 1,000 smaller pieces. The bident would not let it. It was not a spear. It was a verdict. Hades rose from the throne. For the first time, Harry saw something like effort in the god's face. "Nullification," Hades said. His voice rang through the hall and back. "Tom Marvolo Riddle, you are not sent forward. You are not sent back. You are not given to any wheel. Your mark on the ledger is erased. Your debt is settled by removal. You are not." Tom screamed again. The sound broke. His shape shattered. Not into fragments. Into nothing. Pieces of him flared, reached for form, and were swallowed by the dark. No echoes. No lingering ghosts. No whisper in the veil. For a moment, Harry felt the weight of every life Tom had cut short. Not as a flood, as a sequence. Faces, hands, voices, all the missing pages. He thought his mind would split. Hades laid a hand on his shoulder. It felt like a mountain resting on him for a heartbeat, then easing. "You will not carry all of it," Hades said. "That is my office. You carry the choice that started the nullification. That is enough." Harry leaned on the bident. His legs shook. His vision blurred. "Is he gone?" he asked. His voice sounded like it came from far away. "Yes," Hades said. "No echo, no shade, no shard. The world will remember him. History will keep his name. But the realms will not receive him. The debt is closed." Harry let out a breath he had been holding for 7 years. "We are not finished," Hades added. "Of course we are not," Harry muttered. "What now?" "Now you decide," Hades said. "Do you stay or do you walk back through the threshold? You have left your body at the veil. Can be called. Fox anchors the line. The living call your name. You can ignore them, or you can answer." The idea of staying was tempting. Here there was no taste of fear in the air. No screaming children. Only quiet stone and the slow work of judgment. But in that quiet, he could not hear Hermione's laugh, Ron's groaning about homework, Ginny's sharp jokes, the chatter in the great hall, the rustle of pages in the library. He saw their faces in his mind. Hermione at the door of the chamber, fingers bruised where she had gripped the frame. Ron holding back a tide of masked figures with a shield charm and sheer stubbornness. He thought of the students who would go back to classes if he did this right. Essays, Quidditch, crushes, all the small stupid things there had not been enough of. He straightened, his legs steadied. "I go back," he said. Hades gave a slow nod. "You will not be the same," he said. "I was not the same when I came here the first time," Harry said. A small smile touched the god's mouth. "True," he said. Hades lifted his hand. The hall dimmed. The bident pulsed in Harry's grip. "Walk," Hades said. "Do not run. Do not look back. The threshold is in front of you." Harry turned. The hall stretched ahead. At the far end, a thin curtain of gray hung in the air. It whispered like the veil. He walked. Each step felt both heavy and light. He passed columns that had stood for ages. He passed arches that led to other chambers. He did not turn. The curtain grew closer. Behind it he could hear faint sounds. Voices, flesh, the hiss of spells, the cry of a phoenix. He stepped through. He hit the stone floor hard. Air rushed back into his lungs with a painful gasp. His heart lurched, stumbled, then slammed back into rhythm. Every nerve in his body screamed at once. The veil whispered behind his head. The torches flared. For a second he lay there, staring at the ceiling of the chamber. It looked very far away. "Harry!" Hermione's voice, raw and broken. He pushed himself onto his side. Pain stabbed through his chest where the curse had hit, but he was moving. That felt like a miracle. Hermione scrambled to him, hands shaking. Ron was half a step behind. They skidded on the stone and dropped to their knees. "Harry," Hermione said again. "Harry, please." "I am here," he managed. His voice rasped. She sucked in a breath that turned into a sob. Her hands cupped his face. "You idiot," she said. He gave a crooked grin that hurt. "Told you I would try to come back," he said. Ron let out a laugh that was half hysteria. He thumped Harry on the shoulder, then winced as if the impact had hurt his own hand. "Do not do that ever again," Ron said. "I am serious. No more scheduled deaths." "I will see what I can do," Harry said. A sound drew his attention past them. Voldemort stood where he had been when he cast the curse. Wand still raised. Eyes wide. For the first time since Harry had known him, he looked lost. The thread in Harry's scar was gone. The map in his chest showed nothing where Tom had been. No shards. No whisper. The space was empty in a way that felt clean. "You," Voldemort whispered. "Impossible." Harry pushed up to his knees. His muscles protested. Fawkes swooped down and landed on his shoulder, weight solid, song rising in a fierce line that made the veil shiver. "You are not the only one who can play with death," Harry said. Voldemort staggered. His free hand clawed at his chest as if he felt something missing. "What did you do?" he hissed. "I collected," Harry said. He stood. The Stygian bident coalesced in his hand again, more solid than it had ever been in the living world. 2 dark prongs. A shaft that drank in the torchlight. Every eye in the chamber fixed on it. Voldemort took a step back. For the first time, he looked less like a lord and more like a man who had finally seen the bill for his life. "You cannot kill me," he said. "We are bound. You said it yourself. To end me you had to follow that bond. You will fall with me." "The bond is cut," Harry said. "You kept yourself alive by sticking pieces of your soul into the world. I pulled them out. You tried to hide from the ledger. I brought it to you. There is nothing left to hold you up. Nagini hissed from the edge of the dais. She struck at Harry, jaws wide. He moved faster than he thought he could in his state. The bident flashed. One prong caught the snake at the neck. There was no blood, only a flash of pale light as the last Horcrux died. Nagini's body fell still. Voldemort screamed. The sound echoed off the stone. It was not the scream of a lord. It was the scream of a man who had just felt the last prop of his existence kicked out from under him. He threw curses in wild succession. Green, purple, vicious orange that cracked stone. Harry swept them aside with the bident. The weapon did not merely block. It drank the spells, absorbed them into its dark length. The dead in the chamber pressed closer. They did not touch the living, but their presence thickened the air. "Tom," Harry said. His voice carried. "You spent your life running from death. You turned the fear of it into a weapon. You treated people as if they were pieces on a board." "It stops here," Voldemort panted. His face twisted. "You are no better," he spat. "Look at you, crowned in shadows, leading an army of corpses. You think the world will thank you for this. They will fear you. They will hate you. You have made yourself into the monster I tried to be." "Maybe," Harry said. "The difference is why. You did it for yourself. I do it because someone has to make sure no one like you gets to come back." He lifted the bident. The hall of the dead echoed inside him. Hades' hand rested on his shoulder once more, not guiding, only steadying. "Nullification," Harry said quietly. The word flowed with power. Not his alone. Hades, the veil, the weight of every name on the ministry walls. He drove the bident forward. The prongs struck Voldemort in the chest. There was no flash, no explosion, no rebound of curses. Just a sudden, deep silence as the weapon cut through flesh and went deeper, past ribs, past heart, into the place where his soul should have sat. For an instant, Harry saw him as the dead would. Not as a snake-faced figure in robes, but as a tangled knot of fear and hunger and rage. A child in an orphanage who never learned how to think of anyone else. A teenager who charmed teachers while torturing animals. A man who built an identity on the idea that nothing was real if it ended. The bident tore through that knot. Voldemort opened his mouth to scream again. No sound came. His eyes widened. He looked down at the weapon in disbelief, as if the world had broken its rules by letting anyone touch him there. "How dare you?" he mouthed. Then he was gone. Not in a shower of ash. Not in a dramatic collapse. One moment he was there. The next he was simply not. The robes fell empty to the floor. The wand clattered beside them. Nagini lay motionless at the edge of the dais. The dead drew back. The air shifted. The whisper of the veil grew softer. Silence rolled through the chamber. It moved out through the corridor, up through the department, into the atrium. Duels faltered as everyone felt it. In the atrium, Death Eaters staggered as if the ground had lurched. Several clutched at their arms where the mark faded, leaving scars that looked like burnt rope. Spells died on wands. No one moved for a heartbeat that seemed to last an age. In the veil chamber, Harry stood alone on the dais, bident in hand. Hermione and Ron knelt at the foot of the steps, staring up at him. Dumbledore stood near the door, wand lowered, eyes bright with 100 emotions. Fawkes sang. It was not a bright, rising phoenix song. It was lower, older. A note that sounded like the end of a storm when there is no cheer yet, only the knowledge that the lightning has passed. Harry's legs shook. He planted the bident on the stone to stay upright. "It is done," Hades said in his mind. Harry did not trust his voice. The world held its breath. In that breath, a new rule settled over it. Not in laws written on parchment. In the quiet knowledge that there was now someone watching from the far side of the veil who would not let certain games be played again. The King of the Dead stood at the threshold, alive, weapon in hand, eyes full of things no boy his age should have seen. On the dais, Harry lifted his head and met Dumbledore's gaze. Then Hermione's. Then Ron's. No one cheered. Not yet. The silence itself felt like the first line of a new order. The silence held. Harry felt it sit on his shoulders, heavier than the bident in his hand. The veil whispered behind him in a steady line of sound. His chest ached where the curse had hit, a deep bruise under his ribs. His legs felt uncertain, but they kept him standing on the dais. Hermione and Ron were still on the steps. Hermione had one hand pressed flat against the stone, the other on her mouth. Ron's fingers were wrapped so tight around his wand that his knuckles had lost all color. Dumbledore stood near the archway, wand lowered. The light from the torches picked out every line on his face. His eyes were fixed on the empty place where Voldemort had been. Only the robes remained. They lay on the stone with the wand beside them, nothing inside. Nagini was a dark coil at the edge of the dais, still and slack. "He is not coming back," Harry said. His own voice sounded strange to him, hoarse and thin, as if it had traveled a long way. Dumbledore let out a slow breath. "No," he said. "He is not." The dead that lined the walls shifted. Their outlines were softer now. Several faces turned toward Harry, then toward the veil, then faded a little, as if some tension had gone from them. Hades sat quiet at the back of Harry's mind. There was no triumph in him, only a cool, steady calm. "You should sit," Hermione said. Her voice broke the spell. She scrambled up the steps with Ron right behind her. Between the two of them, they got Harry down from the dais before his knees decided to give up on their own. They sat him on the lowest step. Hermione cupped his face again and looked straight into his eyes. He saw fear there, and relief, and something else that had nothing to do with gods or charters. "Pupil response normal," she muttered. "You are breathing. Your heart is beating. You are warm. That is a good start." "You sound like Madame Pomfrey," Ron said. His own voice shook. "Madame Pomfrey would have stunned all of us by now and dragged him to the ward," Hermione snapped. Harry smiled a little. "You can drag me later," he said. "There are things to finish." "Your body just died and came back," Hermione said. "Finishing can wait 5 minutes." Dumbledore climbed the steps at a careful pace. Fawkes glided down from the ledge and landed on the stone between them, tail trailing across the dais. The Phoenix looked at Harry for a long moment, then gave a short, sharp note that made the torches flare. "I am glad you returned," Dumbledore said. Harry met his eyes. "So am I," he said. "Mostly." Dumbledore studied him. "How much of him do you still feel?" he asked. Harry closed his eyes for a moment and checked. The map inside his chest, the one he had built out of fear and training, no longer had any bright knots that did not belong to him. The scar on his forehead prickled, but the line that had run from it to another heart was gone. "Nothing," he said. "There is a hole where he used to sit. It is empty and quiet." Dumbledore nodded. "Good," he said softly. "Very good." Beyond the door, shouts echoed up from the corridor. Spells crackled. Somewhere above, a crash sounded, followed by a burst of angry voices and Kingsley's carrying call. "The rest are still fighting," Ron said. "The rest are panicking," Hades said in Harry's mind. "Their mark is fading. The one they anchored to has been removed from the ledger. They scramble like men who have just realized the ground can open." Harry pushed himself up with a wince. "Then we need to go upstairs," he said. Hermione caught his arm. "You are in no state to duel," she said. "I do not need to duel," Harry said. "I need to be seen." Dumbledore straightened. "He is right," he said. "The war will not end on this dais. It will end when they see what has happened here and what waits for anyone who tries to follow Voldemort's path." He held out his hand. Harry realized that at some point his own wand had landed near the veil. Ron hurried to fetch it. Harry took it and slid it into his pocket. His fingers tightened around the bident instead. The weapon felt more real than before. Its weight was steady and cold, but it did not drag at his arm. It sat in his grip as if it had been there all his life. "Come," Dumbledore said. "Let us tell the story to the people who need to hear it." They went back through the corridor. The dead parted before them and then flowed after, a slow tide of shadow. In the circular room, doors stood open. One passage was full of smoke. Another carried the echo of curses and screams. Hades reached through Harry's voice when he spoke, not enough for anyone else to hear, just enough to make the word carry. "Stop," Harry said. The sound rolled along the stone. The spells in the nearest corridor faltered. Orcs and Death Eaters alike turned their heads. "Call them to the atrium," Hades suggested. Harry lifted the bident. "All of you," he called. "Kingsley, order. Masked cowards. Upstairs. Now." There was a pause. Then Kingsley's answer rang back, rough and tired. "You heard him," he shouted. "Move." One by one, the duels broke apart. Wands lowered. The dead drew back enough to let people pass. They flowed up through the lifts in uneven groups, some limping, some dragging others. When Harry stepped into the atrium again, the fountain was cracked. The statues had taken several hits. A few of the joined hands were chipped. Water and rubble mixed on the floor. Orcs ringed a huddled cluster of Death Eaters near the center. The masked figures had their arms out and wands on the ground. Several clutched at their left arms. Dark marks smoked and faded on skin. Kingsley stood at the front, robe scorched, face streaked with soot. Tonks was beside him, hair short and dark, lips split. McGonagall leaned against one of the pillars with a gash along her cheek. Moody, Lupin, Bill, Flitwick, and others were scattered across the space, all marked by the fight. The great glass ceiling was cracked in several places. Through it, Harry could see a patch of dull sky. Every eye turned toward him. He felt their stares like weight, fear, hope, something close to awe in a few faces, distrust in others. The dead stood along the edges, quieter now. Many were faded to outlines. A few nodded once, small and satisfied, then thinned until they were gone. Kingsley stepped forward. "Is it done?" he asked. Harry met his gaze. "Tom Riddle is unmade," he said. He felt the truth of it settle in the air when he spoke. "He is not waiting behind the veil. He is not sitting on any shelf. He is gone." A murmur ran through the room. Several Death Eaters sagged as if their knees had given out. One let out a raw sound and put his face in his hands. McGonagall drew herself up as straight as she could manage. "Then the war is over," she said. Dumbledore looked at Harry. "Not quite," he said quietly. Harry understood. Ending Voldemort was one thing. Ending the habits he had trained into a whole culture was another. He lifted the bident. The tip pointed toward the cluster of Death Eaters. Shadows rose from the floor and coiled around their ankles, holding them in place. Not tight enough to hurt, just firm. "You will be tried," Harry said. His voice carried without any magic he could name. "Not by mobs, not by angry Orcs, by law. You will stand before a court where the living and the dead both speak. Every murder, every curse, every choice will be named." Bellatrix gave a wild laugh from behind her mask. "You think they will let you judge us," she said. "You with tombs for eyes. You are worse than he ever was. They see it. Look at them." Her voice cracked over the last word. She sounded less certain than she wanted. Harry looked around. He saw Orcs with wands still raised, unsure whether to cheer or lower them. He saw parents clutching children near the lifts, faces pale. He saw goblins at the far end of the hall, the cut of their armor sharp, their eyes bright and calculating. The werewolf pack leader stood near Kingsley, arms folded, gaze steady. A few vampires lingered in the shadows near the ceiling, pale hands gripping the rails. All of them were watching him. He did not see worship. He saw calculation, wariness, relief that came with a new edge. "They know you will see them when they die," Hades said. "They are already adjusting their thoughts." Harry drew in a breath that set his chest burning. "No one made me judge," he said. "I did not ask for this." He rested the base of the bident on the broken marble. "But I have it," he said. "That means there must be rules. We will write them together. Ministry, goblins, wolves, vampires, centaurs, elves, Hogwarts, and yes, the underworld." He felt Hades' attention sharpen. "We will set a charter," Harry went on. "No more hidden wars. No more secret slaughters in the name of purity or progress. If you spill innocent blood, you answer for it. Not just in this hall. In the one behind the veil." A goblin near the back tilted his head. "You will give us voice in that charter," he called. Harry met his gaze. You kept your deals when no one else did, he said. You get a seat at the table. The wolf beside Kingsley snorted. About time, he said. Kingsley looked tired and more clear than Harry had ever seen him. The ministry has fallen to people like this twice in my lifetime, he said, nodding at the Death Eaters. I am not keen to repeat it. We need something that will frighten anyone who thinks of trying. It seems we have it. His eyes flicked to the bident. Harry felt a prickle of discomfort. Fear is not the only tool, he said. It is a sharp one, Kingsley replied. Use it sparingly and where it belongs. On people who think souls are chess pieces. Dumbledore stepped up beside Harry. This is the start of a new order, he said. One that must be chosen, not imposed. If we build it as a cage, we repeat his sins. If we build it as a spine, perhaps the world will stand a little straighter. Harry looked down at the names glowing on the atrium walls. They pulsed softly, steady again. I am not interested in cages, he said. I am interested in making sure no one has to watch someone fall through a curtain because of one man's obsession. He felt serious for a moment, a warm weight at his back. It was not a ghost he could see. It was a memory that did not hurt quite as sharp as before. Hermione took his hand. Her fingers twined with his. Ron stood just behind his other shoulder, solid and stubborn. Harry lifted the bident a little. The dead along the walls straightened. The war is over, he said. The task is not. Nobody cheered then either. What they did slowly was breathe. The dawn after the battle came gray and cold. Harry watched it through the office window in the ministry that Kingsley had claimed as a temporary room. The glass had a crack across one corner that let light through in a strange line. The atrium below was still. Someone had cleared the rubble. The statues stood with new chips and scars, but they still held hands. The hooded death figure at the edge of the circle looked less like a warning and more like a statement now. The door opened behind him. Kingsley walked in with a stack of parchment under one arm. His cloak hung crooked on his shoulders. He looked like he had slept in a chair. Morning, Harry said. If you say good I will hex you, Kingsley replied. Harry smiled faintly. Fair, he said. Kingsley dropped the parchment on the desk. These are lists, he said. Names and crimes. Witness accounts. Department reports. Goblin letters. Requests from the wolves. Demands from the vampires. A note from Madame Bones that uses the word unbearable twice. Harry eyed the pile. And you brought this to me because, he said. Because you are on every page even when you are not named, Kingsley said. They all want to know what Pluton thinks. What the king of the dead will allow. Whether he will back me when I throw half these people into a cell and drag the rest into a court. Harry turned back to the window. I hate that name, he said. Kingsley snorted. You have a crown of skulls carved into the new fountain, he said. The goblins are already minting coins with your face on one side and the bident on the other. You do not get to complain about names. I did not ask for the crown, Harry said. No, Kingsley said. You earned it anyway. He came to stand beside Harry. For a moment they both watched the atrium. A few oars moved around the edges, cleaning up scorch marks. You are thinking about walking away, Kingsley said. Harry did not deny it. If I stepped back now, he said. Would you be able to hold this without me putting my nose into every cell and sentence? Kingsley gave a tired smile. I can hold a ministry, he said. I cannot hold the whole balance of death. That would crush me. It would crush any mortal. That is your job now, and I am very glad it is not mine. I do not want to rule anyone, Harry said. Then do not, Kingsley replied. Rule the space between living and dead. Let me handle offices and budgets. When we need you, you answer. When someone tries to pull another Horcrux trick, you cut them out. When a group tries to use murder as policy, you lean over their shoulders from the other side and ask if they are sure. He looked at Harry. If the world knows you are watching from that far hall, it will restrain itself. Not all of it. Not every time. But more often than now. That is a scary reason to behave, Harry said. Fear of consequences is why most people do not steal when they think no one is looking, Kingsley said. Add respect and a decent life on top and you get something close to peace. I will work on that part. You handle the ones who think they are above all of us. Harry rubbed at his scar. It itched, a phantom ache without any power behind it. And if I go too far? He asked. Kingsley did not look away. Then Hermione will drag you back by the ear, he said. Ron will stand in front of you and refuse to move. McGonagall will write letters so sharp they cut. And if that is not enough, Fawkes will scorch your throne. The phoenix on the windowsill gave a quiet trill that sounded suspiciously like agreement. Harry huffed out a small laugh. I suppose that counts as a plan, he said. Kingsley squeezed his shoulder. We will draft the charter, he said. We will call it the Grim Order because the paper pushers need a name that looks serious on a header. You will sign it once you stop shaking. Then we will tell the world that there is a court that hears both breath and last words. Harry glanced at the parchments. Hermione will want to help write it, he said. Good, Kingsley said. She is already down there tearing my first draft apart. Harry blinked. You asked her without asking me, he said. She turned up with color-coded notes, Kingsley said. I did not have much choice. Warmth spread through Harry's chest that had nothing to do with Phoenix Fire. Go, Kingsley said. She will keep the ministry from turning this into a vanity project. Ron is in the canteen scaring trainees with tales of Death Eater duels. McGonagall is yelling at the board for trying to cancel exams again. The world is still here. Harry nodded slowly. So are we, he said. The Grim Order was born in a room that used to hold dusty law books nobody read. Weeks later, the long table in the center was covered in maps, draft charters, and half-finished teacups. Hermione stood at the head with ink on her fingers and her hair pulled back in a rough tie. Her expression was tight with focus. The statute has to state this clearly, she said. The Order is not an arm of the Auror Office. It sits beside it. It does not answer to one minister. It answers to the charter itself and to the presence behind the veil. Kingsley sat to her right, quill in hand. On his other side, McGonagall adjusted her glasses and frowned at a line about Hogwarts. Lupin leaned against a shelf, reading over a parchment. Bill Weasley was farther down, talking quietly with a goblin in armor with a heavy ring in one ear and a vampire with a simple black cloak. Ron had his chair tipped back at a dangerous angle near the middle. He was chewing on the end of his quill and muttering to himself about field logistics. Harry sat at the far end with the bident resting against his chair. Its dark prongs were turned away from the table. He had offered to leave it outside. The goblin had insisted it stay. He said it made the language clearer. Hermione pointed at a clause. The Order may request testimony from the dead, but only through Harry and only with consent, she said. We are not turning the veil into a gossip board. The dead deserve peace. The vampire inclined his head. His eyes were very dark. Some will want to speak, he said. There are old wrongs that never reached a hearing. If your king lets those stories surface, it will buy you more trust than any threat. He is not my king, Hermione said at once. Then she caught herself and glanced at Harry. He is Harry, she added softer. Harry felt the eyes on him. He shifted in his chair. I am both, he said. I cannot pretend otherwise. To you I would rather just be Harry. The rest of the world needs the crown to behave. The goblin grunted. You speak like a banker, he said. We like clear accounts. Ron snorted. You would, he muttered. Hermione tapped the parchment. The Order can recommend sanctions, she went on. Fines, bans on travel, loss of wand rights in extreme cases. It can also recommend that a case be marked for special review when the person involved dies. And what does that mean? Ron asked. Hermione looked at Harry. It means he will be waiting on the other side with the file already open, she said. A brief quiet settled around the table. This is the part that unsettles people, Kingsley said. They can imagine trials here. Judges, juries, fines. They do not know what to do with a court they cannot bribe that sits in a hall they cannot see. Good, the goblin said. We do not want them comfortable with murder as policy, McGonagall added. Lupin cleared his throat. We have to be careful, he said. If people feel watched every second, they will start hiding in strange ways. They will whisper in their own homes. They will assume guilt before intent. That way lies another brand of tyranny. Hermione nodded at once. That is why the charter must fix the scope, she said. The order does not spy on private sorrow. It does not weigh in on every lie or slight. It focuses on serious harm. Murder, torture, systematic abuse. The sort of things Voldemort and his people made a way of life. Harry listened. The murmur of the underworld sat under the room, low and constant. He could feel deaths happening in distant places. Accidents, illness, old age. Very few of those drew his full attention. A young Auror who flung a curse at a surrendering foe. A wealthy wizard who planned to bury a bad investment by starting a fire. A wolf pack considering a raid out of hunger. Those pulled at him in a sharper way. You cannot reach all of them, Hades said. If you try, you will crack. You must pick battles. The charter will help. Harry rubbed his temples. We need a clear line, he said. A place where we say this is between you and your conscience, and this is between you and me. Hermione smiled without humor. Welcome to law, she said. They worked until the candles burned low and Fawkes finally fluttered down from a shelf to scold them into going home. By the time the charter of the Grim Order went out into the world, every group that mattered had put ink on it. Goblins and wolves, vampires and centaurs, elves through a shaky house representative who kept looking at Harry's face and swallowing, Hogwarts through McGonagall, the Ministry through Kingsley, and Harry, last of all, with the bident beside his hand. When his name appeared at the bottom, a faint dark line traced itself from the parchment into the air. Somewhere the Hall of the Dead took note. Not everyone liked the new world. There were posters in Diagon Alley that showed Harry in dark robes with empty eyes and a bident that had been drawn too long. Children whispered stories that made him into a figure parents used to frighten them into eating. If you do not behave, the King of the Dead will see you. One which told her son in a shop as Harry passed. He will come when you are asleep. Harry paused. Hermione touched his sleeve and shook her head slightly. Come on, she said. You do not need to correct every rumor. He looked back. The boy had wide eyes and a smudge of sugar on his chin. When he saw Harry looking, he shrank behind his mother's skirt. Harry raised a hand and gave a small wave. The boy peeked out, more curious now than afraid. You could give children sugar stories instead, Harry said quietly as they walked on. Tell them I will check under their beds for monsters if they ask nicely. Hermione slid her hand into his. People always turn power into tales, she said. They did it with Dumbledore. They did it with Voldemort. They will do it with you. The best you can do is live in a way that makes the Kinder stories easier to believe. You sound very calm about this, Harry said. I am not calm, she said. I am horrified, but I am also realistic. The world has just learned that death has a clerk who can answer back. It will take time for them to adjust. He stopped under the shadow of a bookshop awning and turned to her. The street noise washed around them. Are you adjusting? He asked. Hermione looked up at him. Her eyes were tired, but they were warm. You are still Harry, she said. Stubborn, reckless, far too ready to throw yourself into pain if it helps someone. You just have more tools now. I am adjusting to that. Slowly, he brushed a stray curl off her cheek. I am trying not to disappear into this, he said. I know, she said. I can tell when you go quiet that it is because you are listening to something I cannot hear. But you always come back. That matters. He bent and kissed her. It was not urgent or frantic. It was a simple press of mouths in a noisy street, a reminder that there was still space for small human things. Somewhere above, on a balcony, Ron pretended to study a map of patrol routes while very carefully not looking at them. Later he would tease them about it over dinner, and they would throw bread at him, and for a few hours Harry would forget the weight sitting behind his eyes. The evening before they were due to return to Hogwarts for a quieter year, the three of them walked down to the lake. The castle lights glowed in the windows behind them. The giant squid rippled a lazy arm above the water in the fading light. The air smelled of grass and stone and a hint of wood smoke from Hagrid's cabin. Harry dropped down onto the bank with a sigh. Hermione sat beside him and pulled her knees up. Ron flopped onto his back in the grass and stared at the sky. Feels strange, Ron said. Thinking about classes again. Homework. Quidditch. Whole play the normal student game while the world whispers about death. Hermione smiled faintly. We are not normal students, she said. We were not before Harry started collecting gods. We certainly are not now. Harry picked up a small stone and rolled it between his fingers. You can still complain about essays, he said. Some things do not need to change. Ron snorted. Trust you to say that, he said. So, what is the plan, Your Majesty? Harry made a face. Do not start, he said. Seriously, Ron went on. You are not just going to sit in class and pretend you are not also running the world's weirdest court. How do you even sleep? Not very well some nights, Harry admitted. But I am going to try something close to normal. Classes. Teaching a bit. Trips to the ministry when the charter needs a clear voice. Visits to the Vale when a case cannot wait. Hermione turned her head. You are taking the defense post, she said. Kingsley and McGonagall practically shoved it at me, Harry said. They said the position no longer has a curse. Voldemort is gone. It felt wrong to leave it empty after everything. Ron grinned. You as a professor, he said. Students will either worship you or wet themselves. Both, probably, Hermione said dryly. I will just try to make sure they learn to protect themselves without thinking war is the only future, Harry said. He flicked the stone out over the water. It skipped twice and sank. Hermione reached over and laced their fingers. What about after Hogwarts? She asked. We are finishing soon. You are not going to age like us. Are you? The question hung between them. Ron shifted up on his elbows to look at Harry. Harry stared at the ripples. I do not know exactly, he said. Hades says my body will move slower. My soul is tied to his office. As long as there is death, there is work. That means I will be around a long time. Ron swallowed. That is a nice way of saying we are going to grow old while you still look like this, he said. Harry nodded once. Probably, he said. I cannot make promises about what I cannot control. I can promise that while you are alive, I will be there. Not just as some shadow in a hall. On this side. At your house. Dinner. Quidditch matches. At stupid family arguments. When you go, he broke off. The word stuck in his throat. When we die, Hermione finished quietly. Harry closed his eyes for a moment. When that happens, he said, I will be there too. But I will not drag you into my hall if you do not want it. I will open the door and let you choose. That is the only fair way. Ron lay back again and threw an arm over his face. I hate this, he said. I hate that you have to think about this. I hate that we have to think about this. I also hate that it makes sense. Hermione rested her head on Harry's shoulder. You will not be wholly alone, she said. Even if we are not here, you have Hades. You have the dead. You have a ridiculous number of Weasley cousins who will probably die trying to outdo each other on the broom. Harry huffed a small laugh. That is a dark joke, he said. It is a realistic one, she replied. Ron moved his arm just enough to squint at them. You two will keep each other grounded for a long time yet, he said. I plan to stick around. Someone has to make sure this does not turn into a saga about the noble tragic king of death. That would be unbearable. Too late, Hermione said. I am writing notes already. Ron groaned. Of course you are, he said. The sky deepened as they sat there. The lamps along the path flickered on. Somewhere inside the castle, Peeves dropped something heavy on Filch and cackled. For a little while they did not talk about charters or kingships or underworld halls. They talked about Quidditch fixtures and whether the house elves would let Ron into the kitchen at night and what books Hermione was planning to smuggle into the staff room. Harry let their voices wash over him. The weight in his chest did not leave. It would not. But for that stretch of evening it did not crush. Years passed. The grim order settled into the bones of the world. People adjusted to the idea that every large act had two hearings. One here, one beyond. Wizards who might once have hidden behind names and money now thought twice before ordering curses. Goblins who had carried long grudges brought them to the ledger and saw them finally weighed. Wolves who had lived on the edge found space carved for them in new laws. Vampires agreed to terms that let them exist without either hunting or hiding. There were still crimes. Still wars in small corners. Still foolish bargains. The world did not turn gentle overnight. It did slowly turn more careful. Harry watched it from two sides. In the living world, he taught defense in a classroom full of teenagers who whispered about his title when they thought he could not hear. He stood on the stands at Quidditch and yelled himself hoarse when Gryffindor flew. He sat in the grim order chamber with Hermione and Kingsley and Ron and argued over clauses and case files. In the Hall of the Dead, he listened to stories. He heard last words that had never reached a court. He weighed choices that had hurt people who had never known why. Hades remained solid and stern, but he stepped back from many thresholds. "You are the one tied to this age," he said once. "You understand its tricks better than I do. I will keep the old balances. You handle the new games." Harry did. He saw Bellatrix led into his hall after a trial that had named every life she had taken. She laughed all the way to the veil. She did not laugh when she saw him waiting without any chains on his hands. She still did not apologize. He did not expect her to. She did not pass on quickly. That was the point. He saw small petty men who had signed papers that allowed cruelties. They tried to claim they had only followed orders. The ledger showed otherwise. He saw victims who wanted revenge, and others who wanted rest. He learned to listen to both. Through it all, one presence kept him from dissolving into the work. Hermione. She aged. The lines on her face deepened. Her hair went mostly silver, though it never lost its wildness. Her hands grew thinner, but they never lost their grip on a quill. She became the analyst of the grim order in truth. When new kinds of dark magic appeared, she was the first to take it apart and understand where it fit in the charter. When Harry struggled with a case that touched too close to his own scars, she sat with him in the hall, a living visitor wrapped in protective wards, and talked it through with steady patience. Ron became the field captain that trainees whispered about. He led arrests with a mix of blunt courage and hard-learned caution. He refused to let the order become a secret police. When someone suggested masked squads, he threw his coffee at the wall and threatened to resign. "We are not doing that again," he said. "If we cannot arrest someone with our faces showing, we are doing something wrong." The three of them argued, laughed, and yelled their way through more meetings than Harry could count. They stood at more funerals than he liked. They watched students grow up into aurors, healers, researchers, and fools. Time touched two of them. It brushed Harry and slid off. The first time Ron joked about needing a walking stick, Harry laughed and then went very quiet. Hermione saw. She put her hand over his and squeezed. "Do not pull away," she said later, when they were alone in the old common room that had become a staff break room. "If you start stepping back now, you will regret it more later." "I do not know how to watch you both grow old," he said. "You do it the same way you watched us grow up," she said. "You sit with us. You listen. You stay. When the time comes, you walk with us as far as you are allowed." He rested his forehead against hers. "You make it sound simple," he said. "It is not," she said. "We will do it anyway." The day came when Ron did not wake up. He was not killed in battle. He slipped away in his own bed at the Burrow, with a family full of noise in the rooms around him, and a joke about bad tea still written in the margin of his last report. Harry knew the moment it happened. A thread that had run beside his own for years went loose and then quiet. He stood in the Hall of the Dead and watched Ron step through. Ron frowned down at himself, then looked up. "Well," he said, "that was rude. I had plans." Harry let out a choked laugh. "Hello," he said. Ron blinked. "You look exactly the same," he said. "That is unfair." Harry shrugged. His throat hurt. "You look pretty good for a dead man," he said. Ron looked around. "So this is it," he said. "No harps. No flames. No big speech." Hades sat on the throne and lifted one eyebrow. "You can have a speech if you insist," he said. "But we tend to save them for people who have not been living with the king of the dead for decades." Ron grinned. "Fair point," he said. Harry stepped forward. The hall felt both vast and close. "There is a door beyond this," he said. You do not have to go through yet. You can sit with me a while if you want. Talk about the kids. Complain about paperwork. Remember Quidditch. Ron studied him. If I stay, he said slowly, will you be able to let me go later? Or will you hold on until you forget where the line is? Harry opened his mouth and then closed it. Ron snorted. Exactly, he said. You are rubbish at letting go. Always have been. He stepped forward and pulled Harry into a hug. His body felt solid and warm. For a moment it was years earlier again, and they were in a tent with rain outside and too much fear in their heads. Listen, Ron said into his ear. I would love to sit here and help you with the ghost cue. But that is not my job anymore. My job was to call you stupid when you needed it and to keep people laughing when everything hurt. I did it. It is done. Now I am going to find out what rests beyond your hall. If there is a pub, I will save you a seat and complain about the wait. You will get there in your own time. Harry held on harder. I do not want you to go, he said. I know, Ron said. That is why I need to. He pulled back and thumped Harry on the chest. You still have Hermione, he said, and a whole flock of children that insist on calling you uncle even when you tell them to use your first name. Do not waste that on brooding. He turned to Hades and gave a short, awkward nod. Thanks for not smiting me when I tried to muck about in your domain, he said. Hades almost smiled. You paid for your mistake, he said. You learned. That is all I ask. Ron looked back once more. I will see you when your watch ends, he said. Harry swallowed. That might be a very long time, he said. Then you had better not be boring when you arrive, Ron replied. He walked toward the far end of the hall. A soft light waited there. He did not look back again. Harry watched until he was gone. The hall felt larger when he was. Hades laid a hand on Harry's shoulder. You did well, he said. It does not feel like it, Harry said. It rarely does, Hades replied. Hermione lasted longer. Her hair went white. Her hands shook when she poured tea. She still argued with Kingsley about law and yelled at junior members of the order who tried to cut corners. She still kissed Harry in the doorway when he came back from the hall. On the night she died, she was in their cottage near the edge of the Hogwarts grounds. Books lined every wall. Old case files sat in neat boxes under the window seat. A shawl lay over the back of her chair. Harry sat beside her. Her breathing was shallow but even. I can feel him, she said quietly. Hades? Harry asked. No, she said. Ron. Showing off from wherever he ended up. I can almost hear him say, hurry up, Granger. Harry smiled with tears running down his face. He would, he said. Hermione reached out. He took her hand. Her fingers were light, but her grip never lost its firmness. Listen to me, she said. When I cross, you will see me in that hall. You will want to keep me. Do not. He flinched. Hermione, he said. No, she said. You do not get to hoard me. I have carried this work with you for a lifetime. I am tired. I want to rest. If you hold me back, if you let the crown speak louder than what we have, I will never forgive you. He bowed his head. I do not know who I am without you, he whispered. You are Harry, she said. You are the boy who would not stay down in a graveyard. The teenager who refused to leave a friend in a burning room. The man who walked into a killing curse to end a monster. You are more than your crown. Her thumb brushed his knuckles. You will not break if you let me go, she said. It will hurt. It will not end you. You will find new ways to care. Maybe with students. Maybe with strangers. Maybe just with the balance itself. He looked up. Her eyes were clear and full of things he did not have words for. I love you, he said. I know, she whispered. I love you too. Now stop looking at me like I am already gone. I am still here. Stay with me. He did. He stayed while her breathing slowed and her fingers loosened in his. He stayed when the room grew very quiet. He stayed as the thin line between living and dead shifted. The next moment he was in the hall. Hermione stood a few steps away. She looked younger than she had in the bed. Not a teenager. Not the middle-aged woman with ink-stained hands. Something in between, settled and steady. She looked down at herself, then around at the hall. It is cleaner than I pictured, she said. Harry laughed through a sob. Trust you to notice that first, he said. She walked to him. Their hands met. There was no chill. This is your throne, she said, glancing at the black seat where Hades watched. Yes, Harry said. She studied his face. You are not asking me to stay, she said. No, he said. His voice shook. I am not. Good, she said. I am proud of you. He took in every line of her face. He did not try to memorize. He knew that would fail. He simply looked. You can visit, he said. Came out rough. If the rules allow, she said. If they do not, that is also fine. You know where my vote goes when a case touches a scared child. That will be enough. She leaned up and kissed him one last time. It was soft and sure. When they broke apart, his eyes burned. Walk me, she said. He walked with her toward the far light. Hades did not stop them. The dead along the hall drew back with quiet respect. At the edge, Hermione turned. Do not let them turn you into a story that forgets your human parts, she said. Correct them when you can. Laugh when you cannot. Keep the world safe. That is all we aimed for. I will, he said. She smiled, then stepped through the light. She was gone. Harry stood alone at the border for a long time. The hall of the dead was quiet. There were always souls moving through it now, but they gave the throne a wider berth. The stories had spread. Even the dead carried tales about the king who had once been a boy. Hades sat beside Harry on the steps instead of on the throne. The bident leaned against the stone. You have lost much, Hades said. Yes, Harry said. Do you regret the bargain? Hades asked. Harry thought of the names on the atrium walls, the ones that no longer grew so fast. He thought of children in classrooms who spoke about war as history instead of air. He thought of goblins who negotiated without fear of being murdered for saying no. Wolves who slept without listening for oar boots at every full moon. He thought of Ron walking into the light with a joke on his lips. Hermione telling him not to hoard her. I regret the cost, he said. I do not regret paying it. Hades nodded. That is what I expected, he said. You have become what this age needed. Harry let that sit. He rose and picked up the bident. This weight was familiar now. It felt less like a weapon and more like a very heavy quill that wrote on a strange, wide page. What now? He asked. Now you continue, Hades said. There will be other dark wizards. Other fools. They will not reach the scale of the one you erased. The world will never forget that someone stands here now who will not allow it. Harry walked back to the throne and looked down its length. He did not sit. Not yet. He stood with his hand on the back, fingers tracing the cold stone. In the distance, he felt a flare of fear in a tiny room somewhere. A witch thought about using an unforgivable on arrival. The thought brushed the edges of the new law and recoiled. She put her wand down. Somewhere else, a young wizard decided not to join a group that whispered about purity. He remembered stories of a boy who had died and come back with a god at his shoulder. He chose a different path. The world above was full of such small choices. Harry saw a fraction of them. It was enough. He climbed the 2 steps and sat. The throne was hard. The hall was cold. The work was endless. He settled the bident across his knees and leaned back. In the living world, people told stories about him. Some called him savior. Some called him tyrant. Most simply called him Pluton and lowered their voices. In his own head, he stayed Harry. A boy who had once stared into a mirror and seen his parents. A teenager who had walked into a forest and welcomed death. A man who had stepped through a curtain and come back with a job. The light in the hall never changed much. It was not quite night, not quite day. It was an eternal dusk. Harry watched the paths that led to the veil. He listened for names that needed him. He did not wait for applause. He did not expect thanks. He watched. He weighed. Above, the world moved on, noisy and flawed and alive. Below, the king of the dead kept his silent guard.